University of Helsinki was founded in 1640.
Okay, good morning, everybody. My name is Paavo Pylkkänen, and I've been chairing this conference. I'm on the philosophy department here in Helsinki. And I think at this point I give the word to Vice Rector Nordlund, please.
Yeah, thank you, Paavo. So yes, it's indeed a great pleasure for me to welcome you to the University of Helsinki at this conference. I was about to start by saying when the university was founded, but since the AI just told you that, I don't need to tell you when we were founded. But I still tell you that we are the largest university in Finland. We have about 8,000 staff, 32,000 students. And we are, of course, also very proud to be the best university in Finland. And we can prove that we are the best by looking at international university rankings, where we are routinely ranked among the top 100 universities in the world, which is, and we are the only university in Finland who are in that category. In our university, we have a strong focus on basic research, and we are very proud of this. But we also, of course, have an extensive set of teaching where we have a strategic choice to make sure that the teaching is also based on the highest level research we are doing. Should I do something else for the sound? Okay, for me it sounds like a strong echo, but apparently you're hearing me. But in line with this strong focus on basic research, we are very happy to host international conferences, and we routinely do this and also support them in many ways from the university side. And in this conference, I'm happy to see that there are very, very high-level speakers, both from our university and abroad. And I'm also personally interested in the topic, but unfortunately, due to the vice rector duties, I won't have much time to listen to the talks. This conference is also a bit special because it's partly arranged due to Academy of Finland profiling action. Well, it's a long story what profiling actions are, but basically it gives us a reason to form really truly multidisciplinary research programs which have been done in this Mind and Matter action led by Paavo Pylkkänen. And there are several peoples and groups who have really been strengthened by this profiling action. I'm sure Paavo will tell a little bit more about this later on. Also, the topic of this conference became earlier this week even more timely than it was. I'm sure all of you saw this funny piece of news of a Google engineer claiming that their artificial intelligence just became sentient. And of course, pretty quickly it became clear that this was not truly the case. But still it illustrates how much the topic is discussed and how even one of the largest companies in the world can go wrong about these things. So it's a really complicated issue, but that's why we need people like you, true experts in the field, looking at the issue of mind and matter consciousness from many interdisciplinary points of view. So, with this small introduction, I once again welcome you to the University of Helsinki and wish you a really good conference. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so I also add just a few words. Let's see if you put on the... Okay, so yes, so thank you very much, Kai, and I'll say something. I was actually part of planning this profiling action when I was working as vice dean, but now I'm back to teaching and research, and And so I'm more like at this point, more like a background figure, but of course then organizing this conference has been a major thing now. But I just show you a picture. This is something that Kai, myself, Martti Vainio, Anna-Mari Ruson, and a few others, with Tuuli Tahko, the coordinator, worked this picture just to illustrate. This was from the application. So of course, many of you know that application is one thing and what actually happens is another thing. But anyway, these were the dreams we had and basically, so it's bringing these three notions of intelligence, consciousness, information together under some research questions. And the TTs means tenure track, so these are the positions. Not all of them were realized. We have actually, for TT15, we have actually 2 researchers, and I will show you soon who there is. But anyway, so this was the idea of bringing these things together. And interestingly, of course, there has been overlap within these fields. Like even, I guess, when computers were developed, then people thought a computer may be a kind of brain. And now, of course, we say the other way around, the brain is a computer. But there's been, if you look at the history, you can see how the different fields, often done separately, actually do interact. And this is just something from the website of the Mind and Matter profiling area, not the conference. And this is how they have a little bit developed these themes now that they've started, the new people and the coordinator. And so it has to do with AI, also social impact, and also the question of something like intelligent consciousness being very important. Also, if we really want to have human-friendly AI technologies, and then finally there's this quantum information science, which is developing, and it's quite a strong area in Finland, which is also represented here. And here I'm just showing the new researchers. They are, we have some full professors, some associate assistants, some researchers, and also research coordinator. And happily, now you will notice that our program is rather tight. And one reason is that when we're going to have the conference 2020 for the first time, these people were not yet hired. And we, of course, already invited a lot of people. But then it turned out we had some cancellations, and we actually managed to get each one of the researchers talk, except for Riikka. She's abroad this week and couldn't unfortunately make it. But everybody else will be here. So you can also see, because of course these are the people who in some ways realize, decide, actualize what will come out of this. I mean, there are others too. I mean, a lot of people are here involved, but still I think they have the main they are really showing the way and defining the field, and so it'll be interesting to hear what they have to say. But anyway, I think when it comes to the logistics, we have lunch today, or possibility of lunch over here, and of course this is downtown, so if people don't like it here, there are other many options very nearby. It's hard to predict how much queue there will be. The lunch break is not terribly long. It's 1 hour and is it 1 hour and 5 minutes? But still, try your best. And for the plenary speakers, I've actually hidden your lunch ticket. You get your lunch for free. There is no free lunch, but this one is. And so you'll find it in your name tag. And the others, you just have to pay, right? But this evening, we will have a poster session from 6 to 8, and this is courtesy of Fetzer Franklin Fund, our funder. And so they will have some salad and wine, and also some non-alcoholic options. So and you're all invited, and this is not the free lunch, but the free light meal, if you like, dinner. Okay, and Saturday is a bit of a special day because we didn't realize that, or they didn't even tell us, but the cafeteria here is closed. So Saturday lunch is going to be a little bit more challenging, but we'll have it here for the speakers ordered, but other people may find other options. But I'm sure places here will be open, but it won't be, you know, I don't know if it's a staff shortage or what, but this is the situation. So, but I think without further mentioning it, I think the question is, of course, here. Thanks to everybody who's been helping. I think Christian Lauritz, I don't know if he's here. He's probably working out there. He's been doing, he's back there. So Christian has been working really hard for this. And our helpers, you will see, they will have a white T-shirt with University Helsinki, and one of is by the door. So you can ask them if you have any questions. And but anyway, so let's get going and let Ron Chrisley start, please. Thank you very much.
So, is there a mic I could wear instead of having to hold this? Because I'm going to have my hands.
I just say that the session will be chaired by Marilu from Pisa.
You're supposed to say 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, I've never put one of these on, but it should be obvious.
Okay, later on is starting
Okay, hello? Yeah, okay.
give a short presentation. Yeah, so good morning. So while Ron is setting, okay, you're ready. The title is there. Ron Chrisley is from the University of Sussex. He's an expert of everything about machine learning and expectation-based models of experiential content, machine consciousness, and many other things. And today, as we see from the first slide, he will talk us about AI alchemy, the limitations and promise of large language models. The floor is yours.
Thank you. And thanks to Paavo, and thanks to the Vice Rector, and everyone else who's made it possible for me to be here today. Thanks for coming. Yeah, I mean, thanks for making me welcome, both the Vice Rector and Paavo. Not just welcome in the normal sense, but also intellectually welcome, because both of you mentioned AI quite a bit in your introductory remarks. And in fact, I thought going first, I wouldn't be scooped, but no, the Vice Rector is so up to date on AI that he even beat me to mentioning this Google ex-employee, or this Google employee, this Google engineer, Lemoyne, or however you pronounce his name, who thinks that his the Lambda program is sentient. But so I'm not the first one to mention, but I will mention him in passing. And thanks for that introduction as well about very generous remarks about my career. But you are coming, well, I'm giving this talk at a juncture in my career. So a few years ago, I actually pivoted, as they say in Silicon Valley. I changed the direction of my career quite a bit, still retaining an interest in computing, AI, and the mind, but moving towards a more practical methodology. So I've actually been on leave from the University of Sussex for several years. I will be on leave for several more years because I've co-founded a company in Silicon Valley, an AI company, and therefore this talk is unlike probably any other, well, certainly, for instance, Paavo I've known him since the 80s, right? So he's known me all my entire academic career. But I'm going to be giving a talk that's pretty unlike all the other talks I've ever given, because usually I would give a philosophy talk. I give arguments, for example, or conceptual analyses, or I might present some empirical studies about how humans process unconscious stimuli, for example. But today it's going to be kind of a report from the front lines in Silicon Valley about what's happening there, how people are misunderstanding the technology there, how the practitioners are misunderstanding the technology, and what might be just around the corner. So that's what I'm talking about today. No philosophy really in sight, although I'll be happy to talk about the philosophical issues in the discussion section, if I leave time for any, which I'm going to try to set should have set my stopwatch earlier. But. Okay, so with that by way of introduction, I'm going to skip over this section quickly because I hope, as a member of, as an informed lay people, you are already very well aware of the reports about the impressive feats of recent AI models. And in particular, you might be aware of what are called large language models, but you might not know them by that name. You might have heard of GPT-3, which is an example of a large language model. And large language models, I can't give a tutorial here, but what I will just say, all they do is they, in general, collect statistics about what words have followed what other words in all the text that's been produced largely on the internet up until, say, 2018, whenever you collected the data set. For instance, GPT-3, I think, was 2019, 2018, something like that, where that's when the data set was collected. So it turns out that if you just try to predict what words are going to follow which words, and you're corrected when you make an incorrect prediction, that model that you create, that kind of computational structure you build, or that the AI system builds in order to do that predictive text, that prediction task, can be used to generate text according to the same probabilities. And so it can generate text that seems like it's being generated by a person because it's respecting the same statistics that were exhibited on the internet when the data was collected. So a lot of people have been, actually, you know, I didn't think I was going to do this, and this is probably very dangerous. As an experienced presenter, I know that if you try to give a demo, you're almost certainly going to fail, and especially if you haven't planned it. But when I was asked, are you going to use any sound today? I thought, no, but then I thought, well, actually I could just, to this slide that I just showed you about the impressive feats of these large language models, I thought, well, I could just give an example of what I've been playing around with as part of my work at 10x. So I'm going to try to do this now. What I'm going to do is not, I'm going to interact with one of these virtual assistants. And so it's going to be very similar to your experience that you've had with using Siri, Cortana, Alexa, any of these, or Google Voice, any of these assistants. It's just that it has, maybe you'll see that there's some things that I do here that are just a little bit more sophisticated than what you've been able to do probably with those assistants. So let me just see if this is going to work. I'll see if I can give a demo now. Okay. When was the University of Helsinki founded? Question mark.
Unknown.
Okay, right, great. See, that doesn't work. Let me try it again. Okay. I'm going to quit and launch it again. This should work. He says. When was the University of Helsinki founded? Question mark. Okay, so it's not working.
Unknown.
So it probably has something to do with the fact that we changed the sound to be. I thought I got it to work. I'll try one more time. If I can't get it to work, then I'm not seeing the prompt on my screen for it. When was the University of Helsinki founded? Question mark. No.
Unknown.
It's not listening to me. I will do one more thing and just change my input to be right, my own microphone. Oh, it's already on microphone. Okay, I give up. So what I was going to demonstrate to you was, and I tried it from my seat and it worked, was that you can now ask these agents questions and use pronouns. Like I could say, when was the University of Helsinki founded? And it would say, and then it'd say, and how many students does it have? And it would know that I'm talking about the University of Helsinki, because it would have the context of the most recent part of the conversation, and it would have, from learning this large language model of how we use language, it will realize that the it probably refers to the University of Helsinki, as opposed to something else that might have been mentioned in our recent dialogue. And I could continue to do that. I could say, and who founded it? And I did at my seat, and it said it was founded by Queen Christina of Sweden, or I believe that was, yeah, it said, oh, I don't even have the trace now. So, sorry, I can't even read out what it said before. What I'm emphasizing here is that you've heard about these language models that are, because it's able to predict text, it's able to behave as if it is, that's all right, that's just me. It's able to behave as if it's generating language, as if it's intelligent, and you have people who draw the wrong conclusions from that, or so I'll claim. Another example, before I get to those claims, let me just give you another famous example. You might have seen DALL-E 2, which is a different kind of model. It's not a large language model in the sense I just mentioned, which takes text in and gives text out. This rather takes text in. For instance, it might take in text an astronaut, a photorealistic image of an astronaut riding a horse. And then, based on that text, it generates several images that it deems would depict that, or are appropriate for that text. So it generates these types of images. And I assume that many of you, if not all of you, have seen these kinds of systems, these text-to-image generation systems, of which DALL-E 2 is the most famous, but not the only one. You've seen them in the newspapers or on your favorite website or whatever. So some people have been prompted to declare that AGI is either here or very close. So somebody who says that it's very close is the head of research for DeepMind, one of the main actors in this field. They have their own text-to-image generator called Gato, very similar to DALL-E 2 that I showed you a picture from before. DALL-E 2 is made by the company OpenAI, which also makes the model GPT-3, the large language model. And here's a quote from him, or a tweet from him. He's criticizing someone's criticism of these models, and instead he says, look, basically AGI is here. He says, the game is over. We don't need any big intellectual breakthroughs to achieve AGI. Now all we need is just scale. And for him and the people who use these models in this narrow way, that means scaling means more data and more parameters. So larger models, more units in these models and connections between these units in order to process the data. And just you'll have to do some extra things, make them safe, make them efficient, because when you have a bigger scale, things slow down. But if we can just, scale it up, have that extra data, have those extra parameters, and not sacrifice efficiency too much, and we can think about how to make them safe, then basically we've already cracked it. AGI is just around the corner. And so actually I should mention, this is where Blake Lemoine comes in. So here's an extreme view, a Google engineer who is interacting with their large language model, Lambda. And maybe you saw in the press recently that he concluded that this model was sentient. And you see here that he actually thinks that when he has a discussion with Lambda, it's a discussion with a coworker. It is not a discussion, just using a piece of technology. So if you remember anything from this talk, remember that I disagree with him completely, and I think probably everybody in this room probably shares a resistance to that extreme view. And I think you're right, obviously, I'm in that camp. I think you're right to resist that view. But on the other hand, let's see what the critics say. So critics, there are a lot of critics about, these are easy targets, especially with someone like Lemoine saying, it's sentient. It's very easy to show that Lemoine's wrong, that these models fail to do some very basic things that we would expect of a good natural language processing technology, let alone something that's intelligent or even sentient. So Gary Marcus has been quite active in this area, poking holes in the abilities of large language models and other models like the text-to-image generating systems I showed you, examples of DALL-E and Gato, but also some people who are maybe a little more balanced in their assessment, but still negative, like Melanie Mitchell, who's written a book recently on why these models aren't doing what some of their most ardent protagonists claim they're doing. They lack some basic understandings. And I can't go over those details. I think it's been well documented, so if you want to see how these things fail, and I don't just mean technologically, like you saw me fail earlier, but I mean not give the right answers or give, you ask, you can ask these models questions about dogs, and they'll answer the questions about dogs and converse about dogs that's in a very believable way for a while, and you might be tempted to think, wow, it understands what dogs are. And then you say something like, how many eyes does a dog have? And it'll say 5 or something like that. So it just shows that all it's doing is generating text based on statistics of observed text. And that's not how we, at least not always, how we answer a question, right? We answer a question based on some deep understanding or understanding of what we're discussing. Although the statistics might shape us. We might say something like, somebody says, hi, and you might say, how's it going? Because that's statistically a very common thing to say when somebody says hi to you. So in some cases, yeah, we probably do have the statistics shape what our replies are. But when it comes down to it, and I have to answer a factual question about how many eyes a dog has, I don't just rely on looking at all the times eyes and dogs have been mentioned in any sentences I've heard, and then coming up with a probability estimate about what word to say next. So I think the critics are right. There is a gap. There's a big gap between what can be done by these systems now and human intelligence, certainly. There's also a big gap between what these systems could be scaled to do in the foreseeable future by adding more data and adding more parameters, and human level intelligence. So I don't think AGI is right around the corner. If you're going to fill that gap, if that's ever going to happen, then it won't be filled or crossed by just adding more data and more parameters. But if I stopped there, and I think a lot of people do, I think I would be misleading you as to what the situation is right now. Because I think, well, in order to explain why I think that would be misleading, I'm going to ask you to reframe the gap, or I'm going to reframe the gap for you. So there's still a gap, but let's look at it from a different perspective in 2 different ways. So yes, there's a big gap, but that means there is a lot of potential for AI to be improved and yet still fall short of artificial general intelligence, which is what I've been referring to every time I've said AGI up until now. Sorry if I didn't make that clear. So what I want you to do is stop focusing on human-level intelligence, human-level functionality. I'm not really here talking about questions like phenomenal consciousness or consciousness at all. I'm just talking about the functionality, the things humans can do. So stop focusing on our considerable impressive abilities, the ones we have by virtue of understanding the world. But instead think about all the capabilities that are less than that are more than what AI systems can do now. So I'm trying to draw your attention to the fact that there's a lot of interesting territory there. So think about this old metaphor. I think Hubert Dreyfus used it back in the 60s when he was criticizing what computers couldn't do and what he thought computers would never be able to do. He said, you're trying to program a computer to to be intelligent is like trying to climb a tree in order to get to the moon, is that it might give the illusion of progress because you can do some very simple things and they look like they're the kinds of things that would get you to human intelligence, but really there's a fundamental limit to what you can get to by using computers, he said, and that will stop you from ever being able to get to human intelligence. Now, I disagree with him about that. I don't think that there is a fundamental reason why AI couldn't achieve even the heights of human intelligence. But the reason why I'm mentioning that old metaphor is that in a sense, he's right if you translate it to the current situation. Using the techniques of AI that we have today, these large language models based on what's called deep learning, the basic architectures that we have now, even the ones covered in, even the most sophisticated ones like DALL-E 2 and GPT-3, I think trying to get to human level intelligence, it might, by just using those and scaling them up, might be very similar to trying to climb a tree to get to the moon. If you think about if the moon is human level intelligence. But what I want to point out is that the tree might be very high, and climbing a tree might be very transformative. You might be able to reach fruits you couldn't reach before. You might able to reach a plateau you couldn't get to before, which has lots of, I'm really belaboring this metaphor, it has lots of fresh game and water sources that you couldn't get to before. So there are all kinds of reasons why climbing the tree might be worthwhile or at least transformative, even if it doesn't get you to the moon. And that's what I want to do by reframing the gap in this first way. I want to basically point out that even if the techniques we have now are limited and can't even get you up the tree very far, nevertheless, I think there are technologies right around the corner, and I'll explain why I think they're just around the corner, why it's not just mere speculation, that will nevertheless completely transform the kinds of things, the kinds of functionalities we can do with AI now, even if it's still less than human level intelligence, even if it's not AGI. So I've got this prediction here. I hope I won't be embarrassed by it, but if I'm going to make a prediction from the coalface, is this. In the next 5 years, there will be substantial advances in AI that, although they will not be sufficient for AGI by a long shot, and pace folk like Lemoyne, they will constitute a radical increase in AI functionality that will, again, prompt a technology-driven transformation of society. So it might not be the things that we're expecting. So it might not be robot butlers. It might not even be self-driving cars, as we've seen that's been stuttering a bit or spluttering along, not quite here in a very practical sense. It might be things that we don't yet anticipate, but I think we have good reason to believe that there are technologies that aren't mere scaling up, aren't just adding more data and more parameters to the current models, that are nevertheless pretty much available now or could be built now or will be built in the next few years that promise to be radical steps forward. And the second way I want to reframe the gap is I've already said this in a way, deep learning won't get us to this transformation. So scaling up isn't sufficient. So why do I think that this is on the doorstep, around the corner, whatever metaphor you want to use, even though I don't think it's achievable by just adding more data or parameters to current large language models and text-to-image models? Well, because it looks like these four things are being done now, can be done, there's a combination of are being done now, could be done very soon, and some of them just involve combining what already exists. And that's why, and it seems to me the capabilities that would be added through these four types of modifications or elaborations of AI systems, it seems to me that we cannot quantify yet what kinds of impacts, what kinds of functionalities will be added by doing this. So I'll just go through these four rather quickly. Yes, large language models or text image models or traditional, models that go from image to text, that classify an image and say, oh, yeah, that's a picture of some fruit in the marketplace. Those models probably will play a big role as parts of an AI system that I'm talking about that has substantial capabilities. But they will be related to each other through some kind of core abilities that an AI system acquires by interacting with its own environment. One of the big limitations of these models that I've mentioned so far is that they're dealing with data that has nothing to do with them. It's data that we generated, and that data only has significance to us. And so these things are mere reckoners, to use a phrase that, or a concept that Brian Cantwell-Smith uses in his book, The Promise of Artificial Intelligence, from, I think it's 2019. He contrasts what we do, which is exercise judgment, or at least in the best cases, we exercise judgment. He contrasts that with mere reckoning, which is what the AI systems we have and will have for the near future, what they do, which is manipulate things that mean something for somebody else, that mean something for us, but don't mean anything for them. If you instead have an AI system that is trying to predict the inputs that it will get based on its own actions, and also connect that up to a reinforcement learning system that rewards or punishes that AI system depending upon what effects those actions have in the real world. Not just whether it gets a classification task right or wrong, but whether or not the action actually furthers its survival, or does it enable the AI system to have more memory or have more energy, or does it enable it to defend itself in some way? If you have that added to these other models, then you're starting to have something that is notably different from what we have now, something that has representations that are grounded in its own activity, not in the activity of others. Another important feature will be the adding long-term episodic memory. Right now, these large language models, all their training is about data that was, as I stressed in my opening remarks, that was collected before, say, 2018, 2019, in the case of GPT-3. Anything that's happened after that, it can't know anything about, because it's just a model based on how language was used up to that point. Now, you can tell it things when you interact with it. You can tell it that, for instance, who the current president of the United States is. And it will remember that for that discussion, for a few rounds of iteration. You could tell it that the current president of the United States is Joe Biden, and then you could ask it who's the president of the United States, and it'll say Joe Biden. But there's only so much that ability that it has right now to remember new facts is only in its what you might call a working memory. And that's limited to just a few thousand words or concepts or something like that. And eventually, if you interact with it enough, it will not be able to remember that at the price of adding the new things. So if we can give it a long-term memory, allow it to acquire new facts, and not have to learn them in the way that you train a large language model, but store those new facts in a more traditional way, like in a database or in some kind of memory that it can access during its lifetime, then that will be a game changer. It won't just be answering questions based on statistics of language as it was used years ago. It'll be able to remember facts and use those facts in communicating with this. So how many minutes do I have left? No minutes.
You have 3 minutes.
3, okay, so I haven't left any time for discussion, I'm sorry. So what I'll do is say the last point is one that I wanted to stress, so I'll just jump to that and give you some examples and then close with that. So finally, the one that I'd like to illustrate here is this idea that you can take the models that we have already and chain them together in order to achieve functionalities that previously we thought computer systems couldn't have, or we haven't had it so far. For instance, the ability to solve problems through using imagery. So large language models take text in and give text out. Text to image models take text in, but give an image out. And image to text models take images in and give text out. If you hook these up together, then you can perform imagistic reasoning. So if I ask you to imagine the letter D and rotate it counterclockwise 90 degrees, and then imagine it on top of the capital letter J, some of you might be able to, if I ask you what kind of object are you now imaging, you might be able to.
You got still 16 minutes, including discussions, or is it?
Oh, okay, thank you. So if you do that, and imagine that rotated D on top of the capital letter J, and I ask you, now, can you recognize any kind of common pattern in what you're imagining? Now, does anybody have an answer? Take capital letter D, rotate it counterclockwise 90 degrees, and put it on top of a capital letter J. Great, that's the right answer. That means you have imagistic reasoning. That is something that a pure language model couldn't answer unless that language was in that actual interaction was in the training set. But it couldn't just infer it from what it's learned about the words, when to use the word D, when to use the word J, etc. So could a daisy-chained large language model with a text-to-image model, with image-to-text model, could that actually solve that, be able to give the right answer in that situation? So I would say to the large language model, the same kind of thing. It would then take that language, send it out to an image generator. The image generator would generate an image of a D rotated counterclockwise 90 degrees with a letter J underneath it. It would then take that as input to a computer standard classification, computer vision classifier, and it would say, oh, that's an umbrella. And so it would be able to answer the question using roughly the same kind of process that we would be using. I'm not saying it has imagery. I'm not saying it's a mind. I'm just saying it's going through the information it's using to solve the problem involves the actual appearance of the visual appearance of the D and the J, not just statistics about how language is used. But at least now we're not there yet. So here are some examples of the output of some models that are available on the web for you to use. I can give you the names of the models if you want later, but a couple models here where I asked them to generate an image. I just said the letter D rotated counterclockwise by 90 degrees on top of the letter J, and it couldn't handle it. I'm basing this idea on a classic paper by Finke, Pinker, and Marta Farah from 1989, where they studied humans' abilities to do this, and people can do this. So they had some other standard tasks from that paper. One was, I need my glasses here, a number 7 whose diagonal has been made vertical, and where the vertical line has been moved down to its middle, I think. So it's supposed to be a plus sign. So you take the 7, make this vertical, and then you move it to the middle and move that down. So I think it's supposed to make a cross. But this is what DALL-E Mini was able to do, which was nothing close. So even though this idea of an imagistic reasoner might be around the corner, it needs work. It's not something that you can do off the shelf yet. Here's some more examples of, so I wanted something simpler. I thought, well, what about, there's no answer here that's correct, so I'm not spoiling it for you. What about an upside down letter V with a crossbar in the middle? What shape is that? Anybody? A, capital letter A, correct. So this is what these systems, the only one that came maybe close was this one, almost got it. If that bar had been down in the middle, it was in the middle this way, so if I had made it more clear that maybe it should be in the middle, both dimensions, then maybe it would have generated a capital letter A, and if I'd sent it off to an image recognition system, it would have said, that's an A, and it would have got the right answer. So we might be close. Now, one thing about this kind of reason why I chose this capacity to look at and to show that maybe it's going to be something that we could have in just, maybe we could have it now, maybe we could have it in a year, is that one of the participants in this meeting, I think he's going to make a virtual appearance. Is that right? Roger Penrose is going to give a virtual talk? Yeah. Great. So I have sparred with Sir Roger a few times and told him why I don't think his diagonalization argument against AI works. But in recent years when I've done that, he said, well, I don't really think that's the reason why AI can never achieve our abilities anymore. That's not his main argument anymore. And he's really an interesting person in this area because most of the people who criticize AI from a philosophical perspective, they say, yeah, you can get AI to behave like us, it just won't be conscious or it won't have a mind. But Penrose is more interesting because he thinks AI systems can't even behave like they can't even have the functionalities we do. And he thinks that it has something to do with imagery. So he gives an example of a chess problem that requires one to see that the pieces form a pawn wall so that you can know that there's no possible solution for one of the sides. You don't have to try a million different moves. You can just see there's no way this pawn wall, the opponent, can be broken, so therefore there's no way to promote your pawn to become a usable piece. So we can see if you know the rules of chess and you're capable of imagining that situation, you can make the conclusion in one step that there's no solution for one of the players. And he also has, obviously, his work on Penrose tiling and his work on knots and things like that. They all involve imagery and the ability of us to imagine and use visual imagery in order to solve problems that he thinks a computer could never do, a digital computer could never do. And similar criticisms have been have been made recently by my collaborator Aaron Sloman, thinking that the kinds of intuitions we have and the ways that the ancients made geometrical proofs involved spatial intuitions that one can't have just if one is a text processor. And I agree, but I'm claiming here that maybe we can make AI systems more than mere symbol manipulators, but they could actually combine that symbol manipulation with grounded image processing to give them a new, we might call it sui generis reasoning capability. I thought when I was doing those studies about what could be done with imagery, I thought, well, I made an assumption at the outset. I just assumed that GPT-3 wouldn't be able to do, and I just said it again, wouldn't be able to do that imaging, solve that imaging task, because how could it? It can't imagine anything. So I actually said, I better check that and see what the baseline performance is. How would a large language model do on that kind of task? And I don't know if you can see it here, so I'll read it out to you. I just gave a prompt to GPT-3 of an example of one of these problems being solved correctly that didn't have anything to do with V's and A's, right? And then at the bottom half here is when I'm actually interacting with GPT-3. And again, you can't read it, but the lines in green are GPT-3's responses to me. So I say, let's start over. Imagine the letter V. And it says, okay, I'm imagining the letter V. And I say, now imagine that upside down. Okay, I'm imagining the letter V upside down. Now add a crossbar to the middle of the figure you are imagining. Okay, I'm now imagining the letter V with a crossbar in the middle. Great, I say. Can you detect a common pattern in the mental image you have constructed? And it says, I can see a pattern that looks like a capital letter A. And when that happened, I got out of my chair and started, my world was, wait, what's going on here? What's going on here? But then I calmed down and realized, okay, wait, that's probably an example that has appeared somewhere on the internet or something very similar to it. And so I gave it some more of the problems from the Finke, Pinker, and Farah paper, and it failed. And I gave it the clear near the umbrella task, and it clearly failed on that too. So, and the ways that it failed showed that it had no idea what the figure looked like. I don't think I have an example on here, but I would give it a problem, very, like, imagine it's similar to this one, and then I say, what figure can you see? And it says, oh, I see the shape of a plus sign, which has, there was one problem that only involved a circle, and it said there was a plus sign. So it's clearly not really understanding it visually at all. Yeah, there it is. So I won't go through it, but it involves imagining a circle next to a line, and it says, oh, I can see a pattern that looks like an upside down capital letter A. And then I asked it, well, why do you say you can see an A? There's nothing like an A in that picture image, and it just says, I can see it because it looks like it. So it couldn't give any justification for its incorrect response. So that's where I'd like to leave you. I'm happy to discuss the more philosophical issues of these topics if we have any time left. Thank you.
So thank you to Ron for this very inspiring talk. Are there questions, comments? Please. Are you okay?
Thank you for the excellent lecture.
Just one moment, please. We are bringing you a microphone.
No, it's okay. I have a good point.
Okay.
I have to check a little bit. So we are now in the point of making internal representations, sort of.
Sure. Yeah, I think computers have had those for a long time, but it's what kind of internal representations? Yeah.
So I'm just checking the ground.
Yeah, that's sure.
So in self-referencing processing, how to avoid endless loops? How to construct parameters that is time to stop?
Would you mind talking in the microphone because this is streamed?
Okay. So I get to YouTube. Thank you. So.
Yeah, so one of your questions was how to avoid...
In self-referencing processing, how to avoid endless loops, how to construct parameters that is time to stop.
Can I address that before your next question? So you're right, that's for a purely formal system, it would just go on forever until it runs out of power or whatever, right? So the thing, there was a joke about, why did the computer scientist die in the shower? Well, they found in his hand the shampoo bottle that said, lather, rinse, repeat. And so the thing is, computers are like that. They will just, if they're purely rule-based, then they will just follow that rule forever until the machine runs out of energy or whatever, or somebody turns it off. So a real system that's not going to have that problem has to be something more than a formal system. It has to be an embodied system that has purposes and goals, and it must be aware of its need to have energy. And so it'll realize after a while, maybe I should stop doing this because I'm expending a lot of energy and I'm not actually getting anything out of it. So I better, what was the point? Why was I running that process over and over for anyway? So if it has an ability to monitor itself and monitor its energy usage, and then plausibly it could stop running a rule. So rules are something that are acquired later on top of a basic machine that operates more along the lines of what needs to be done in order to survive.
That could be the key to the next step of metacognitive skills. And it's a real great question for us philosophers.
Sorry, the echo is so bad I could barely... So could you repeat that?
I mean, that could be the key to metacognitive processes if we knew how to assess it. And I think that the AI would need a sort of teachers to evaluate the feedback on success.
Right. So the question of whether this is something that could be discovered by a system on its own, or whether it needs to be, that metacognitive ability needs to be built in, is something that I'm interested in taking whatever shortcuts available. So if we don't want to wait around for a system to discover metacognitive abilities, then I'm all for just building it so that it has the metacognitive abilities. But I am also aware that sometimes when you try to build in something that way, it's naive. Like you think, I'm gonna give this thing the ability to represent. I named this symbol tree, so now it has the ability to represent trees, right? No, it doesn't work that way. So similarly, oh, I've given this symbol the name self, so obviously that's its metacognitive representation of itself, right? No, it doesn't work that way. You have to make sure that the thing you build has the properties of a metacognitive system. But thanks for those comments.
The teacher's profession is not dying out.
No, it isn't. No, you'll need teachers for these systems. Yeah.
Okay, thanks a lot. Second question.
Thank you for the interesting talk. I wondered if any of these systems have been used to solve purely practical problems, for example, diagnosing medical problems that somebody might have, or legal problems, perhaps.
Yes, that's a very active area, maybe even one of the largest funded areas in AI research is their application to healthcare, because obviously it's something that we value immensely. And I can't summarize the results here, but I can say, yes, there are models that do better than humans at diagnosis. There are robotic surgeons that do better than human surgeons in some situations. There's a whole range. There are some systems that are in a more advisory role to human physicians. So I can't hope to summarize all that here, but it's an active area where systems are actually being used, and you're getting better outcomes than if you didn't have them.
Thank you. Can I just also ask, can two of these different systems just talk to each other? Can they ask each other questions?
Yes, that's one of the things I think that will give us a synergistic effect if we allow them. I don't think they're really asking questions because they aren't subjects, they aren't agents, but just sending the text that looks like a question to us to this other system, which is prepared to do something as a result of that question, will mean that it will behave in an interesting way, even if there's no there, even if there's no real person there. Nevertheless, the behavior of that system will be interpretable will provide some functionality that systems can't yet do. So.
Okay, thank you. It's time to move on. We can, just in case, keep going with the discussion during the coffee break. And it is a pleasure to introduce now one of the scientists of this beautiful place that is hosting us. And are you ready for... So, Hannu Toivonen from the Computer Science Department of the University of Helsinki, who will be talking to us about why don't airplanes fly south for the winter, and subtitles, even more interesting, Ruminations on computational versus human creativity. Hannu is one of the leading experts in data mining and computational creativity, and so we are eager to hear from this keynote. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Paavo, and all the organizers for the invitation. It's great to be here, and I immensely enjoyed the talk by Ron, and looking forward to the other talks in the program in this conference. So I'm a computer scientist who got interested in creativity, in how to make computers act in creative ways, also sort of looking at the more philosophical issues of what could it actually mean for a computer to be creative. And today I'll try to give you a bit of an overview or introduction into the field of computational creativity and how we see things in that field. A bit of my background, the research group I'm leading is called Discovery Group. Here are a couple of examples of the more creative things we've done recently with computers. One of the most recent one is a radio play, Paradise Family. It's in Finnish. It was done in collaboration with the Finnish broadcasting company, Yle. So the Finnish-speaking people here can look it up from Yle Areena and listen to it. It's a radio play written partially by the computer and then produced by the Finnish broadcasting company. It's pretty Dadaistic, as you might expect. And then there's been a lot of other things related to visual creativity, to linguistic creativity, like poetry, rap, generation of music, and so on, and so on. some of the examples can be found from the web pages. The nice thing here is that actually in almost all of these cases, we've been collaborating with artists, not just trying to make the computer do something that looks creative, but rather looking at the creative process that involves both humans and computers. The idea of a creative computer is obviously not a new one, so let me entertain you just briefly by playing, if the sound works, a clip. A music composed or produced by a computer program made by Alan Turing. You might have recognized him, the father of computer science. This actually dates back to the early 50s, earlier than the first publicly known composition by a computer. So this is the composition. Let's do some quick voting. Who thinks it was nice? Who liked it? Who thinks it was creative? People are very careful now, and I can see why. The idea of mechanistic creativity is of course, even much, much older. We know all the stories from ancient history. And the oldest known algorithm for composing music is actually 1,000 years old. So the key question here is, can computers be creative? And there are many views to this, and let me say right now, first of all, I think the question is not a binary one. The question is posed in a wrong way. It's not a yes or no question. The question should be, in what respects, in what ways, in what manners could computers be creative and support humans in being more creative? The part of the trouble in seeing computers as potentially being creative, like in the case of the song I just played, could relate to the fact that there's the romantic view to creativity, where creativity somehow just bubbles up from irrational, unconscious activities. It's the artist has the inspiration and then comes up with something, while the rational view is that it's actually very much a conscious, deliberate, intelligent process. And scientists looking at this obviously agree on the rational view because they want to find the rational reasons, but the public often falls back to the more romantic view and has trouble seeing computers as potentially creative. It's also obvious that computers lack many of the human characteristics that are inherently associated with creativity as we understand it, like having motivation to create, an inner need, maybe wanting to express something, communicate something. So here's an overview of the human creative process as it's often been shown. Starting from the top, there's the preparation phase where you acquire knowledge of the domain in which you want to be creative or will be creative. You learn the concepts and theories and previous work. Then next, to the right, then is the incubation phase, which is unconscious. That's when lots of processing takes place. For instance, your mind trying out different associations between things, filtering those, and then some of them come up as the insight, the aha moment, when you see that, okay, this could be the creative thing, and then there's the verification step where you actually look into the idea. Excuse me. Look into the idea, you evaluate it, you elaborate it, and so on. And all this goes on in a cycle, so it's not one major discovery, major invention you make, but rather a series of small steps, and much of it is conscious. In the incubation phase, I said something that goes on there in the mental processes is association between various things, and your mind trying out these. So let me here jump to what computers can do and to highlight some of the perhaps obvious differences in creativity between humans and computers. Mednick developed the remote associates test to test humans for their creative capabilities. And here's an example of one such a test. So the question, what single word, can you think of a single word which is related to all these three words? Coin, quick, and spoon. Anyone? Silver, yes. As in silver coin, quicksilver, silver spoon. So this measures the ability to discover relationships between remotely associated concepts. It may be a controversial psychometric test nowadays for creativity, but it has been found to correlate with IQ and originality in brainstorming. So next, obviously, as a computer scientist, what we did was to write a small program to solve these tests. Without going into any details, we didn't even use any language models. We simply took a large corpus, counted bigrams, that is just counts of consecutive words in the text. And then given the three keywords, we then looked for, or had the algorithm look for the word which tends to occur close or next to the given words. And the performance that the computer gets with this extreme simple algorithm is 54% compared over to the human performance of 50%. And just with simple small tricks, we can make a computer perform much, much better. I'm of course not claiming here that the computer is more creative than the human. I'm trying to highlight the fact that some of the tasks that are related to human creativity can actually be much easier for computers. They are very efficient in storing and using lots of data, searching it, selection, combining, trying out lots of combinations, evaluating them, not the way that humans do, but in some way, and for this simple task in a useful way. And this fact that computers and humans clearly have different strengths and weaknesses motivates also interaction between, or collaboration between humans and computers. Here's the maybe more modern view of creativity as a socio-cultural phenomenon. So instead of looking at the creative individual, it's really often seen more as, creativity is seen more as a property of a society. The individual in the bottom right corner is a member of a society from which it learns, from which it gets feedback, with whom it interacts. The society also acts as a gatekeeper, deciding what's actually considered creative. And then there's the domain and the culture, storing what's been done in the field. So really, I guess I'll be repeating myself, but collaboration between computers and humans in the field of creativity is the interesting thing. And like I said already, practically all of these examples that I gave before that we've been working on are actually based on collaboration between humans and computers. But to make computers maximally useful for creative collaboration, it would be creative, they would be creative in one way or another themselves, so they could be more helpful in the process. So, can computers be creative? That depends, of course, on what we mean by creativity. There are lots of definitions, but the kind of standard definition, sorry for the bad contrast, the standard definition says that creativity is the ability to come up with ideas or artifacts that are novel and appropriate. So 2 key criteria, something novel and appropriate for whatever purpose it's being produced for. The good news, of course, from the computer scientist's point of view is that by this definition, computers can be creative when they manage to produce things that are novel and appropriate. It doesn't have to be the same way that it's being produced as humans do, but if they match this criteria, then you can claim that the computer program was creative. But then again, as a computer scientist, that's not enough for me because that test would be way too easy to cheat with tricks. So a couple of points against this definition or using this definition as a criteria for computational creativity. The first is that novelty, especially also appropriateness, can occur by chance. You have 10,000 monkeys typing long enough and maybe a sonnet by Shakespeare will come out, but that's not creativity. So just pure randomness is not creative. Too often you hear when a computer makes a mistake, people say, oh, that was creative. That's not creative, that's a mistake or just randomness. Let me skip that. And another point is that often it's the programmer who is actually clever or creative. Maybe the programmer puts lots of his or her creativity into the program, maybe even borrows and steals from creative previous work to present as a computer's own. So the next question is the computer should have a clear role in the production of something. So having just a creative programmer is not enough. A couple of concepts that have been proposed to tackle these things. One is creative autonomy, proposed by Jennings. And he proposes that a system, an AI, has creative autonomy if, first of all, it's able to carry out autonomous evaluation. So unlike the monkeys just typing who don't know what they are doing, the system should have the ability to evaluate how much it likes what it produced without asking somebody else for their opinion. So if the monkeys were able to do this, they were already more creative. And the second criterion is autonomous change. If the system is also able to change its own standards, initiate changes and carry those out, changing its own taste as it lives along, maybe with interaction with others or based on feedback it receives, then again it would be more creative, or it could even be called to have creative autonomy. And then there's a third criteria that says that it shouldn't be completely random, because that would be an easy way to cheat these criteria. So clearly now we are not talking about the outcome, the product of creativity, the novelty and appropriateness, but rather something about the creator. And a useful set of concepts here is, again, something from human psychology, 4 perspectives on creativity, stemming back to 61, Rhodes. So when we talk about creativity, we can ask or consider the creativity of the producer. It could be a person or a computer. We can ask about how creative the process itself is, or in what ways it is creative. There's the product view, which is about, for instance, novelty, appropriateness, surprisingness, and so on. And then there's the press perspective, the environment in which it's done, how the environment receives it and how the environment has affected it. So clearly the autonomy is more about properties of the producer, perhaps also the process, how they are able to be creative, not just if the output is creative. And as a computer scientist looking at AI, I'd like to add one more to this list, which is the programmer. Often the programmer is very creative and puts lots of creativity, not only into the program, but also actually to the outputs. It's on the top, not because it's the most important, it's just to sort of follow the sequence of things, the programmer making the producer who runs the process to produce a product and so on. Another view is looking at the producer, a computational one. These are properties we could ask if a creative system has. Is the system in some sense aware of the artifacts that it's creating? Does it know what it's creating? Is it aware of how it's doing it? Is it aware what it's aiming for and why? Is it aware of who is it interacting with and how to improve that interaction? Is it aware of time going on? And not only being aware of this, but ideally also being able to self-modify its behaviors. So if it's able to modify its own goal, then it has creative autonomy as defined by Jennings, but it might also be able to modify its own generation methods, allowing it to produce something it was not able to produce before. One more set of concepts to analyze computationally creative agents is the phase model by Colton and others. They looked at 4 different topics of creative acts. There's maybe an underlying concept that somebody first creates. Then expressions of that concept are created. They are evaluated by some aesthetics. And then the results, or maybe the process, is presented. That's the framing part. And with a phase model, you can, again, analyze a system and look at these 4 types of acts and try to analyze who or what is generating the concept. In many of my examples, we, as the programmers, actually generated the concept, not the computer. And then the computer was charged more with the generation of expressions of those concepts. So you can use these 4 views to analyze that, and then go also to a meta level, not only asking who generated the expression, but you can also ask who generated the method that was used to generate the expression. And the higher you can climb up in this meta mountain, the more creative you can claim your program is. So if we had lots and lots of time, we could take a look at some of the examples we worked in my group and try to analyze them with the concepts I gave you before. Where is the creativity in each of these? How much is it in the programmer, in the program, the process, or in the final artifact? Is the system aware of what it's doing, how it's doing it, where it's aiming at, how it's interacting, and so on? And who generated all the concepts, expression, aesthetics, and framing? The idea of using computers to support creativity could fall into 4 different categories, starting from the computer acting as a nanny, sort of keeping track of time and helping manage things, all the way to the 4th point here, having the computer as a colleague, where the computer actually could have some creative capabilities that complement what the user is able to do and can help the user be more creative. So getting very practical here, how can computers enhance human creativity? It's great we had the talk by Ron, all the examples about large language models and text-to-image engines. One way of viewing this is that search engines such as Google, they help us retrieve facts. They kind of extend our cognitive capabilities in that sense. But now you can use these large language models, for instance, GPT-3, to actually produce ideas. And this could be seen as extending our creative capabilities. If you are a student working on your essay and you didn't study maybe your materials too well, or even if you did, a large language model can be a great help for you to identify what to write, different viewpoints, or make sure you cover different aspects. As a researcher, you might even use something like that to sort of maybe produce ideas, not to mention if you are a creative fiction writer. So I see lots of potential there in using these to enhance human creativity. To wrap up more or less, let me just tell you that computers can be creative in different ways. They can be creative by generating new ideas, finding new solutions to problems, discovering new patterns in data, generating new forms of art, composing music, writing poetry, writing stories, writing software, or creating this slide. So just to prove the fact that I just made, this slide is actually created by an AI. GPT-3 was used to generate the content, and then Microsoft PowerPoint, whatever intelligent design, produced the layout for this slide. So I'd like to thank all my co-authors and collaborators. There's been many of them. It's been a pleasure working with them, and I'd like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Hannu. We have a few minutes for questions. Please.
It's just a trivial question, but on your slide with the P, 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 and P, press, what did that mean?
Press means the environment. So in two ways, it includes the society in which the work was done. So all the influence that the environment gives to the creator, but then also the environment, the society, perhaps even concretely the press, as those who assess and evaluate or consume the creative artifacts, and who eventually, in the case of art, practically decide what is considered creative and what is not.
So isn't it just a stretch to use the word press instead of environment or
yes,
community looking at it? So yeah. Somebody was searching for a P and they found it.
Probably so, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's why I had my explanation environment behind that to explain how I understand it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Your penultimate slide, where you list your contributors, shouldn't, given the slide before that, shouldn't you put?
Sorry, I have troubles hearing you. Can you?
Your next to your last slide, or next to the last slide, where you listed your collaborators and the contributors to the talk, shouldn't you have put down your computer then? So less facetiously, what's your stand on the problem of authorship? Do you, given the various ways that you said computers could contribute to the creative process. At what point does it cross to a case of where there should be a notion of responsibility or attribution here?
Okay, that's cool. I'm afraid you got me with my trousers in my knees, not acknowledging my computer authors. But I guess that reflects the status or the level of them. So while we are working towards more powerful and more useful creative partners, they are currently not on the level where I would attribute them with authorship. But it's a hard question where to draw the line. Yep.
There is a question down there. No, first this one, and then one more here, and then down there.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. I think that one thing that one should explain first, that what is the creativity? Because I think that example where you say that computer can make new ideas and so on, I think it's much of the question is about the creativity as a programmer. And so my question is that, is there such a system that can be computer system that can be creative, so without getting any feedback from somewhere else, that it has invented something new, meaningful?
Okay, so I guess there are two ways of viewing at this. One is you take a large language model and it does things that are clearly outside the competence or the intention of the programmer in a way. So it acts on its own when it's creating, let's say, writing a new poem. It's doing it on its own. But the other question then is if that is creative, and who decides if that is creative, and that's then the press aspect. So often it's somebody else, and especially with computers, they have great trouble in understanding creativity as we do. So for human consumption, in most cases, there needs to be humans involved in the loop. If it's about problem solving, then like I can imagine intelligent agents or robots living in an environment that is maybe unpredictable, that's not known at design time. They need to make creative decisions, and then they can maybe evaluate those in place. Or the system playing chess or Go, making a creative move, I've been told. It doesn't need to ask somebody because they can evaluate that move in the game itself.
Yes.
Sort of.
Okay. We are running out of time, and while our next speaker comes here, please, really a burning question down there, just while Bert is placing his computer.
Thank you, Mr. Toivonen, for inspiring talk about creativity. And my question is the following. So when we approach the topic about computers being creative, how do we tackle the concept of originality? Do we attribute works as original to the computer, the model, or all the different contexts, even to the device? How do you see it?
I think the originality should be divided by a large number of people involved. So let's take an example. If a large language model produces something creative, maybe some creativity should be attributed to the model, but then a lot should be attributed to the person using it, writing the prompt, persons training the model, building the model, people who wrote the materials that were used for the training. But it's difficult because with humans we don't maybe get that involved with the attributions, but with computers we have much more interest in deciding how much originality can we attribute to the computer.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hannu. And so let us thank our speaker. And we close in this way the first topic session that was indeed about artificial intelligence, and we started the second that is about going from classical to quantum world. And indeed, the first talk will be by Bert Kappen from the Radboud University. Bert works at the interface His work is at the interface between machine learning, computer science, computational biology, control theory, and so today he will tell us what he thinks about why classical physics cannot explain consciousness. So Bert, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Marilu. Thank you, Paavo, for inviting me. Thank you for organizing this wonderful event. So what I'm going to share with you today is a bit of a personal journey. I was trained as a particle physicist. And by the time that I did my PhD in New York, after finishing that, I was a bit of a troubled young man. And I was wondering about who I am, what's going on in this head of mine, what is consciousness, what does it mean to live, and all these kind of things. And, you know, it was one of the reasons that I was studying physics, and I wasn't finding it in particle physics, and it made my move into artificial intelligence. And I want to share with you that journey that I did for the last 30 years. So the talk is I try to convey to you maybe an obvious message that AI and the technology that we see these days is heavily based on concepts of classical physics. And then I would like to, in the second part, I would like to argue how consciousness fails, how this classical physics fails to describe notions of consciousness. And in the last few years, I was pretty much inspired by this book that many of you may know, Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance by Robert Pirsig, where he talks about quality and how it cannot be formalized. So, okay, so let's jump right in. I'll tell you about the concept of classical physics in AI. So I've been working for the last 30 years in a neuroscience institute and doing machine learning, basically. So I have witnessed from the inside the revolution that we have seen in the last decade coming into society, but all the working up to that in the research. And in the neuroscience and in the AI, the question is, how do you get how do you explain certain behavior in terms of a material program? So how do you get from brain to behavior? So here's an image of a cartoon of a part of cortex, and you see the enormous complexity of the spaghetti. And how do you get from this to perception, motor control, decision making, language learning, and memory? And so this modeling effort to get from the really low level neuron level to the behavior is much guided by physics. So let me give you some examples. So here, for instance, dynamical systems. So this is early work from Friedman, where he shows that you have a dynamical system which can have either an attractor here or it can have a limit cycle behavior, and is given by some differential equation. And you can use this to study, for instance, olfaction in rodents. So these are different sniffs, and on top of these sniffs, there are these little patterns coming here, and actually these patterns encode particular odors. And here you see how these models can then be used to identify different odors. So one odor will give over the different cells this kind of very funny pattern, and the other odor will give this pattern. And these oscillations are coming out of bifurcations, are out of instabilities of the model, going from a stable phase where it is here in the low valleys to the unstable phase where it's doing these oscillations. So very sophisticated stuff using dynamical systems to describe some perception tasks. These dynamical systems are also used for self-organization. So here you see an example of cortex where it is observed that the cells in the cortex, they have specific functionality. They have a receptive field that looks out into the world, and it will detect maybe a line, and the line has an orientation. And if you look at nearby cells, they will detect nearby lines. And there is a very, very funny pattern, that these so-called pinholes, where if you go around a circle, you will also go around the orientation of the receptive fields, and there's a very, very intricate topological order. And these all orders, they can be learned by using the self-organizing learning system using dynamical system theory. So dynamical systems play an important role in this kind of modeling. Another example is information theory. So here you see some images of faces, and here you see neural response, and you see that there is neurons in the brain that particularly are active for certain face features, and you can so you can ask yourself, how are these features of these cells? How are they learned? So typically, if you stick electrodes into a cell, you get some firing pattern, and you can ask yourself, what is the stimulus that is optimally tuned for this particular cell, makes this cell fire the hardest as possible? And the answer is what is called a receptive field. So it's a 2D spatial structure that says, okay, if the image matches this template, then the cell will fire maximally. If it is different, it will fire less. So there's an inner product of the image. Basically, you can say with this feature, and that inner product will give a number, and the higher that number is, the more the cell will fire, depending on the stimulus. Now, these features can be quite complex. Here you see that is spatial features that actually are also time-dependent. So these are space-time features. And you can ask about what is the optimality of these features for a certain stimulus space, whether the animal is a fish that is swimming under the water, gets certain statistics, or it's a bird that's flying in the sky having other statistics, and is there an optimality there? And here you can use wonderful ideas from information theory, where this talk is just illustrative, but basically you use ideas of entropy and free energy in a perceptron-like model, where you then can show that depending on the statistics of the data, you will get features. These are all features that depends very much on the statistics of the data, and you can see what the optimality using this kind of ideas. So again, this is a concept of information theory using statistical physics models. Then you can go into control theory. So you have here, so for instance, suppose that I want to steer a car, and I have a differential equation that is the dynamics of my system, and the x is the dynamic variable, and u is a control variable. And I give an initial position, I give a control trajectory, then it will give a space trajectory of this system. And I ask myself, how should I steer the control in order to get the right movement? And this mathematics is very beautifully cast in Hamilton equation of motion, which is 19th century classical physics. And this is in the deterministic case, but in the stochastic case, actually this formalism can be cast as so-called path integral formalism, very closely related to the kind of mathematics that you see in quantum physics. And then in the end, you can do these wonderful things. I'm not sure where I can get this to run. So here you see this car is being controlled by this path integral method, doing very sophisticated maneuvers at a speed where it's almost getting out of the track. So last example of how physics is in AI is the probability models in statistical physics, something I worked very much on myself. So probability models are used everywhere in machine learning, and they're very, very important for the performance of modern machine learning methods. So they're in deep neural networks like this autoencoder. They are in visual computation where you do image segmentation, for instance, low-level vision in images. They are used in expert systems where there was also mention of medical expert systems where you have diseases and you have findings and you want to model the relation between that. And so these models are very versatile and very powerful. But the problem of it is that the computation is intractable. So if you have a set of binary variables, say n, then the probability distribution is a vector of length 2 to the nth, and this can be very long. And to compute with these vectors is also very time-consuming, and it's basically, you cannot do it for more than, say, 20 or 25 variables. And so what you need is powerful approximation methods, and one of the most powerful method is the use of so-called Monte Carlo sampling, and here you see, then you get some sort of a stochastic simulation of the probabilistic system that is there where the statistics in this way are computed according to the distribution that you want to compute from. So these are all examples where you get mileage from from physics. And all these ideas have accumulated around 2010, where we got this AI revolution. We got AlphaGo. We got this amazing performance of image understanding. So here there is a neural network, that's a deep neural network with a language generating module. And there is a new image presented that's never been presented to the system. And it not only recognizes it, but it's the speech generator actually generates a text saying there's a group of people in shopping in an outdoor market, and there are many vegetables at the fruit stand. So this is quite sophisticated. And of course, we get things like deep fake, where you get all these images of people that don't exist. And so we have all this technology, and I've been very much part of it and contributing to all these physics-based kind of things. And but where does it leave us now? Oh, I put in this slide because it is a tradition now in this talk to have this sentient thing about Google. I also had it in, I could have taken it out. I said, I leave it. It's just it's part of our tradition this morning. Okay, so we may be able to copy human behavior in machines. We're getting better and better, and I'm sure this will progress and get better and better. But will these machines ever be sentient like you and me? So this is the big question. So I was entering this field of neuroscience and machine learning to get partial answers to this, and I've been looking in all these fields, and I've given you all this plethora of examples, and I've been working in all these fields, and I've been looking everywhere for this kind of, where can I find the consciousness in the physics, and I have not been able to find it. And so what I mean by consciousness is that I define consciousness as the unique first-person experience that each of us has. So this is something internal, right? So this is your awareness while you sit here listening to me that you are a person with your name and with your history, and that's you. And consciousness is a very hard thing to define, but it's the thing that disappears when you go under anesthesia. Then it's away. But then you get out of anesthesia and then it's back there, and that's consciousness. And this is the thing that I think is very much worthwhile studying if we could. Because it's, if we were not conscious, I would think it would not be worthwhile living. So it's very important for us that we get an idea of it, but we don't know what it is and we don't know how to study it really. And so consciousness is strictly subjective. I cannot say anything about your consciousness. I can ask you, are you conscious? You will say yes. I have to believe you. I have no way of checking that. You can also say no. I don't know. I mean, is a worm conscious? Is a spider conscious? I have no way of knowing. It's a first-person experience. I don't have access to that first-person experience. I cannot measure it, right? So I cannot measure the consciousness. I only know about my own consciousness, and consciousness in others, I don't know about. Now, since consciousness is not a scientific topic in a sense, right? Because science studies objectively measurable phenomena, right? Science is the game that we say we measure something else, we look at the relations of it, I measure it, I say this is the fact, then you come and you say, well, I'm going to try whether that's okay, I'm going to repeat the measurement, we can all look at the same data, we have objectivity, and that's what we share, and that's the playground of science, is objectivity, that's what we do. Things that we cannot measure are not part of science, really, right? Because if we cannot measure, we cannot talk about it, we cannot theorize about it, so, okay. So in that sense, consciousness cannot be measured, so must conclude that consciousness is not a scientific topic, right? In that strict definition. Maybe you agree with me, maybe you don't agree. Okay, so apparently there is something like consciousness, and there is objective reality, and apparently so there's two things, right? So there's objective reality, that is the matter in all forms. So we have quarks and atoms and molecules and materials and airplanes. And we have life in all its forms, cells, organisms, animals, and humans. We can measure all these things. And then there is subjective reality. There's consciousness, and then there is things like art and literature and music and love and things that we cannot really put into formulas. And science deals with objective reality only. So apparently there exist things that cannot be formalized by mathematics. Now this is something that hit me very hard. And this is what I got from this book by the Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. And maybe many of you have had this realization, because I was raised as a hard-nosed physicist, basically on the presumption that everything that is out in the universe can be put in mathematical formulas. Maybe not yet, we don't know, but in principle, yes. In principle, everything that is in our universe we can put in mathematics somehow. I was raised with that assumption, with that dogma. But actually, if you think about it, why should that be true? I mean, is there any principal reason why this should be the case? And actually, I cannot think of a reason that should be the case. So maybe it's not the case. So maybe there is a reality which is bigger than whatever we can formalize, right? This is sort of a shock for scientists, like many scientists will say this is heresy. You know, I'm talking heresy. But if you go to the man on the street, actually, you say, yeah, of course. You know, I mean, science cannot explain everything. So there is a very good, okay. So anyway, so for me this was a shock, but I think I have to, I sort of have to admit that these two types of reality exist. Now there is like in the study of consciousness, there's all these things like neural correlates of consciousness, right? I mean, you can say, okay, I eat strawberries. How does it feel? How does strawberries taste to me? And then at the same time, I measure in my brain, and I get neural correlates of my strawberry tasting, and I get a good few numbers, and I do this in different subjects, and I get number 5 and 3 in you, and I get number 7 and 9 in that, and I can write a paper about it, and I say, okay, there is 5 different ways to perceive eating strawberries. But in the end of the day, I'm going to get a bunch of numbers, which is never going to get me the first-person experience of that person actually eating the strawberry, what it means to him or her, right? So again, so this is in the objective realm, but it doesn't address consciousness. So AI is about building AI behavior. So we can have sentient machines, we can have AI machines, we can language models, etc. This is all about behavior. It's about external. It's about convincing us that this machine is behaving in a way that we find convincing, right? It's never addressing the inside. It's all about performance, only about performance, right? So, and that's what AI do. And maybe this is a technological enterprise, it's objective, maybe we can achieve it, maybe we cannot achieve it, that's one thing. Consciousness is not about behavior. It's about the first-person subjective experience. There's no Turing test for consciousness, right? Okay, classical physics lacks the concept for consciousness. So all the classical physics examples that I've given you, can be viewed as executing some dynamical system. Whether I have this no odor system or I have a Bayesian network that I simulate with some Monte Carlo method, I will always be executing some sort of a dynamical system. And it's doing something. And in fact, you can think of this as sort of a gigantic clockwork that's being executed. It's a big mechanical machine that we put in, and it's doing something. We can, you know, this image is appropriate. So we have a brain, and there is what our brain is doing is just executing some sort of a function. It's just like a gigantic clockwork. How can such an algorithm ever be conscious? Suppose that we had such an algorithm that it would be conscious. What would it mean? Would it mean that the software is conscious? That means I hand you a sheet of paper with 5 formulas and say, okay, here's the consciousness. It's on this software algorithm. Or is the software in combination with is the hardware conscious, or is the combination conscious? It seems very hard for me, but that's why my title of my talk is, you know, I think. This is an opinion, right? This talk is an opinion. Well, I think it's impossible to get to consciousness ever using these concepts of classical physics. So, but then of course people say more is different, right? There's this famous paper by Anderson that says, you know, if you just get a complex system, things change. You know, all these atomic elements, you get suddenly new behavior that you don't have at the atomic scale. You get these new structures, all kind of order appearing. But is more different enough for consciousness? That is, of course, the question. Now, we know in condensed matter physics, it seems that we exhaust the more is different, right? All the theories that we have about condensed matter physics actually operate at the n is infinity limit. So we are very, you know, it cannot be larger than that. And at that level, we get things that are different from the atoms. So we get liquids and solids and gas, and we can describe these systems. And so we get more is different on one level. So atom level is level 1, level 2 is the n is infinity level. We get this. But it doesn't seem to be conscious to me. Then in biology, of course, more can indeed be very different, right? So we have all these levels going from atoms to molecules to organisms to etc. and to societies, and we get a lot there. So there, indeed, complexity is growing a lot, but we have absolutely no theories, right, to bridge, to have an understanding or to build something out of it. So I cannot exclude that there is something there, but at least we have in our current modern life, we have no idea how to address this. So let me just contrast this for the last 1 minute with how different a quantum world is. Now I give you just one example. So suppose I have two systems, A and B, and they have properties. So A has a property of color, and it can be black or white. And B has two properties. It has a color, and it has a shape. It can be a circle or a triangle, right? So now I'm going to measure, in the quantum system, I'm going to measure this system. So I have measurement operators that can measure the color of object A, and I have a measurement operator that can measure the color of object B, and I have a measurement operator that can measure the shape of object B. And now I can do two experiments. The first measurement is the joint measurement on both systems of the color of A and the color of B, right? So we do this measurement and we get outcome. And the outcome, according to quantum mechanics, is given by probability distribution over the possible outcomes. So given measurement 1, I get here the CA has 2 values and the CB has 2 values. I get this little 2x2 matrix of probabilities, and that's it, right? That's what I get. I can also do the other measurement, which is that I say, okay, I measure the color of A and I measure the shape of B, right? That's my measurement 2. And now I get the distribution over outcomes of the color of A and the shape of B. Color of A can be black or white, shape of B can be a circle or a triangle, given this second measurement. From both of these distributions, these are classical distributions, I can marginalize out the other variable that doesn't care me because I'm interested in the color of A. So I do that and I get a probability of color of A given measurement 1, color of A given measurement B. Now the weird thing about quantum mechanics is that these two probabilities are different. Now that is really, really crazy, right? Because that means that, that depending on whether I measure simultaneously with the color of A, the color of B, or the shape of B, it's not about the outcome of the measurement, it's about the measurement that I do. So that means that the color of A, if I measure different properties of B, is giving different answers. It means that there is no such thing as a color of A. Color of A doesn't exist. It depends on what I measure on B. Right? So it means that locality of something that's saying, okay, we have a world in which we have things with objects, that basically fails. Right? Now that's really, really weird. That's much weirder than any of the classical physics that I told you. So maybe we need something like that in order to explain consciousness. Okay, let me round up. So consciousness is subjective, science is objective. This is a problem. Classical physics is local. It can be simulated effectively on the classical computer with tractable numbers of particles. Objective software description we have of these algorithms. And this software, we have a separation of software and hardware. We can have this software, put it on different hardwares, and it will give us a result. In my view, this is an opinion. In my view, it is this thing is too objective to contain consciousness. Because I can just, I can write all the variables. I can copy them, put them on different machines. I cannot see how this can ever get you to a first-person experience. Right? And I think more is not sufficiently different, although, as far as we know, this is. Yeah. In the quantum case, indeed, physics can be very, very different. So we get non-locality. That means that we get things. We cannot say the world is made of things and they have properties. That whole agenda is out, in a sense. And the quantum features are tied to the hardware. So in this system that I showed you with the A's, the color of A, etc., there is an underlying quantum system, and I can do measurements on that. But I cannot say, okay, these are the properties. I'm going to copy these properties on a piece of paper and put them in another hardware. It's tied to the hardware, right? And there's something intimate about that. So the computation and the hardware go along, and maybe that's maybe something that we can use for consciousness. So I'm not claiming that quantum physics can explain consciousness. I'm claiming that classical physics cannot. Now, at the beginning of my career, when I started in neuroscience, I was much helped by a colleague of mine. His name is Peter Johannesma. He died way too early. And we had many discussions, many lengthy discussions about all these topics. And he was somebody who also very much liked to play with words. And he had a wonderful quote that I wanted to share with you as a roundup of this. And it is. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Bert. I think this can be one slogan of this conference. Okay, questions? Just two quick, okay. One, two. I think we have no time. Paavo, can I? A few minutes? Okay. So let us start from there. Thank you. Sorry, I have my supervisor here.
Okay, so what would you say if I say that an entity which has memory and uses it is conscious of the information which it is using? And computers have masses of memory.
Sorry, I don't understand your question.
An entity which has memory and uses it should be conscious of the information it is using.
But a hard drive has memory. A hard drive, computer hard drive has memory.
I mean, yes, a computer a computer tends to have masses of memory.
Yes.
So a computer should be conscious of the information which it is using while using it.
What do you mean by that? It should be conscious of. What does that mean? What does that mean to say it should be conscious of? Do you mean to say that the computer has a first-person experience as computer?
Consciousness is a part aspect, I would say. No? So, I mean, it is not the same as intelligence and things like that. But for survival, in a Darwinian fight for survival, consciousness, memory is very useful.
Yes,
because,
very useful to have memory.
So, yes, and we have military systems which have to survive very Darwinian fights for survival. My favorite example is the Aegis system of the US Navy. It has to be able to follow 200 objects and while at the same time organizing 20 different defense actions. So it has to be processing masses of...
That's for sure, but the question is whether...
And it has to be aware of each item.
Yeah.
No, so that's okay.
But that's about performance. That's external. That's performance. That's, you say this is a system
yes. The
so
mind
that's fine.
is an event. It is nothing which you can put on the scale.
Yeah.
Okay, can I suggest that we... I think that this is the center, the core of the conference, this question about what does consciousness is. So I think we will have time to discuss about it. There was another question down there. And then there was also your question, right? Yes. Please.
Thank you. One important thing I would like to point out in relation to consciousness, related not only to this lecture, but all the other lectures which will come, is that when we study consciousness, we seem to be always looking or pursuing it as an entity. And I would just like to point out this is not necessarily so. Just to put it into a metaphor, what we are looking as an entity, we could think it as a car. And car has a certain function, a certain shape, and in a similar way, when we try to measure consciousness, see neural correlates of consciousness, we try to see some shape, some function, and we are disappointed when we don't seem to find anything that would always work or meet our expectations. And the alternative, for just one alternative, could be to think of consciousness as an operation, like traveling. Car can be a way to travel, but airplane, boat, walking, all of these means can be traveling. And when I'm standing here, I'm not traveling. When the brain, certain area of the brain is not functioning, it's not conscious. At some point it is. And to put in short, we probably should also take into account the consciousness as an operation, not just as an entity.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, last question. I'm sorry if I cannot take other ones, but there will be some more time with Bert during the coffee break. Please.
Thank you very much. A very short comment about the colors. I think it's a fascinating example because there's a question, how do we localize colors? The property of the material itself, is it the property of the light waves or the eyes or the brain? So what are we talking about when we talk about colors? So I think in that way also the notion of a color seems to fall apart.
Well, I mean, of course, this was abstract example. So colors you should interpret as measurable things. So you measure things, whatever you can measure about the system, right? And a measurement gives outcomes. In a quantum system, measurement gives outcomes. And so I think that is quite undebatable in a sense, so that you have features that you can measure and you get outcomes, and you can prepare the system in the same way and you will get the same outcomes. And they are probabilistic, but they are undeniable. I think there's not a problem with the definition there.
But they do not describe the experience of, for example, redness. Let's take, for example, a color blindness or let's say different ways how we perceive colors.
Yeah, so this quantum example was not about consciousness in the sense that the measurement is not, the measurement of the color is not about the perception as a first person perception of the color. It was trying to, so this was an objective actually. This is an objective piece of physics where you can, so this is not about subjectivity, it's not about consciousness, but it was just showing that this quantum system has features which classical systems lack. And which can be, in a certain way, can be called subjective because you cannot peel them out. You cannot describe the system, this physical system, with localizable features, which is something that we all the time do when we build classical theories of AI, but also of proposals of consciousness. And I think that is maybe not sufficiently good. Thank you.
Thank you. Let us thank once again our speaker, and thank you, Bert. And we have 10 minutes break now.
vorreste utilizzare questa?
Yeah. Is it possible to sanitize it, to disinfect it? Very quickly. It is in the reception.
Selvä. Ja laitetaan mulle sitten, kun mä tuun sitten vähän ihan pikkusen ennen keskustelun aikana tänne. Joo.
So you are chairing me. You are chairing me now.
You chair me. I chair you.
Exchange of chairings. Oh, looks like now it's not working. No?
Don't you have it's working with Bluetooth, is it?
Is working, was always working. It was working just one moment ago. Don't know why, what happened. Maybe you have to give me yours.
Do you have some USB?
Yes, here it is. And this is the pointer. Yeah.
Okay, welcome back.
Sorry?
To this same session or next session. Anyway, it's a great pleasure to introduce Marilu Chiofalo here, a good friend. I have known Marilu for several years. She's quite a versatile scientist. She got a PhD in condensed matter physics, being most of her time, I think maybe a lot of time in Pisa. She's very versatile because she's been organizing art festivals and music festivals. She has worked on gender issues and women associations in science. She has been deputy mayor of Pisa for 10 years. She does things with quantum games, and she is also an aspiring Helicopter pilot. No, this is a joke. Okay. Well, okay. Thank you.
It is better to start with science.
Take it away, Marilu.
Thank you, Bert. It is really a privilege to be here at Mind and Matter 2022, and I'd like to thank Paavo and all the organizers for this opportunity to share ideas in such a diverse and interdisciplinary and open-minded context. I was born in the tip of Italy, that is the land where, you know, epic adventures of Greek god and goddess, heroes and monsters. But it is in fact also the place where scientific humanism was born, and where indeed we give at least 2 names to fundamental concepts. So for time we have chronos and kairos, and for intelligence we have logos and metis. And they are oxymorons, all oxymorons. So I think that also for this reason, in the last couple of years, I'm really realizing a dream of mine when I was a child of investigating aspects of the human mind, a dream that I had even when I fell in love with quantum physics. And so for epic adventures, actually one meets epic fellows. And this is a work done and conceived with Concetta Morrone, the colleague and friend, visual neuroscientist at the University of Pisa, and Guido Marco Cicchini at the CNR, and with Jorge Iagomalo, who's here in the audience, who joined us as a researcher recently, bringing his exceptional competencies in quantum simulations and quantum physics. And you can see the poster about the story I'm telling today, this afternoon. Okay, so I'm going to share one story about how we can use quantum physics to describe an important task that the human mind and also animals are able to do, that is counting. So, in fact, human and animals are able to estimate pretty well how many items are in a context, in an environment, that is their numerosity. And we are able to perform this task pretty well at a level of, say, on average 20% over a quite large range of numbers from 7 to 200. Usually, determining numbers is traditionally associated to counting, but in fact, as Boer and Ross have highlighted in their using the term analogic sense of numbers, it is a perceptual, not a cognitive function. And I'm going to give you a very short demonstration of this with a tiny experiment. Please fixate the red dot while I change the number of items between left and right. Now they are equal, but now, as you immediately see, please keep fixating the red dot because it's needed to adapt for adaptation purposes. Of course, on the left, there are so many more items. It is quite clear. By the way, they are white and black because we always perform these kind of averages with respect to the background. And if you keep fixating the red dot, in a while, I will move some parts from the left to the right. And then the question is whether you perceive that there are more on the left or more on the right. And so what is the perception? Is someone going to tell? More on the left or on the right? Right? Many say right, but you say equal, right? Okay. So, yeah, the idea is that our perception on average is more to guess that there are more on the right. Because of this perceptual mechanism of adaptation, okay? We have no time to repeat the experiment, but actually there is also, in this phenomenology, there is also a very well-established law that is called the Weber's law, that is valid. These are experimental data from the Pisa Vision Lab of Marco and Concetta. So the uncertain, in essence, the more are the items, the less certain is the counting that we perform. So the standard deviation of this uncertainty measured as a standard deviation goes linearly with n, and also over a wide range of number of stimuli. You see between 5 and 500. And this is not at all trivial, because a random counter would use a Poissonian law, so a square root of n, not an n law. So this is absolutely non-trivial. Okay, so I'm going to just tell you which is the most recent state of the art about the existing models for describing this Weber law. Then I will go to our coarse-grained quantum model, explaining why we decided to get into this quantum toolbox, I would say, the methods that we are going to use, and then the results. So let's go to the numerosity perception to the existing models. This is one of two most recent works. This is in Science Advances, 2019, by Nasr Visvanathan and Nieder. What they do, they use AlexNet, that is a bio-inspired network that is tuned to provide high-performance image classification. It is very popular. They use it for, in this case, I mean, this is made, by the way, by a number of convolutional layers that provide local filtering and a number of pooling layers providing aggregated response for the feature extraction, and then a full connected scheme for the classification. So what they do, they, as you can see, they train the network to recognize images that the network performs quite well, maybe not that well when it has to recognize two. But the important point here is that selected layers of this network have been found also to be able to count the number of items. Okay, so here, so for example, the first that I highlighted, so this is the numerosity of 1, 2, etc. So what we see is that the network is able to count the numerosity with very well, in the sense that this curve is peaked on the given numerosity for 20, etc. And also the curve is widening. That is a signature of Weber's law. Okay, this is a task that qualitatively resembles what animals do. This is instead an experiment with an adult monkey. Is performed after using several ways to train the network, so keeping fixed the luminosity of these dots or the total luminosity or something in between. However, numerosity is encoded by, at best, 10% of the units, depending on how the network is used, okay? So the message that I would like to convey after this first illustration is that the existing network models are characterized by a complex and involved architecture. We saw how many layers have to be used with AlexNet to reproduce the Weber's law, are designed and trained, I undermark trained, for specific tasks. Anyway, the task of counting numerosity is accomplished by a limited number of nodes. Now, we can then ask a few questions. The general question is whether brain is using or can use an ad hoc mechanism for numerosity perception, so even without being trained, by the way. And the sub-questions are whether there are dedicated models that are able to describe this function and the related Weber's law, if this function is, in quotes, universal, meaning that it is an inherent property of the network and is also robust with respect to space and time randomness, and whether we can extract this property from a global response of the system, not just a subset of it, that's maybe single nodes or something like, as we saw, 10%, okay? So we are going to use I use an oxymoron, given what I said at the beginning, the simple complexity of quantum physics to try this game, okay? To play this game. And in our approach, of course, one can play different games with quantum physics. One can try to have a modeling, just a modeling of information, or one can try to model neurons as nonlinear filters, the network of filters, so a neural network. And one can then model the neuronal architecture or the microscopic biophysics and chemistry mechanisms. What we are doing here is restricted to this box, okay? So these are for the fans of microscopic models. We are not yet there. This very coarse-grained model, and we are using quantum physics as a toolbox, mathematical toolbox. So the main ingredients are a neuron. We have to insert a neuron that is either active or non-active. And for us in quantum physics, there is a simple way of designing this. It is a spin that can be either up or down. Then a propagation of activity that for us is the excitation transfer via tunneling between nodes, quantum tunneling between nodes. Then a built-in connectivity of the network that for us is an interaction potential between the nodes. Flexibility in modeling the connectivity that for us means that we can either connect the nodes nearest neighbor, for example, or bit longer ranged or up to all, so all the nodes connected with all the nodes. And then the fact that the system decays to a resting state that for us meaning placing some dissipation. So this is our, so you know, physics, quantum physicists, they talk, we use Hamiltonians. This is the energy operator that makes the game for us. And here is this tunneling mechanism that they excites one node, I, to excite another node, J, at a rate, tunneling rate, J. This is the interaction between these spins, so these excitations, that has for us a very simple Gaussian profile, as many experiments in neuroscience suggest. Then we introduce a dissipative terms that can be either in terms of losses, meaning that excitations exit the system, or there is some dephasing that limits the quantum coherence time. This is a very well-known paradigmatic model of quantum physics. Is called long range because we can also have the all-to-all connections, XXZ model. And it was introduced in the 70s and describes a lot of properties about magnetism and antiferromagnetism in matter, in quantum matter. It is very well known at the equilibrium, but not much work is about this model with dissipative, in dissipative open quantum systems and with non-trivial stationary states as our brain eventually is. The other point is about connectivity. So we can imagine, as I was saying, to connect only nearest neighbors in our network, or do what you see here, connect all of them together. And as we will see in this slide, this makes a lot of difference. Because at variance that in the nearest neighbor kind of connectivity, this is a dynamical simulation of the magnetization, so of how an excitation evolves, in time once it is placed at site 4, here in the center, as you can see. In the nearest neighbor case, at variance of the nearest neighbor case, you see that in the all-to-all case, even the simplest situation in which we have no interactions, so just tunneling and not even dissipation, our system is able to keep track for a long time of this excitation. And this happens because in the all-to-all connection, there is a sort of quantum interference between the states in each single node that operates estimates constructively to provide this beautiful feature. That, of course, is a bit less evident if, for example, this is the case of two excitations, one at 4 and one at 7, site 7, at 2 different times. It is a bit less evident if we turn on the interactions, we make the interaction profile wider, or we introduce dissipation, but still, as we can see, is there. And in fact, this is what provides us, our system, with the ability to count, because each time we introduce an excitation, actually this is translated into a well-defined frequency in the excitation spectrum of that signal that I was showing before. So each time we introduce a new excitation, there is a peak in the all-to-all connectivity case that happens. And even if we introduce a dissipation, the signal of past events persists, as we can see here in this example with the 3 excitations at 3 different times in 3 different locations, persists for a long time. Okay, so which methods then we are gonna using to extract the Weber's law, or say to extract what we hope is the Weber's law, so the uncertainty over the number that is perceived for our network. So we choose a protocol that is, we call it an agnostic strategy, because we know that our quantum system is more powerful than the classical, of course, but we don't want to use the disadvantages, okay? So we are doing really a minimal protocol here that we take all the time-dependent signals of the excitation, magnetization, if you wish, slice after slice, and we make a Fourier analysis to see where the peaks are, and then we average across the sites. And this is the first step in the protocol. The second step is that to build the templates. So we run 200 trajectories, say, in the quantum and also in a classical case, as we will see. And then we average over these 200 trajectories. And third, we build up a library of templates. This is, for example, for 8 excitations. So each time, this is step number 4, if we have to see whether a random signal, a signal that we have produced, an excitation produced at a space and time random in our network, is counted by the system as a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5, and 8, we make a maximum, we calculate the maximum correlation with our template, so we do template matching, and we decide how the system is counting. Of course, we have to estimate the error. This is the confusion matrix that is a physical numerosity with respect to the decoded numerosity. So we see here qualitatively the Weber's law, because for low numerosity is 100% certainty of catching the right number, while this uncertainty grows while we get into larger numbers. We will see the quantitative behavior of the system in a couple of slides. Then we need to understand how to estimate the judgment noisiness. We use the 2 alternative force choice method, that is very used in psychophysics, in psychometrics. And so imagine to make a kind of experiment like the one at the beginning. So we have 3 items here, and then a variable number of items on this other side. And we ask the system whether he can see more or less on this side, more or less items than in this other side, okay? And so what happens is that for one, the game, the game is over. So the system will always say that there are less on the left than on the right. But if we have 2, sometimes it will say there are less, sometimes it will say there are more, and so we can have another dot here, could count as a larger number on the right instead of on the left. If we have 3 and 4, of course, things go over, and this is an error function in mathematics and also in physics. And the important parameter of this function is this sigma, that is precisely the uncertainty that we measure. If sigma is small, so it's very steep, this means that we have a lot of certainty. If it is large, it means that we have less certainty. This is called a psychometric function. And this is how we are going to extract our parameters for the Weber's law. But before going to that, just a few words about the other model with which we want to compare, because of course we want to use our quantum physics, but we also want to understand how it performs with respect to the best classical conditions. So this is something that Marco does very usually in his psychometric experiments. So this is a kind of classical neuronal activity model, mimics the brain response in a map of a certain number of nodes. So one excites in a number of places, random places and times, with this excitation profile. The width in time of this excitation profile is a sort of memory of the system. So if we had a very large profile, this means that our system has a lot of memory. Of course, this would be the best condition for counting, okay? Let us keep track of this. Okay, so let's go to the result, and as simple as that. This is the psychometric, these are the psychometric functions for a number from 1 to 9 in our of excitations from 1 to 9 in our network. That are built up from the 200 trajectories of the quantum, of the simulation of the quantum model that Jorge has worked out and analyzed, and analyzed with the protocol I just described. And so here is the measurement in the simulation, of course, of the uncertainty, so of the sigma, that, as you can see, it looks like it goes linearly. And indeed, if we make the ratio of the sigma to the number of excitations, we get the Weber's law. How does this perform? And these were, by the way, the experimental data. How does it perform with respect to the classical neuronal activity model? So the orange is our quantum case. The green is and the purple are two classical cases with the different ways of producing the randomness, because there is no way with the classical system to produce precisely the same randomness that we can do in the quantum. So, but irrespective of this, you can see that they go the other way around. So it's really, they are really not good. The best case would be the classical with the full memory that I was describing before. And in fact, this looks like a bit better, but still, this would be with, this infinite memory. But still, as you can see, it goes down instead of being a flat curve. Okay, so I'm ready to wrap up. We designed a quantum mapping for information processing in the brain, and in our model, we have a strong signal that persists over a number of past events, a strong signal of number of past events persisting after a long time, even with the dissipation. The numerosity perception is an intrinsic property of our quantum network, and without any training. And it is a global property that even with this agnostic protocol that is not using any of the very special advantages of the quantum physics, follows the Weber's law derived from the psychometric function, and this finding is robust with respect to the randomness in space and time that we place in our network. I think I'm done with my time. And last point is that then this model that for us is what we call a minimal model, because this is a single layer model instead than 13 layers model. With minimal couplings, but all-to-all, and untrained model. that exploits the intrinsic properties of quantum physics and captures the qualitative behavior, actually also the quantitative behavior, performing better than the classical, and for the best classical, that however is unphysical, the full memory is unphysical, comparably well. So a few questions are left out. So why this all-to-all connection is essential, if there is a deep reason, this is just a fortuitous case. Of course, there is an issue about size effects and of signal to noise that I can describe and discuss if there will be questions, and whether, of course, we can make it better with more complex quantum architectures. And of course, the speculative questions are whether there is some quantum, microscopic quantum stuff going on in here, okay? So thanks to all the beautiful folks here. So here we have, they are all present in the audience. This is a picture taken last night in the daylight of Helsinki. Silvia and Lavinia and Dario and Alessandro and Jorge without sunglasses, while Daniele remained in Pisa to take care about the quantum jungle. So thanks a lot to everyone for your attention.
Thank you very much, Marilu. Are there questions? I have one question myself. So you emphasize this unsupervised, that this counting is not part of the learning. Why would you want to be that? I mean, you're suggesting that brains don't need to learn to count. We don't need neural networks that can count. Because this AlexNet cannot count. It's not trained to count.
It's not trained to count, but
So
maybe could be trained to count.
Yes, so that would change, right? So what?
Yeah, that would change, but still, okay, so the first point is that AlexNet in that experiment that I showed is not trained to count, sorry, it's trained just to recognize images. And so only a subset of nodes is found. It's not clear whether it is intrinsic or accidental to be able to count. And that is trained. So having a non-supervised and non-trained ability to count is what is considered happens in humans. And so this is one point. But let's imagine that we train AlexNet to count. Yeah. Then in any event, we would have a model with zillions of layers to do the game against a model where there is one single layer. We think that this is something nice. Well, maybe enough fun for us.
So it's not about the comparison of the quantum with the classical, but whether you should compare with a brain model that has been trained to count or not. And you're saying what is the answer?
That we cannot say.
Okay.
Okay.
More questions?
Yeah. Meanwhile, I wrap up here. There was a question there.
Question.
I'm listening.
You're a better chairman than me.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Just a very quick question for just a checkup. I will catch you later on this. But so, are you suggesting something like this computational numerosity is independent of cognitive higher functions?
Yeah, well, we are suggesting with this model that doesn't use anything that has to do with cognition, it happens that we can count without supervising the system. So yeah, we might suggest
so this
that.
could explain that when we know how to count, we cannot count wrong. Even if we deliberately want to, we know that we are counting wrong.
Can you say it again? I didn't catch.
I'll let you continue the conference. I will get back to you on.
Please.
When we know how to count, we cannot count wrong? For we know that we count wrong. It's an independent function which we cannot turn off while it's on.
Well, but
so it's not under of higher cognitive capabilities.
This is, but this is when you use logos. Try to use metis.
Try to use?
Metis, the other intelligence of ancient Greeks.
Magi.
What you use?
It started with logos.
Yeah, I was not talking about logos.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's thank speaker. So it is, of course, a great honor and pleasure for me to introduce Paavo here to the stand. I've known Paavo for several years now, and we had numerous discussions on consciousness. Paavo has been has been thinking about this question for most of his life, and you know, he is. In his early life, he was interacting with Krishnamurti and with David Bohm, and since then he has this amazing trajectory of studying the mind and the role of quantum physics in there, and he's also a great conference organizer. So I'm very happy that we have him here. Paavo, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thanks so much. Yeah, let's move on. We are a little bit behind schedule, but I can keep it short so we won't starve. It looks like there's not like a huge queue there either. So, but we never know if people will show up. There we go. Okay. So I will be talking about this topic of information causation, consciousness, Bohmian quantum ontology, and this is. I will do a very general introductory remarks here in my talk. On Saturday, Basil Hiley, who used to work with David Bohm over 30 years, he will then do a more mathematical presentation showing the state of the art at the moment. So I guess my talk is probably going to be too simple and Basil's is going to be too difficult, but somehow if you put those two into a superposition, maybe some sort of understanding will come. But I'm also maybe a little bit taking into account that it's an interdisciplinary conference. Not everybody knows about quantum mechanics. And so I'll say some also rather elementary things here, but hopefully something new as well. Let's see if that works. Okay, so here we have two hard problems. There's the hard problem of consciousness. Of course, it's been in philosophy for a long time. With Tom Nachel, but of course with David Chalmers, 1995, well-known formulation. And here we just ask, well, how does conscious experience arise from neurophysiological processes in the brain? So of course, putting the question that way, well, we assume there is a brain. You know, we assume usually there is a physical world existing independently of the human mind, consciousness. We assume, you know, consciousness presumably evolved at some stage. But the idea there is that we don't really understand how objective physical processes give rise to subjective experiences. Although in our, if you like, materialistic worldview, it looks obvious that you know, brains causes consciousness or mental state, or in somehow gives rise to them. But of course, one can then, you know, philosophers like to put things a bit more generally. So you could ask, well, how can conscious experience arise from any physical processes? Whether, you know, it could be, you know, suppose there are extraterrestrials with different brains, different kind of, you know, silicon-based or some other kind of material constitution, and they're conscious. How could you understand that? And the same thing, of course, with artificial intelligence computers. Now, and that kind of leads, you see, because I think often people are very puzzled, so why on earth should we worry about things like quantum mechanics if we are, you know, studying the mind? I mean, you know, we have psychology, we have neuroscience, and of course, sociology, humanities, literature, religion. Why bring in physics? I mean, that must surely be, especially quantum physics, must be irrelevant because Surely it has to do with the little thingies, small energies, they cancel out, let's just ignore it and get on with real science. But of course here, if we take something like the heart problem, we see that this is more like it seems like a fundamental problem. Consciousness does resist explanation in the kind of usual way. And that has led some of us to consider whether quantum theory would help here. But you see, I immediately mentioned that, if you start looking into quantum mechanics, many people will probably get quite confused. You buy a book, you buy a popular book, or even a book by professional philosophers of physics or whatnot, and then you see, well, there are all these different interpretations of quantum mechanics. So if you just thought, well, let me read a popular book and find out what quantum mechanics says about reality, it's not going to be that simple. There is, for example, I'm just saying simply, there is no agreement about what an electron is. We might visualize electron as a little thingy which has mass and charge, but that's actually something where, different interpretation of quantum mechanics would give a different answer to that question. But there is agreement that we can use the mathematics of quantum mechanics to predict phenomena. And of course, somebody has estimated that 1/3 of the US economy is based on application of quantum mechanics, things like lasers and all that. So it's a kind of an amazing situation. So there's a theory that in some sense we don't understand, which still we are using to construct our modern digital and technological world. Okay, let me see how I'm doing with time. So, what's the Bohmian research program? David Bohm was a physicist, lived in 1917, 1992, and did some good standard physics with plasma physics and theory of electrons in metals with early work like that. But then he got also very interested in foundations and interacted with Einstein in the late 40s or early 50s. And you see, of course, those of you who know about quantum mechanics, you may know about the Copenhagen interpretation, which sort of suggested that we cannot have a model of a quantum object. And this has to do with the famous uncertainty principle. We cannot simultaneously measure the position and momentum of a particle, so-called initial conditions, and therefore we cannot predict. Remember Laplace's demon. In classical physics, if you can measure initial conditions, you know the forces, you can tell the future of the universe, you can tell the past of the universe if you are a demon with those kinds of powers. But in quantum mechanics, you cannot simultaneously measure position, momentum, and therefore you cannot predict. And exactly what happens. And in the positivist climate, then people felt, well, if we can't measure them, it's meaningless to talk about them. They didn't necessarily say they don't exist, but it was just almost like saying a bit like that, it's all meaningless. So we can have a quantum ontology in the sense of a model of what is an electron when we're not looking at it, for example. And this is actually something that de Broglie discovered only in 1927, but the so-called big boys wiped the floor with him. They didn't quite like the idea at the time. But Bohm kind of independently rediscovered and proposed this model in the, published it in 1952 after discussions with Einstein, showing the possibility of quantum ontology. Because, people are arguing that it's not even conceivable and being consistent with the experimental results. And so the way this would relate to kind of be philosophically interested in this later on when Bohm and Hiley began to look at this model is, for example, because it had non-locality in it and, wholeness, new properties. Bohm then also, came up with the idea that actually what this quantum ontology is saying that there's a new type of objective and active information that operates at the quantum level, and therefore is a fundamental aspect of the universe, if quantum mechanics is a fundamental theory. And this is And so this, you could say that this information is a kind of also like a holistic organizing factor and may provide the unity of living organism. So, of course, many people claim that, yeah, we've understood life. Life is nothing but mechanical operations. I actually have a PhD student, Markus Weckström. So here he'll have a poster. And he's actually starting the question of what is life, and in a spirit that we actually really don't understand it properly. And there's much to do there. And this is just one way of looking at it. Markus has a different approach through the biologist Robert Rosen, but it's kind of in some way related to the Bohmian approach as well. So anyway, so here we might think that this could be relevant to understand also the difference between so-called living matter and non-living matter. And then when it gets a bit more exotic and speculative, and which sort of captured my tender young mind when I was doing, I interacted with Bohm in the 80s, and he explained me this thing when I was studying, philosophy of quantum mechanics at Sussex. So I guess the idea kind of chose me, and I've been interested in this. But anyway, so the idea is that this information at the quantum level, remember we got this problem, how on earth could any physical system have, sometimes we say mental properties, but especially, conscious experiences. So this would be one quantum speculation that is actually the this information at the quantum level that would have some kind of what we in philosophy we like to say proto-mental. So we don't want to go all the way and say it's mental, but still maybe something that information could be some ground from which it's sort of, at least to some extent, understandable how things like mental states with intentionality or conscious experience emerge. So this is just a very naive picture. I mean, as I promised you, Basil will really tell us on Saturday where this thing is in physics, and he's done tremendous further development of the work there. So let's see. And this is just a very brief summary of this, what is known as the ontological interpretation. Those of you who know the Bohm theory from 51 or the de Broglie, it has many, many names. It was called the pilot wave theory because, there's this wave guiding a particle. It was called causal interpretation because it was kind of causal in a way that standard quantum mechanics is not. And there were other hidden variables because somehow, Bohm was making hypotheses about things that we can observe. But at the end of the, he actually said that he wanted to use the term ontological because he felt this is the way it best captures this program, and also because they have already in 1954, Bohm and Vigier proposed a stochastic model. So Bohm said the real question in quantum mechanics, can we have an ontological model, whether it's a deterministic or stochastic? Okay, so that was the reason why the term is chosen. The term hasn't really been so well taken by the foundations of physics community. People talk about Bohmian mechanics, which is another version of this thing, and kind of a more minimalist and perhaps a more mechanical version. But anyway, this was Bohm's the way he wanted to. And there you can see, maybe you already have a quick look at this. What does the interpretation say? Well, it does say that, remember, in some, for a long time it was felt that we don't really know. We don't have a model of an electron. Well, here's a model. An electron you can see as it's a particle, and it's accompanied by a Neper field, which is described by the wave function psi, and which then satisfies the Schrödinger equation. So in a way, this is coming out of quantum mechanics without additions or there are some kind of different ways of looking at it, but sometimes people feel that something is being added. But you actually get it out of the Schrödinger equation, this field. And then what the field does is gives rise to a quantum potential, which would influence the particle alongside classical potential. So in a way, that's the difference between classical physics and quantum physics, is that in certain circumstances, for example, low temperatures, but even more generally, the quantum potential has a non-negligible effect, and then you get quantum behavior. In some situations, the quantum potential is negligible small. You can use classical physics. That's one of the beauty of this approach, which if you read your popular quantum mechanics book, you will have read everything about collapse of the wave function and consciousness and all kinds of complications and memory worlds, which are interesting approaches, but here you this is in some ways a more common sense view, the way we thought it should be, right? But, it's the way of looking at it. Now, how does the information come in? Here's again just a very simple idea. Usually when you think about potentials, for example, water waves, they give energy the size of the wave. The same thing for electromagnetic radiation in classical physics. It's the intensity of the wave that determines the energy. But in this model with the quantum potential, it's only the form of the quantum field that determines the force. And that, of course, some people might think, well, it's a bit like Aristotelian and formative causation. Bessel likes the term ferronomy, perhaps a bit like Coriolis forces that Immanuel Kant was talking about the ferronomy at some stage. But if you like, the naive idea is a sort of an informing, that this quantum field is informing process from within rather than pushing and pulling it mechanically. So it's a bit like a radar wave guiding a ship, but we mustn't take those classical analogies too literally, because, for example, the quantum potential is also, it has this property that of non-locality and context dependence. So in a way, it explains these things that the puzzling holistic things. One way of trying to understand it. And there is also interesting notions such as that, for a many-body system, we have a common pool of information where the particles respond a bit like ballet dancers respond to a common score. And so this is just to give you an illustration of some of these properties. And so this is just if you have in your mind all kinds of things you read about quantum mechanics, so it's not a particle or a field like this. Sometimes a particle, sometimes a field, like, it's not a field which collapses into a particle here. That's a very popular notion, but it's still one of the options. It's not a field which branches into many worlds. It's just particle and field. Or as Bohm liked to put it, an inseparable union of a particle and a field. And again, this is a model. Bessel has some much more sophisticated ideas about this, and he'll probably tell us about it, but that just to get you started. So this is, and this is just a little bit of a tutorial for those of you who are not so familiar with quantum mechanics, just to show, one way of studying whether an object is a particle or wave is put them through slits. And in the case of particles, you shoot them through two slits, you get two piles on the screen. And this is not very mysterious, right? That's common sense, okay? And this is also, with quantum mechanics, this is the way physicists thought that the electrons ought to behave here, because they are, they leave the gun as particles, they arrive at the screen, localized spots, they have mass and charge particle properties. So you would expect, well, the little thingies should behave like little bullets. But of course, then when you do the experiment, this is what it shows, and it's very puzzling. It's like you get many piles. It's a bit like, imagine you have a table, you make two holes to the table, and you take your sand and you drop your sand. You expect you should get two piles, or you actually get many of them. And this is, of course, the famous mystery of quantum mechanics. And I think Richard Feynman maybe said that it contains a lot of the essence of quantum mechanics. How do you explain this? I think Feynman said you can explain it, but he was wrong if Bohm is right. Anyway, so one important thing in the brackets is that, we can only observe the dots in the screen, so we can't actually observe the particles moving. So we can't, if we did that, then we go beyond the uncertainty principle. And we haven't been able to do that. So nobody, it's still there. 100 years, I guess we're going to have conferences of 100 years of uncertainty principle soon, unless somebody really does something great. Yeah? Anyway, And that, of course, tells you so therefore, if I should have drawn the picture without the moving dots. But I'm so bad at these pictures. But in a way, it lets me make the point that the picture doesn't correspond to what we actually can observe. That is, of course, very philosophically interesting aspect of quantum mechanics. That we can, for example, we can measure position accurately, but not momentum at the same time, and vice versa. Shimon Malin, the physicist, he wrote a book called Nature Loves to Hide. So in a way, we could ask, well, what does it mean in quantum mechanics? It seems we have this fundamental limits of observability. It is connected to another notion which Bohm developed, known as the implicate order. Niels Bohr talked about complementarity. The idea there is that there is more in reality than we can make explicate at any one moment. So if you like, reality is a richer domain. That could, if you like, connect to consciousness in the sense that, Descartes, of course, said, consciousness doesn't exist in space. And so there's this more general notion of implicate order that maybe Basil will say something about that as well. I just mentioned it here because I think with quantum mechanics, we also have to think about, on the one hand, the limits of what we can observe, and then what do we make out of it? What is reality like? Is there this kind of other order beyond the observable explicate order, as you like? But anyway, this was a bit of a side trip, but I thought I want to mention that here. Anyway, let's move on. Now, this is a very rough picture of the way the de Broglie-Bohm theory would explain the two-slit experiment. Again, in the picture, there are many particles there at the same time, but you could just do this with one. If I knew how to draw, I would just make one there. And you see, naively, you can again see, well, to explain many piles, maybe something is guiding or controlling those little thingies. So that instead of making two piles, they make those many piles. And of course, those of you who know physics, you know that that's an interference pattern. So even that is a signature of a wave being in some way involved in the situation, or something, a field phenomenon. So, and here you can see more schematically, here is the slide from Basil, which I summarizes neatly the Bohm approach. And this just shows you a little bit how you actually get, so you can write the wave function in quantum mechanics into a polar form, put that in the Schrödinger equation, and you get two equations where the real part will give you something that looks very much like classical physics with the extra term Q. So that's, again, we'll show you that when Q is negligible, you get classical physics out of this. Then you have to say, well, in which situations is Q negligible? But when it's not negligible, like in the two-slit, you actually, if it was classical physics, the particles are coming this way, they would go in roughly straight lines and make two piles. But the Bohm theory explains why that doesn't happen, because you have this quantum potential, you can think of that as a mountain, so nobody wants to go there where the mountain is high, you can see it's empty, and that this is how the pictures are related, because in that picture the particles are coming towards you from those two holes. So this is just a very nice explanation of the two-slit experiment. This is a hypothesis, so we cannot observe the single trajectories. People can measure average trajectories. Basil Hiley is involved with that, University of College. But this is very important to emphasize that this is a hypothesis. This is like, trying to say what might be going on and how we might be able to solve the mystery of, for example, the two-slit experiment. The reference here is a 1971 Philippidis, Dudney, and Hiley when they published this. And you could say that this picture is philosophically interesting because it's probably that's when computers came, you could compute these things from the Schrödinger equation. And it's that important in the sense that it's, in terms of ontology, it's the first picture proposed of an electron, which is pretty, fundamental thingy. And of course, it's a great honor to have Basil Hiley here with us, who was part of, with his PhD students making these images. I recall that when the images came, even people who didn't like the Bohm theory would put them into their books because there were not too many images. just, you know, to put it in the cover. And so anyway, and why didn't they like it? Well, you know, there are also certain issues with the bomb theory. You know, what do we do with the non-locality? And there are other questions which people are worried about. So I'm not saying that this interpretation is free from problems, but it's a way of looking at it, and it gives us a notion. And I think I will let you soon go to lunch. I think there is more, for example, the way to understand this in relation to Shannon information. That this is the idea with active information is more that we are thinking of information as an objective commodity that exists in the world independently of us, doing things, making things happen. So the DNA molecule contains information, which is information for the cell, not information for us. And I think this is important to give attention to this, because a lot of people talk about, all the time we talk about information, the brain is, you know, brain is processing information, and we use, I find that we use the notion of information rather loosely, and here is just one way of making it richer and starting to think about. Of course, Lucian Floridi has made some work, and I've been looking at active information also in relation to that work, but I won't go in there now. So anyway, I think I'll be stopping there. I mean, we perhaps just finally. So this is like the summary of the situation. How if you look at philosophy and cognitive neuroscience and so on, we still pretty much the literature presupposes the classical physics, but what we do get for modern physics is a fundamentally new concept of the physical world. I just gave you one example, and the question is whether this could be relevant when searching for the place of consciousness in nature. Later today, Larissa Albantakis will tell us, some of you know one of the popular theories today is IIT, Integrated Information Theory of Consciousness, and then so there are other approaches using information here. David Chalmers, of course, has well-known double aspect theory of information. With Larissa, she will be addressing the relation of quantum mechanics and IIT, which is a pretty hot new topic, which is hopefully, I anticipate it will be more difficult than my talk, but let's try to get something out of it anyway. But thanks very much, I think.
Thank you very much, Paavo. We're running a little bit
I think
fast for time.
Let's take questions. Let Ron have one question, then we go for lunch.
Let's Ron have one question, then we go for lunch.
Thanks, Paavo. It's been fascinating to watch the development of your ideas over the many years I've known you. And I think this time, I'm convinced that the place where the rabbit gets pulled out of the hat is when Bohm and you say that the behavior of the particle, the effect of the field on the particle is that of informing. It's based on form alone. And it's the form of the field that really controls the particle, and that's what makes the difference with normal, say, classical causality versus active information. And I'm trying to understand that better, and it seems that it only makes sense to me if you contrast it with amplitude. So it's the form of the field, not the particular amplitude of the field that's really making the difference there. And so but then I'm puzzled when you give those diagrams that have been made. So, go back to Chris Dudney with the diagrams of the quantum potential in the two-slit case. It seems what you do there is you show how it isn't based on form. Or let me put it this way, if that's an example of the form of the situation determining the quantum potential, then even with classical waves, that's classical wave phenomena, right? So that's going to be, if that was water and you were disturbing the water at those 2 points, you get the same thing. And so if there's information active, if there's a case of form the form of the situation affecting the the evolution of the system in the quantum case, why isn't also that the case with classical waves? Why wouldn't that be a case of the form of the situation being what's determining the outcome? So I think you see my point.
I hope that Basil will perhaps tell more about that on Saturday in terms of energy. But of course, here you can see in terms of the Q, which Q is an energy term, and it only depends on the second spectral derivative, which is formed. The idea is also that the quantum field itself does not have energy and momentum, and Bowman highly show in their book many situations and examples why that cannot work. So what you have to assume is that actually the electron has its own energy, which is being informed. And we don't have exactly that in classical physics, because, for example, in the case of the electromagnetic field in classical physics, we can attribute energy to the field and think that it's the energy of the field that's pushing the particle. So if I have a charged particle here, and I'm sending light waves over here, it's the amplitude of the light waves which makes the...
No, I wasn't thinking of particles, but classical wave phenomena, so water.
Yeah, but that is classical.
The interference pattern that you get when you have water waves seems to be exactly the same mathematics. Right?
The point is that this Q doesn't drop off with distance. So because it's R in the numerator and R in the denominator. And so it doesn't follow resistance like you get a normal kind of electromagnetic wave. That's the notion of the flow.
Okay, I thought it was.
But we'll leave it all to Basil to explain on Saturday, and we can talk about it. Thanks very much.
Okay, we have lunch. We'll be back at 1:15. Thank you.
And lunch is right over there as you walk, and I guess you go, just the stairs up. And remember this, all the.
Joo.
Mistä painoit?
Se tulee.
Tervetuloa, kiitoksia.
All right. So this you can put to your. Yes.
I'll put this like this.
Yeah. Or your ears like.
Hyvää alkuiltapäivää. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the first afternoon session on learning in AI and neuroscience. And my pleasure and joy is to welcome Associate Professor Cameron Buckner from University of Houston, who will give us our first talk with the title Deep Learning and Moderate Empiricism, a philosophical framework for transformative artificial intelligence. Please, Cameron, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank the organizers. I always love coming back to Helsinki, and I've enjoyed the talk so far a great deal. So we're all perhaps very interested right now, perhaps impressed, surprised by some of the latest developments in machine learning, and we're all trying to assess maybe the implications for future similar breakthroughs, right? If we just continue in the types of research directions we're going on now, will we achieve intelligence, rationality in an artificial system, or are we still missing something fundamental and do we need to change course? It seems like, if you follow the critical debate over this question, assessing the prospects for deep learning, deep neural network-based machine learning in particular, it seems like we can't help but assess it as merely the latest skirmish in this millennia-long dispute between the philosophical rationalists and the philosophical empiricists that goes back in some form or another, all the way back at least to Plato and Aristotle. And indeed, I think it's right to see the current research disputes in light of that great philosophical opposition. And in fact, many of the major proponents that we've already heard mentioned earlier today, like Gary Marcus, Melanie Mitchell, a few others, are already explicitly putting it in those terms. However, I worry that we're not being given the most charitable presentation of the empiricist framework that can be seen to motivate and in turn be bolstered by the latest developments in deep learning. So I've been working on a book over the last 2 years that tries to draw more deeply upon the history of empiricist philosophy of mind to both help us better understand the previous achievements, which we've already heard quite a few discussed today already, but also help paint a direction for future research. And in fact, my talk's gonna be very complementary with some of the things that Ron suggested as ways forward in the future, because one of the things that the empiricist philosophers of mind talked a lot about was how different empiricist-friendly faculties might interact with one another to produce a more powerful, rational decision-making agent. So that's the pitch. It's going to be sort of a view from 30,000 feet. Those who've seen my work in the past know I'm quite fond of zooming down in the nitty-gritty details of models, but you can't do that in a 30-minute talk. So it's going to be kind of a general advertising pitch for the book, and if you want to hear any of the details, I'll have some citations later to papers that go into some of those details, or we can just talk about it more later. Okay, so basic overview of the talk is I'll give you what I take to be the basic stakes of the debate between rationalism and empiricism in artificial intelligence today. And I'll try to suggest that debate has been not framed in the most useful way, especially by the most prominent critics of deep learning. And I'll try to reframe it in a more productive direction. And then I'll give you my particular take on what I think the version of empiricism is that really should be seen as undergirding the most impressive deep learning achievements, and then paint the way towards more productive future research. So I don't have to tell you about AlphaGo, I don't have to tell you about protein folding or large language models. One of the nice things about giving the third or so talk on machine learning is we've already heard a number of examples. But what's striking for the purpose of my theme today is that even in the first sentence of the abstract in the Nature article that, for example, presented on AlphaGo, they mention this tabula rasa idea, right? AlphaZero learned to play Go without human knowledge, right? And the tabula rasa ideal is a direct reference to one of these standard slogans in empiricist philosophy of mind, going all the way back to Aristotle, and especially associated with John Locke. And indeed, if you look at the most prominent critics, like Gary Marcus of this AlphaZero Go playing achievement, he also explicitly invokes the rationalist empiricist debate and says, why he thinks empiricism is not in the right direction here. Now, we're mongering this nature-nurture dichotomy here, and I think we should always be nervous whenever we attempt to reduce something as complex as recent achievements in machine learning to a kind of simple opposition. But I think if we're careful and we apply it in the right way, and especially if we integrate a lot of the wisdom and insights that we've learned from philosophy of mind, applying this distinction to complicated debates over the last thousands of years, I think it can be a productive debate. I'm going to skip over these examples for time. So, again, we find this basic opposition between the rationalists on one side, with Plato, the idea being that we unpack abstract knowledge from our innate endowment. Plato had this story about recollection of the forms through reincarnation, but today the rationalists appeal more to evolutionary endowment, right? Innate knowledge that we derive from our evolutionary experience. And the empiricists say, no, knowledge comes from the senses, from sensory experience, from learning, right? And some version of this opposition has popped up in nearly every academic discipline over thousands of years. And you might be frustrated that the philosophical opposition doesn't seem to be achieving the kind of empirical progress that you would have liked over those many thousands of years. However, the thought is today, maybe we have this golden opportunity to turn one of these timeless philosophical questions into a testable engineering question, right? Namely, we can build some robots according to rationalist principles and build some other robots according to empiricist principles and just see which ones are the most successful or human-like. And to put my cards on the table, you see the good robots are over here and the bad robots are over here. So the ones that go haywire and kill all the humans are the rationalist robots. Again, just to iterate the point, if you look at a lot of the commentary over how to interpret deep learning's recent achievements, you see, Judea Pearl, for example, one of the most, if not the most influential living computer scientists, explicitly worrying that recent achievements in deep learning are being interpreted as like a victory of this kind of radical empiricism that he associates with Hume. And in this, one of the most influential critical articles about deep learning, this Lake, Ullman, Tenenbaum, and Gershman BBS paper, they explicitly link it to not only empiricism, but they say it echoes behaviorism, a dominant psychological tradition in Turing's time. It also echoes the strong empiricism of modern connectionist models. And then they say cognitive science repudiated the oversimplified behaviorist view that came to play a role in early AI research. A lot happened very quickly in those few sentences, and those are the moves that I really want to belabor. There's a very common move that happens here. It goes all the way back to Chomsky, and all the major rationalists, Fodor and Polishin, Pinker, Marcus, they've all gotten a lot of mileage out of this move, where you go very quickly from empiricism to behaviorism, therefore repudiated forever by Chomsky, therefore we don't have to take it seriously. And I think this is not the type of empiricism that is either inspired or vindicated by recent deep learning achievements. So because this battle has been fought over thousands of years, it's accrued a lot of extra material and a lot of kind of like side debates that I want to set aside. So I'm just mentioning these other distinctions to say this is not the kind of empiricist, rationalist debate I want to talk about. So there's, for example, a debate over justification, you might call knowledge empiricism, right? So this you might think in terms of epistemology. Does knowledge need to be justified by experience, or does it need to be justified by some kind of demonstrative argument? I'm not talking about justification, so I'm not doing theory of knowledge. Set that aside. You could also be worried about the meanings of terms. This is the kind of empiricism that you might associate with the Vienna Circle or the logical positivists, right? The idea being that a scientifically meaningful claim, we even saw some of this maybe popping up in the discussions of quantum mechanics earlier, a meaningful scientific claim has to be sort of testable in terms of observation sentences, right? Also not what I'm talking about today, okay? So I'm not talking about logical empiricism either in that sense. I want to focus on what you might call concept empiricism or origin empiricism, and it's just a claim about the origins of the mind's representations. So it's the claim that the mind's representations and or their structure is derived causally and representationally from sensory experience or their components. So this thesis, and this is the one that I think is most easy to attribute to major empiricists like Locke and Hume, is just about the origins of the mind's representations. It's just the denial that there are innate ideas or concepts. What does innate mean? Well, there's a whole sub-literature here if you want. Here's a citation dump. We can come back to this in the Q&A. But at least it means not learned, okay? So, if a deep learning model is a model of learning, then it needs to be something that's not learned by whatever that learning algorithm is implemented by that model. Okay, so the fundamental question then is, what is the origin of abstract knowledge? Okay, either for an artificial agent or for a natural intelligent agent like humans. For example, the abstract idea of a triangle is the one they've talked a lot about, I've written about in previous work. Is it innate or derived from sensory experience, okay? And, Locke, for example, wrote a lot about the abstract idea of a triangle. And you see that the way that Locke thought about this problem is the same way that a modern machine learning researcher would think about it, okay? What was difficult about the problem for Locke is that the only experience we have of triangle in the abstract is of particular idiosyncratic triangles, right? With, particular lengths of sides or angular orientation, sizes, colors, position in the visual field. And so how do you get the abstract idea of a triangle, the general idea of triangleness from all of this idiosyncrasy? It's the same problem a machine learning researcher faces today if they're trying to build a representation of a category concept that's invariant to what we would now call nuisance variation in the input stream, right? There's some skepticism that deep learning agents could learn such abstractions. There was a session at NeurIPS a couple years ago that was explicitly focused on this. But it's also striking to me, so when I first got into this material, I focused on the notion of abstraction itself, being of core interest to empiricist methodology, the idea being, how are you going to prove that empiricism is true? Well, you've got to have a method of abstraction that allows you to extract that general knowledge from the idiosyncratic particulars of experience. And, while many of the skeptics take it like almost as just patently obvious that deep learning models can't abstract, the deep learning proponents take it as like equally obvious that their primary strength is the ability to perform just these sorts of abstractions. So something very interesting, some kind of very interesting talking past is going on, right? So in the first line of the abstract of this, the kind of pillar deep learning paper, they mention its ability to learn representations as multiple levels of abstraction, as explaining why deep learning works as well as it does. So just to give some quick skeptical takes, Melanie Mitchell says forming abstractions was one of the key AI abilities listed in the Dartmouth AI proposal, which is almost completely an unsolved problem, she thinks. Gary Marcus says the knowledge represented in deep learning systems pertains mainly to opaque correlations between features rather than abstractions. And Francois Chalet, a researcher at Google, has closer to the view that I think is correct, that there are two forms of abstraction in human cognition, one found in intuition and perception, which he thinks deep neural networks can implement, and another found in explicit deduction and reasoning, which remains the primary weakness. Of course, if you take a two-systems view, the question is how to get them to talk to each other. But these are kind of emblematic skeptical takes on the ability of deep neural networks to abstract. Now the problem, what the rationalist critics want to do with, when they're interpreting the prospects of deep learning in the future right now, is they want to say, like I mentioned earlier, this is just a new version of the same kind of basic empiricism that you find in behaviorist psychology in the 20th century, and so far it's hopeless. So if you ask Steven Pinker, for example, what raw materials can the empiricists draw upon to try to develop a theory of abstraction to solve this problem? He thinks you start with basically nothing. Like when you ask Steven Pinker what's a blank slate, like the slate is really blank. It's just like a stone, an inert stone, and you can kind of dismiss this view as being kind of ridiculous because subject a stone to any amount of experience you want, it's not going to learn anything, right? Hint, hint, I think the major empiricist philosophers were smart enough to realize that. Gary Marcus actually formalizes this kind of picture by making a kind of pseudo model. He says you can think of cognition as defined over four variables, A, R, K, and E, where A is innate algorithms, R is innate representational formats, K is innate knowledge, and E is experience. He says a true blank slate would set K and R to 0, A to some extremely minimal value, and leave the rest to experience. And then he says this is essentially the view that Locke articulated when he said that all ideas come from sensation or reflection. I'm like, even if you read the next few pages of Locke, he's talking about multiple active mental faculties being involved in the extraction process. So there's got to be more than just one or two learning algorithms and the rest coming from experience. This is, again, just reading Locke, Hume, any other major empiricist, and all the major deep learning researchers today as just being like the next incarnation of behaviorism. So, not only I think is this a straw man view of the major philosophical empiricists and deep learning, it's, reading them all as just being sort of B.F. Skinner without much argument. And it's just not what's going on, okay? In fact, if you look at the nitty-gritty details of all of the recent models that have achieved the breakthroughs we've been talking about already, they implement aspects of psychological faculties that the empiricists have talked about for thousands of years as being crucial to learning abstractions from experience. Things that are, and that's fully available to the empiricist team. So I'm now going to focus on the next few slides. What should constrain empiricism then? Like, what can't they reach for? What are they allowed to appeal to? Well, the nativist philosophers Lawrence and Margolis, I think, in sort of surveying their fellow nativists defining the terms of the debate this way, get really worried that defining it in this way has the implication that there really aren't any empiricists, and there haven't been maybe for a long time, if ever, because nobody actually buys, maybe not even B.F. Skinner, buys this very extreme version of the constraint of empiricism. So they suggest that the debate should be reconstrued as rather one whether domain-specific representations are acquired by specialized domain-specific subsystems, maybe that have innate domain-specific concepts, or maybe an innate domain-specific representational learning rule, or, and this is the empiricist option, by domain-general learning systems being repeatedly engaged. So the idea there is that as long as whatever the resource is that you're appealing to is domain-general, can be repeatedly applied to lots of different things, the empiricist is free to appeal to it. And that's going to include things like memory, attention, imagination, like Ron was talking about in his talk earlier. There's nothing domain-specific to say, like, prey detection or kin detection or social affiliation related to, they're totally domain general in their application. And all of these things have been talked about at great length by all the major empiricist philosophers of mind. And in fact, if you look at the deep learning models that have been producing a lot of these achievements, many, many, many of them, I go through dozens and dozens in my book, explicitly say we're implementing roles attributed to episodic memory, or we're implementing roles attributed to the imagination, or we're implementing roles attributed to attention. Even the transformers, the paper that launched the transformers called Attention is All You Need. A faculty, domain general, right, that explains how the large language models are able to do all these cool things that they do, like resolve anaphors, for example. So I'm suggesting that we reconstrue the debate in terms of domain-specific versus domain-general mechanisms being what's innate. In fact, the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy entry on Locke puts it very nicely. He says, while the mind may be a blank slate in regard to content, it's plain that Locke thinks we're born with a variety of faculties to receive and abilities to manipulate or process the content once we acquire it. Thus, for example, the mind can engage in different types of operation, putting ideas together. These are forms of abstraction I've talked about in some of my papers. In addition to these abilities, there are such faculties as memory and so on. And so my book project focuses on empiricist views on these faculties and how they have already been implemented in a variety of deep neural network-based agents, and then also suggests there remain a lot of gems to be mined from the history of empiricist philosophy of mind that can provide ideas for engineers, very much along the lines of Ron's suggestion earlier, that now if you sort of combine these different models that have maybe different strengths and weaknesses that are complementary with one another, they can bootstrap their way up to more powerful forms of rational decision-making. So here's just an example of like the faculty taxonomy of Hume, for example, from a Hume scholar, Millikan. There's some interesting questions we could get in there about interpretation if there's a Hume scholar in the audience. But you see the sort of standard things you would expect to see, like the imagination, the intellect, memory, the senses have different, and so on. And these, if you read Hume, the treatise is like this beautiful book that explains how Hume thinks we derive a lot of these abstract ideas by applying these faculties to our sensory experience in kind of interesting, creative ways. So I think that's the game. To talk about the nativist alternative, the most popular nativist option is they want to say we need at least some innate concepts. So the core knowledge program associated with Susan Carey and Elizabeth Spelke is the most popular one, the one that, for example, Marcus often talks about when you push him on this. And their idea is you need at least some basic concepts like the concept of an object, a cause, an agent, and number to be innate. And then you can kind of have human-like learning by bootstrapping your way up from these sort of few concepts. I'm going to skip over this in the interest of time, but there's a bunch of other more specific nativist views. And even Chomsky and Fodor have like massively dialed back their nativism over the years, if anybody was paying attention. Maybe Chomsky now just wants sort of one in particular rule like merge as opposed to, hundreds of innate grammatical principles and parameters like he started with. Okay, so the moderately empiricist alternative that I'm suggesting is really undergirding and in turn bolstered by deep learning achievements is this general perspective for research. So it's not like a particular model, it's more like a meta model, right? How should the deep learning researchers have a self-understanding of what they're doing? And because part of the idea here, and we see this danger, I promised I wasn't gonna mention the sentience tweet, but like the thought is if they don't have a confident self-understanding as empiricists, then they might be tempted to self-identify with the caricature and then think that they have to defend it. And I think this is something that we also want to avoid, even on the empiricist side, is, I think that's one of the reasons why we see so many ardent defenders of the scaling-only hypothesis now, is because they think that's what they have to vindicate for their team to win. Whereas really, if you look carefully at the models, the way they've worked, convolutional neural networks were explicitly inspired by perception, perceptual faculty, and modeling of the ventral stream. Transformers were explicitly inspired by attention. Generative adversarial networks like DALL-E were explicitly inspired by the imagination, and that's fine. That's the game, not the kind of pure scaling empiricism. So the idea is we have domain general faculties governed by domain general inductive biases implemented via standard connectionist modeling stuff like wiring motifs, architectural constraints, and global parameters like learning rate adjustments. Those are all domain general in my view, and so should be on the table for an empiricist modeler to play with. Are sufficient to extract domain-specific extractions from rich structured environmental input. And here's a few kind of position papers from major empiricists, if you want to see that that's actually the view that they, their considered view that they endorse when they're thinking hard about it. And they think abstractions extracted in this way will be more flexible. Just to illustrate that this is actually, the dominant view, this is a recent kind of position paper by Goyal and Bengio, where they document some of the domain general inductive biases that they think are responsible for deep learning's recent successes. And they're all, domain general. So like, convolution, group equivariance isn't, specific to, let's say, space. It could also apply over time and taxonomic hierarchies and so on. So they're all domain general biases in this sense. So I think what you get, is the rationalists often want to set up this debate between these two extreme views where you have a kind of, well, actually they think their rationalism is not extreme. It's very reasonable rationalism. And then there's extreme radical empiricism where you don't get anything. Actually what's happened is, there were some very extreme rationalisms over here. Like Fodor, 1975, who, notoriously said even carburetor is innate, and maybe old school Chomsky with like hundreds of innate grammatical rules that are very specific. And then you have kind of these straw man versions of empiricism over here that maybe nobody ever really seriously defended. And what's happened over time is really the empiricists mostly won the field. There's still room for intelligent debate, I think, and I'm not saying that like we shouldn't pursue rationalist models and see how well they do. But, between core knowledge with just, 4 or 5 innate concepts and kind of domain general inductive biases style empiricism, the remaining space has been mostly won by empiricism, I think. Everybody agrees that the vast majority of abstract knowledge is extracted from experience. How much time do I have left? Yeah, so I better skip this. I mean, one thing I'll say is that a lot of what's been considered the positive evidence that core knowledge is inevitable has been sort of empirically challenged in the last few years. So for example, false belief studies on very young infants to show that, infants using looking times measures, this was thought to be some of the strongest evidence for core knowledge nativism. That you could apparently get infants that would exhibit the ability to attribute a false belief to an agent, as younger than 12 months of age. A lot of those have been subject to replication failures, and that was some of the data that seemed to really suggest like, oh gosh, something like a theory of mind has got to be innate. There's also been, I can't help but mention this, one way I think that we can really arbitrate this dispute is with artificial controlled rearing studies. So this is where you have a biological organism and you have an artificial model, and you kind of you robotically control their rearing conditions. So you show them exactly the same experience. From the minute, let's say, a lot of this is done on birds that hatch out of an egg. As soon as it hatches, it's seeing sort of controlled experience from the very beginning, and then you do kind of algorithmically controlled tests to control for all forms of experiment or bias as close as you can. And then you can subject, say a deep convolutional neural network-based artificial model to exactly the same input experience and see how it behaves. And in fact, what some of these researchers, this is from the Wood Lab at Indiana University, what they found is that a lot of these psychological effects that you would think require innate concepts that have been used as some of the strongest evidence for the core knowledge program, you find that they emerge from relatively generic deep convolutional neural networks that are shown the same types of ecologically valid experience. So for me, this is pretty strong evidence that exactly the types of abstract knowledge, for things like object permanence, let's say, that the core knowledge program thought required innate concepts. And so if that were true of humans, then to have human-like intelligence, you would want to manually program those domain-specific concepts into your artificial intelligence agents. This controlled rearing research, the artificial controlled rearing research, shows that, much to even their surprise, I think the researchers themselves were surprised to get this result. This type of knowledge can emerge kind of spontaneously from a relatively generic deep convolutional neural network-based agent when you subject it to the right kinds of experience. So why is the history of philosophy here? Well, the question of empiricism versus rationalism is seen as having crucial consequences for engineering methodology, right? We're deciding where should we put our chips, our investments, when we're trying to make better AI, more human-like AI. Should we be building in more concepts manually from the beginning, or should we be trying to build more powerful agent architectures and learning procedures? And the empiricist thinks that we should be building more powerful architectures, more domain general learning mechanisms is the way forward. But this connection is not being drawn in the most productive way. There's a lot of straw manning of the empiricist position, and in particular in a way that blocks off this rich history in empiricist philosophy of mind that has lots of cool ideas about how to get some of these very same domain-specific abstractions by applying these domain general faculty mechanisms to that experience. So deep learning engineers might continue to mine gems from the history of philosophy if we sort of put in the interpretive work to get this connection done correctly for more general cognitive architecture and more systematically rational decision making. So I'll skip over this. I have talked about this enough in other articles. I'm going to skip to the basic justification of the book. So what I do in the book is each chapter, after I set the stage, each chapter focuses on a particular faculty. And I have a kind of empiricist of the week format, where I take a particular empiricist who had a particularly interesting or cool theory of that faculty, and I explain, sort of charitably present their theory of that faculty, and then compare it to the already in progress methods to model roles attributed to that faculty in the machine learning research, right? So, perception, for example, I focused on Locke, who had a nice theory of perception. It implements forms of abstraction to extract translation invariant categories from complex experience. That's one of the things I've written the most about in other publications in the past, if you want the details there. Ibn Sina, who was an Aristotelian commentator, had a particularly interesting view of memory and its role in what we would now call reinforcement learning, which allows us to replay successful experience trajectories for offline learning and allow for rapid consequence-sensitive decision-making. There's already models in particular from DeepMind. Hassabis was a memory researcher in neuroscience before he went into machine learning. Imagination, I focused on Hume, allows us to compose novel ideas and experiences and choose on the basis of simulated experience of future outcomes and engage in offline simulated learning. And attention, I focused on William James, who had maybe one of the most interesting views of attention. Allows for more efficient processing of input, approximating, for example, variable role bindings, binding features together into whole and solving coordination control problems across modules. If you want those details, you're going to have to talk to me or ask me to see some of the chapter drafts It's obviously not time to go into them here. I also get into social cognition in the last chapter, focusing on the views of Sophie de Grouchy, who was a translator of Adam Smith and had a lot of really interesting views on the emergence of social and moral decision-making from early infancy, very empiricist-friendly view. So that's the basic shape of the book. Ask me for more details if you're interested. But to leave you with kind of just a simple message, like if you're reading, what Marcus thinks is going on in deep learning, or you're worried about scaling only hypotheses, right? This kind of stuff isn't even on the radar. Like you're not even thinking about all this kind of rich, interesting type of internal, agential, relative type decision-making stuff. But it's all over the place in deep learning. Actually, if you read the papers and go look at the details of the models, it's not just a couple simple learning rules with, gobs and gobs and gobs of data thrown at it. So the takeaway is enough already with the association of straw persons. All serious empiricists get active domain general faculties. And the dominant view amongst most prominent deep learning researchers right now is what I call the new empiricist dogma. So that's domain general modular architecture, right? So they can disagree about what exactly the modules are and how exactly the modules should interact with one another. But some kind of modular domain general faculty view is, I think, the dominant one today amongst the major players. And empiricist DNN researchers should start thinking more systematically about how these faculties function and can be integrated together into a coherent cognitive architecture. And by the way, a bunch of empiricist philosophers have thought long and hard about that in particular. So I call this a control problem that I think is going to really start to show up. As we start to build more and more modules onto a single architecture, we're going to have more conflicts and more difficulties coordinating with them with one another. And this is something that a lot of the empiricist philosophers like Locke and Hume worried a lot about in human cognition. And we might learn some interesting lessons by seeing how they thought that the human mind solves those problems. So thank you, Kiitos. Didn't go too far over. Looking forward to your questions.
Okay, thank you, Cameron, for your extremely interesting presentation. So now we have like 10 minutes for discussion. Okay, please.
Fantastic talk, great. And I agree with a lot of it, as you might have imagined. But there was this, I was puzzled by where you went, and I think it's probably my confusion, so maybe you could clarify. So I see this, there are these two possibilities. One is to understand empiricism in terms of domain generality versus domain specificity. The other one is to see it as conceptual empiricism, where the innate structures are not concepts, but are rather faculties.
Yeah.
Okay. Now that seems a bit odd to me. Like I couldn't tell which one you were going for because they seem to me to cross-cut. It seems you could have domain-specific faculties. As a matter of fact, maybe that's where you ended up, and still be an empiricist because they don't provide any concepts. So am I just missing something? Is it the conjunction of the two, or one person's domain-specific modules is another person's faculties, right? So what am I missing? What's the best way?
No, so I think it is a conjunction, if I'm understanding the question correctly. And of course, domain specificity is going to be a continuum as well, right? So we could talk about different views, like so where this debate goes next. Marcus, and if you watch the debate between Marcus and LeCun at NYU a few years ago, Marcus wanted to say, look, the victory of deep convolutional neural networks is a victory for nativism because the bias towards translational invariance is just the innate idea of space. Exactly. And I want to say, wait a minute. I mean, the way that a deep convolutional neural network implements that bias towards translational invariance is not space-specific, right? So, depending on what kind of data you throw at that, it's going to extract, and there are mathematicians that study this, it's going to learn any data that has a group-like structure. And that's domain general in exactly this sense. And I had a bunch of examples that I skipped over were exactly about how a mechanism that you might have thought was domain-specific is actually much more domain general. And if you tried to implement it in the domain-specific way, you'd be barking up the wrong tree. So actually, this gives me an opportunity to go back to something I skipped. It won't take too long. So one place this breaks out, for example, is on imprinting. So one of the things that you can do in these controlled rearing studies is study what exactly can, let's say, ducks or chicks imprint on, you know, so like whatever pops out of the egg, it sees something, follows around. You might say like, oh, that's a mama concept, right? Even since Konrad Lorenz, you know, king of instinct, we knew that the ducks would also follow around a human, so it couldn't be like duck mama specific. But there was a couple interesting studies that showed that the ducks could actually imprint on a higher order relation. So they can imprint on the sameness relation, right? So, you know, when I look at this, I don't see a domain-specific learning mechanism at all. I see a domain general learning mechanism that all it is it's a adjustment of a learning rate at a particular developmental time, and it's the environment that makes that a mama concept, not anything innate to the creature's intellectual endowment. So I think this is a good kind of thought experiment to see how you want to go on this type of thing.
That really helps. So just one further question. It looks like because it's a conjunction, you're going to have a sharp distinction or a good rule of thumb about when something is an innate concept as opposed to an innate faculty. I think that's where, I mean, they might have been wrong Marcus might have been wrong to push the way he did, but still there's always going to be this question, is that innate structure or propensity, is that sufficient to say there are innate concepts there, even if they're not the ones that we're familiar with, like mama, but it might be something
100%. So before, you know, I started in AI as undergrad, early grad school, and then I went to philosophy, and then I did animal cognition for a long time, and I played in the cognitive associative debate there. And a lot of my work was making exactly this claim in the cognitive associative debate, that to say the skeptics and the proponents actually have different implicit theories of representation, and so they're talking past one another. We've worked ourselves into a corner where I think the exact same thing is happening here. And so, you know, probably in another paper or two, I'm going to try to explicitly make that argument to say, you know, look, until you put your theory of what it is to have a concept on the table, we can't even tell whether you disagree, right? Because if you're going to look at the domain general bias towards translational invariance and say that's an innate concept, like everything's a concept, right? You know, another example I like to jog intuitions is, you know, the cooperative eye hypothesis. So this is one that like Tomasello makes a bit about. So like, you know, humans have a white sclera in their eye, right? Which makes it easier to follow our gaze. And so the thought may be human gaze tracking depends in large part on actually this physical ability. You know, this physical property of our eye, that our eyes are easier to follow than the eyes of other animals that don't have a white sclera and a dark pupil. Is that an innate gaze concept, right? I mean, if you're willing to, it's domain specific, it's evolutionary scaffolded learning, you get species typicality, it's gonna fit a lot of the criteria that nativists wanna offer for a domain specific innate concept, right? But I want to say, no, you know, that's the body stuff. You know, that's the stuff that's really hard. But you don't want to build that into the intellectual machinery of an artificial agent. That would be completely confusing what's going on.
Other questions?
Right there?
Yes.
Thank you for a great presentation. I would have one very simple question as a clinician, and that is, can artificial intelligence, AI, deteriorate humans' natural rational thinking or intelligence, at least in the long run?
I missed a critical word in the middle there. Can you repeat? Deteriorate. So,
right.
Will they cause us to become less intelligent? Is that the question?
Yes, that's the question.
Oh, yeah, that's already happening, for sure. I mean, without a doubt. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the big studies in AI safety. So, for example, in self-driving cars, one of the biggest dangers is that the cars are so effective the vast majority of the time that you get an unreasonable degree of trust in their behavior, right? And then they fail in very strange ways, but the driver's already tuned out. And that's, you know, just the stuff that's kind of easier for us to see, like the way that it's restructuring, let's say, our social media feed or so on to only present certain types of information is maybe, you know, much scarier. And it requires a lot of deliberate research to figure out what the cognitive effects of that kind of structuring of our whole informational economy are going to be. So, you know, I'm not really an ethicist. I sometimes dip my toes in the ethical waters, but I hope there's a lot of ethicists that understand how these systems work, that are going to be doing experiments to explicitly address that problem. There's another one back there.
Thanks for the talk. A quick comment and a very short question, but it's probably more difficult to answer. So first, about Skinner. I think you're roughly right that the conception that we have of B.F. Skinner is not exactly correct. So he is actually more complex when it comes about learning and that sort of stuff. But I think he's still wrong, but he's not wrong in the way that Chomsky says he was wrong. Yeah, right. But then the question, so I think a lot hangs on your conception of representation. Could you open a little bit what you mean by that?
Yeah, I mean, so I have another paper. I tend to just, you know, I have a paper for that. So my most recently published paper is exactly on a theory of representation that I think is applicable to exactly these cases. I think it's a very difficult problem. It's difficult for the same reason it's difficult in animal cognition. So here's what happens, right? And there's been a blog exchange between a blogger, I can't remember the name, and Gary Marcus recently that I think illustrates this cycle of feedback quite well, where you get a new powerful model, and it does stuff that we didn't think we'd see for decades. Everybody's blown away, and then Gary Marcus or another skeptic throws a couple kind of out of bounds questions, out of the statistical likelihood questions at it, and it seems to fail spectacularly, and you say, aha, disqualifying errors, right? Therefore, not only not intelligent, but like not even relevant to intelligence, right? But then you get a slightly bigger or better model, right? And it can solve those problems that the previous one failed to solve. But then you find a couple harder questions to ask it, and now it fails at those. And you say, aha, no, still, disqualifying errors. So then another model, and more errors, and another model, and more errors, right? And we keep getting more and more impressive behavior, but there's always errors. Guess what? In human cognition, there's always errors, right? In animal cognition, there's always errors. If you look in the philosophical theory of representation, the theory of content, the possibility of misrepresentation is like the bedrock of the reason we need a theory. Like, how do we have concepts when necessarily we're always going to be at least partially mistaken in our application of them? There's a fundamental tension, I think, between our ability to ascribe a determinate content to a concept, that is to say what it is the concept of, and then the fact that we're never going to be perfect at picking out or reacting to instances of that concept out in the world. We're always going to have an imperfect ability. This is what makes it difficult to have a causal theory of content, a la Dretske, Fodor, Millikan, and so on. So my solution to that problem is I call it a forward-looking theory of content. It's actually one that I think you can attribute to William James, for what it's worth, where the idea is it's not that there's some particular set of correct answers that are definitive of competence with a particular concept, nor is there some particular set of errors that are disqualifying with respect to a concept. It's about the stability of the errors and the stability of the correct answers. Right? So the idea is the agent should have some ability to detect when it has made a mistake with respect to that concept in response to feedback from its environment or from itself or others, and then correct its use so that the errors are not enduring and stable when its kind of face is rubbed in the evidence that it's made a mistake. That's, for me, the defining causal link that has to exist. And that's about a learning ability, right? It's an ability to correct on the mistakes that you make. And I feel very strongly about that theory of content, but like every philosopher of mine has their own crazy theory of content, but we can argue about that later if anybody wants to.
Okay, it is now time to thank Cameron for this wonderful talk and discussion. And at the same time, we welcome our next speaker, Professor Riikka Möttönen from Cognitive Science Unit, University of Helsinki. The title of Riikka's talk will be Unlocking Adults' Implicit Statistical Learning by Cognitive Depletion.
Okay, hello everyone, and it's a great pleasure to give this talk today. And thank you to Paavo for putting this conference together. I have greatly enjoyed the previous talks, and they have certainly made me think my own research in a very different light. So, yeah, thank you. Okay, so my main research interest is the human brain and how the human brain enables cognition, speech, and language. And the methods I've used in my research are kind of experimental. So I do experiments, and I also measure and stimulate the human brain. Slide problem with this. Okay, so let's start by doing a simple experiment. So your task is just to listen. So listen carefully. Okay, so what did you hear? Did anyone? Oh, okay. Someone. Did anyone? Did everyone perceive speech, or did someone just hear some kind of weird whistling noise?
Well, it sounds like twisted speech, but I couldn't make sense of what it was.
Okay. Okay, so it was a sentence, cognitive science studies how the mind works. So let's listen to the, sorry, problem. Let's listen to the exactly the same. Okay, too much hair, I think. Mm-hmm. Okay, better, thank you. So let's listen to exactly the same audio file again. So it is a modified speech sound, cognitive science studies how the mind works. Okay, so you probably now heard something very different from what you heard in the first time. So this is a kind of a demonstration how our prior experience and knowledge affects how we perceive sensory signals like speech. So in order to understand speech, we really need to have this kind of knowledge about the regularities and patterns in the speech signal. So in a way, when you heard this is called sine wave speech, when you heard it for the first time without any kind of expectations, it's like when you hear kind of foreign speech for the first time. So you don't really know anything about its internal structure. And in that case, speech sounds like continuous stream of sounds kind of without any breaks between words or any kind of structure. But once you have learned a language, you have built a kind of internal model of this language, and then it allows you to really hear the different words as separate units. And it almost sounds like there are kind of short breaks between the words, although there aren't any breaks in continuous speech. So, so this is when an infant learns or acquires language. This is one of the first steps the infant needs to kind of solve, like how to break the continuous speech stream into these meaningful units. And there's lots of evidence that one of the mechanisms that plays a role here is statistical learning. And statistical learning is more like a domain general learning mechanisms, which is probably even innate. There's some evidence that even kind of newborns can use this mechanism to segment speech, continuous speech, into words. Okay, so in this talk today, I'm going to focus this paradox that we know that even young infants have this ability to acquire language, and they do it very efficiently and effortlessly. But for some reason, this ability to acquire language and learn new languages deteriorates during development. So for us as adults, it's quite effortful to learn a new language. And this is kind of paradoxical when we start to think about it, because we as adults, we have kind of really highly developed cognitive skills. We can do many things that infants and children can't do. We can kind of control our behavior. We can make plans, do abstract thinking, solve mathematical problems, or all kinds of things that children can't do as well. But for some reason, learning a new language is very difficult. So these higher level cognitive skills do not seem to help us at all when we need to learn a new language. So why is this the case? Why do adults lose this ability to learn languages effortlessly? So there, of course, this is kind of a question that's been researched a lot, and one kind of dominant view on this is that there's a critical period in early childhood when the brain is really plastic and ready to learn a language, and then for some reason this critical period ends, and then after that it is difficult to learn a new language. So my colleague Eleanor Small and we have suggested an alternative hypothesis or complementary hypothesis. So we have suggested that the adult brain or the adult cognitive architecture constrains these early developing statistical language learning mechanisms. And our kind of primary suspect here is the prefrontal cortex. So prefrontal cortex is a structure that develops or maturates really slowly, so into early adulthood, and it also supports these higher cognitive functions. So we think that, or according to our model, when children kind of develop and when their prefrontal cortex maturates, this automatically kind of pushes down the statistical language learning mechanisms. So this can be thought as like a seesaw model. And the consequence of this is that if we were able to kind of push down somehow these prefrontal dependent higher order cognitive mechanisms in adults, that should improve their ability to use these statistical language learning mechanisms to acquire language. And in the remaining of my talk, I will explain to you how we have tested this hypothesis. So our way to push down these prefrontal mechanisms has been to use transcranial magnetic stimulation. So for those who don't know, it's a method that uses rapidly changing magnetic fields that pass through the skull and induce a weak current into underlying brain tissue. And this current then affects how the neural tissue kind of functions in that targeted area. And by using certain types of pulse sequences, we can kind of disrupt functioning of a certain brain area temporarily. So as you guessed, what we have done is that we have applied TMS over dorsal prefrontal cortex, which is one of these areas that maturates very late and which supports higher cognitive functions, and then tested whether this kind of cognitive depletion, as we call it in our paper, affects adults' ability to acquire language. Okay, and here is our kind of experimental paradigm. So first of all, this is a kind of very traditional paradigm to study statistical language learning that was kind of invented by Jenny Safran in 1990s. So we present sequences of syllables, and in these sequences syllables there are 3-syllable hidden words. Like, for example, can you see mine? Tupiro, Golabu, Bedagu, and so on. And the only way to learn this hidden structure or these hidden words is to rely on transitional probabilities between the syllables. So, for example, here, 2 is always followed by P, P is always followed by Rho, so transitional probability 1, whereas the transitional probability is lower between the words. So, and it has shown in many studies that even very young infants can use this kind of statistical knowledge to learn the structure of this kind of continuous speech stream. So our participants were adults, and we had 2 groups of participants. One were in one of the groups we applied TMS over the dorsal prefrontal cortex. So we kind of our aim was to make their brain work more like a child brain. And then we had a control group. And we measured brain signals using EEG during this kind of learning phase. And then we also asked him to perform a memory task after a short break. Okay, so let's first look at the brain signals. So here we calculated inter-trial coherence in order to look at how the brain rhythms do get synchronized with kind of syllables and words while our participants listen to these sequences of syllables. And what we can see here is that when they listen to random sequences, which are the blue lines here, there's a really high synchrony at the syllable frequency, which was about 3 Hertz, and a kind of quite low synchrony at word frequency. But when they kind of listen to these structured sequences that have these hidden words, we can see this kind of this learning already in their brain signals. So this kind of coupling between brain rhythms and the syllable frequency goes down, whereas the coupling between the brain rhythms and the word frequency goes up. So this is how we can measure kind of statistical learning already by using these recordings of brain signals. And what we have shown that, or what we found, was that the group, the group that had this this kind of disruption in the prefrontal areas learned better than the control group. So they brain signals got more coupled with the word frequency relative to the syllable frequency. Okay, and then I'll go back to my this experimental design slide. So then we also asked our participants to do this kind of 2 alternative forced choice task after the learning phase. So we presented one of the words, hidden words that were presented in this exposure phase, and then a random combination of syllables. And the participant's task was to say which one you have heard before, which one sounds more familiar. And also, importantly, we asked them to report whether they actually remembered one of the words or whether they were simply guessing. So in a way, this is our method to measure whether they had conscious experience of remembering a word, whether they were aware of these learned words or not. And again, when we just look at like how many times they chose the correct word in this 2 alternative forced choice task, we can see that the group that had this disruption in the prefrontal areas had learned more words than the control group. And also, interestingly, they were especially performing better. This control group was performing better. Sorry, the dorsal prefrontal group was performing better than the control group when they reported that they were simply guessing. Whereas when they reported that they remembered, there was no difference between the group. So what this means is that the group, the disruption in these prefrontal areas improved learning, but it especially improved learning without awareness. This is something we call implicit learning, and this is, of course, the way kind of infants learn many skills. Okay, I think I will skip that, and I go to my summary and conclusions. So these results support our hypothesis that the adult cognitive architecture and the late developing prefrontal area constrains these early developing statistical learning mechanisms in the adult brain. So in a way, it seems that these higher cognitive functions, although they allow us to behave like adults, they also seem to have a cost when we consider language learning. And also, like our results demonstrate, that it is possible to unlock adults' implicit language learning mechanisms by this cognitive depletion. And this may have some practical implications for foreign language learning in adults in the future. And also, I hope that in this talk, I have convinced you that transcranial magnetic stimulation combined with other methods is a powerful tool to study causal relationship between the brain and cognition and perhaps even consciousness. Thank you.
Thank you, Riikka, for your wonderful presentation. So now we have a couple of minutes for discussion and questions. Ladies first, so could you please, yeah, thanks.
Thank you for this very inspiring talk. The kind of mechanism that you are describing looks so general that I wonder whether the same can be applied to, for example, learning other kind of languages, music and like
yes.
that.
Yeah, this is something we are definitely going to test soon. So my guess is that there really isn't anything special in statistical language learning, and that we would be able to see similar effects like music learning or any other type of kind of non-linguistic learning mechanisms. Yeah.
Where maybe in a way it could be potentially easier to unlock that kind of function, because with music, for example.
Yeah, for music. It's the interesting thing. I just discussed this with my colleague Tatsuya Daikoku yesterday, and we are planning to test exactly this. But I think what is interesting thing in this control group is that that the kind of adult brain in this kind of normal condition seem to acquire only explicit linguistic knowledge during this kind of exposure. Whereas you can see that the gray bar here, when they think that they're simply guessing, it's at chance level. So they kind of, in normal state, when adults learn a hidden word, they also know, they have awareness of this word. But I think it could be different with music. We may use more kind of implicit learning mechanisms when we learn music.
Then
thanks for a great talk. I have two quick questions. The first is, I didn't understand technically at which time point during presentation of your syllables you applied TMS. And the second question is, what do you think is the reason why the brain makes it more difficult to learn a new language in the adults? Thanks.
Okay, the first question is easy. The second one is a bit harder to And so we used a method called theta burst stimulation. So we apply it for 30 seconds in the beginning of the experiment. And it's known to induce an after effect that lasts for about half an hour. And then we applied TMS in the beginning, and then after that, we played the sound sequences to our participants. So they were not kind of simultaneous. The second question, the honest answer is I don't know.
I mean, there are ideas in the way that as a child, so the brain is empty, so to speak, to say it very simple, and structure builds up. And the idea is in the later adult, in order to prevent that all the carefully built up structure gets destroyed by completely learning anew, in a sense, is a benefit for the brain. What do you think about that?
Yeah, it is possible that, we kind of, for adults, we want to kind of exploit what we have already learned rather than be kind of updating and learning new things just kind of all the time.
And do you think that your method may be dangerous in the sense that it destroys these structures that seem to be protected by this mechanism of making learning more difficult in the adult?
I wouldn't use the word dangerous, but it is possible that by applying this, by disrupting these prefrontal areas, we make adults worse in some tasks. Temporarily, they recover after half an hour, and these are really subtle effects. But this is also something we are planning to do to see, like whether there are, for example, some aspects of language learning that we are that we are suppressing by this same stimulation. Yes. Yeah.
Now we have time for one quick question, and then we must move on. The gentleman in the middle, please. Here. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. As an engineer, I have a question. So, first of all, I just want to know whether there are any negative implications because of the magnetic field. And secondly, that if no, why cannot this not be used to make a device that will help people to learn languages? Thank you.
It is possible that maybe I should mention another experiment that we had in this study. So we also had experiment 2 in which instead of this transcranial magnetic stimulation, we used kind of behavioral cognitive fatigue paradigm. So we made our participants to do a really difficult, cognitively demanding task, and then tested their statistical language learning abilities. And we found the same effect. So there could be other methods to kind of temporarily facilitate these kind of core language learning mechanisms. I'm not sure whether I answered your question.
Yeah, second question was about this, whether you were able to make a device that one could use at home and learn.
Yeah, I think we are a long way away from it, but yes, in principle, yes. Yeah.
Thank you, Riikka, for the wonderful presentation. And now let's welcome our next speaker, Professor Minna Huotilainen from University of Helsinki. Minna will talk with the title The Learning Brain in a Material World, and kind of continue the topic started by Riikka.
Can you hear me? Yes. Great. So my name is Minna Huotilainen, and I come from the Faculty of Educational Sciences, and this is a bit of a stretch from neuroscience to education. It's a step that I've recently made, and I'm really excited in the possibilities of understanding the learning brain and making learning better by also using cognitive science and neuroscience knowledge in that. And today I'm going to talk about the learning brain in a material world, because I believe that we have kind of neglected this part of interacting with the world when we are planning learning. We think of the learning brain as a brain that is receiving information. But that's a very, very small part of learning, and I'm trying to show you today what else is there in learning except just receiving information. Of course, neuroscience started in the laboratories. 100 years ago, Hans Berger made his experiments and showed that there is actually a signal called electroencephalogram, and was able to show that we can actually measure what is going on in the brain. And ever since that, the neuroscience devices have been developed and become more and more accurate, and always residing in the laboratories, in an artificial environment, and it's not a very easy starting point for studying the material world. Of course, in this kind of circumstances, we can deliver stimuli to the participant, we can deliver sounds, natural speech and music is possible to listen to them. Of course, in the fMRI instrument, you also have the sound of the device on when you are measuring. You can also deliver videos, so lots of groups are working on, for example, watching movies, very natural stimulation for all of us. You can also do things in these devices, so people have even developed musical instruments that you can play in the laboratories. But obviously all of those are kind of artificial things because it's not in the natural environment. But we do have devices that are also possible to take into the everyday life. And this 100-year-old electroencephalogram is actually a neuroscience method of the future, in my opinion, because it is really a method that you can take almost anywhere. The devices are smaller than your mobile phone, and on top of that you obviously need this funny hat that you use for collecting the electric currents from the surface of the head. In addition to electroencephalogram, we also have very nice devices that can measure autonomous nervous system activity. So these are devices that are, for example, measuring the cardiac signal, and from that we can calculate heart rate variability measures, for example, or they can be devices that are measuring physical activity, movement of the person. They can be measuring skin conductance, these types of signals that tell us about the autonomous nervous system activity. And since these devices are very comfortable, so you can actually wear them for several days or even for weeks. And this allows us to study really the natural environment, what is happening in the learning environments, what is happening when teaching is going on, but what is also happening otherwise, for example, during the breaks or something like that. So these devices offer kind of a new window. We can move out from the lab and go to the actual real-life situations. If we think about modern work, a lot of modern work can actually come down to a problem-solving task. It may involve quite a lot of need for information retrieval, memory, attention. We may need to try to understand new concepts. We may need to draw comparisons between phenomena and so on. And things that are practically affecting us in those situations are related to things around us, the material world. What kind of learning or working space do we have? Are there lots of other people? Are they talking? Are they walking? Are they doing things that are actually interrupting us? What kind of space is it? Do we feel comfortable there? Do we feel safe there? What is expected of us? Could there be a person asking us some questions or telling us to do something, to stop what we are doing and start doing something else? And what kind of communication is going on in those places where we are working and learning? These are all those factors that are the material world affecting our cognition. If you think about neuroscience 30 years ago, from this picture, you would only have the information receiving component. So we would be able to study this person seeing those images on the screen. Obviously, the screen would be in the lab, but anyway. Or we could study this person hearing some sounds. Of course, those would be produced by a loudspeaker in the lab, but anyway. And that's it. We wouldn't be able to study at all the interaction between the person and the environment and how this person is actually also capable of modifying the environment where he's learning or working. So it's quite a long time since that, and neuroscience has proceeded, but has our image of the learning brain actually proceeded? We know that there are capabilities in human brains that are there to survive in different kinds of environments. For example, in the auditory environment, we know that there are often many sound sources at the same time. That's a little bit like a rule in the world. So very often we have several sound sources. Maybe one sound source is interesting, maybe the other ones are just disturbing. For example, here you might want to listen to my voice, but then there are sometimes some other sounds coming from people moving a little bit and so on. For your brain, it's very easy to separate those sounds into streams. And this data that we collected already a long time ago shows that this is easy also for newborn infants. So their brains are also equipped with the capability of separating sound sources. In this case, the separation was done according to sound frequency. So in one situation, we have sound streams that are separated by their frequency. It is easy to separate them and follow one of the streams, while in the upper panel you can see the sound streams coinciding in frequency, and it is not easy to separate those from each other. This is just one example of those types of skills or tools that our brains have already since birth that actually are preparing us for the material world, for interacting in a world that is full of different kinds of sounds. Statistical learning that Riikka was showing in her studies is another example. So we have been able to show also statistical learning of co-occurrences of syllables in the newborn baby's brain. So when the baby is sleeping and we play him the sounds which contain these co-occurrences, these 3-syllable words, the brain actually very quickly comes up with a model that contains those 10 3-syllable pseudo words. So those are capabilities that exist there and prepare us for interacting with the environment. But then the other side of the same coin is learning. So we also have learning capabilities already at birth and actually even before birth. These are data from Eino Partanen's PhD thesis. By the way, if you are interested in the PhD thesis of University of Helsinki, you can download all of them from ethesis.helsinki.fi address, so they are all available there. So we studied with Eino pregnant women who were brave enough to participate in our studies, and we played to them sounds every day during the last trimester of their pregnancy, sounds that contain some melodies and also that contain some pseudo words that we had invented for the study. So the fetuses were listening, I guess, and learning from the material. And right after the babies were born, they came to our ERP lab and we recorded their brain activity to the same sounds that they had been listening to during the fetal period, but this time with minor mistakes. So we made some minor alterations to the melodies, we changed some syllables in the words, and we were able to show that they do actually have memory traces from the fetal period. They were able to learn the melodies, they were able to learn the sounds, and they can show it to us only in their brain responses, because you know during the experiment the babies are asleep, so you don't see any changes in their behavior, but you can only see the signal from their brain. So this is an example of a very, very early form of learning, being able to adjust to your future environment even before you are born. So this is probably the earliest level of interacting with the material world, with the future material world where the baby is going to be born into. These next few slides are from Riikka Harri's exceptionally good TED Talk. If you haven't heard it, please Google it. I'm really recommending it. Here she's talking about how working with your hands is extremely important. It's a part of our intelligence, and it's a part of gaining knowledge from the world. And here we have this so-called shorthands hypothesis. Linda Smith is studying couples where you have a baby and the baby's parent interacting, playing with some toys, and they have these head-held cameras. So the cameras are approximately the size of the gaze view of these persons. And there is an automatic system looking at the size of each toy in the visual field of the child and in the visual field of the parent. And what you can see is that those toys in the child's visual field are very, very big, and in the parent's view, very, very small. And this is obviously because the child's hands are so short, and when the child is grabbing those toys, they fill her visual field almost completely. And this is going to direct the child's attention to the toy, because the visual field is almost filled with the toy. So it's very easy then for the brain to learn that this toy is an important thing to connect the visual system and the somatosensory system. To turn around the toy in your visual field will give synchronous information to the visual system and the somatosensory system to understand that these perceptions belong together. The physical tools are also represented in the brain. These are these famous monkey studies where you try to find a neuron that is representing a certain area in the monkey's body, like you see in figure B. And after this kind of neuron has been found, so then later the monkey practices to use this little tool that he can use to pick up some objects. And after becoming very skillful in picking those objects in his neighborhood, you can look again at the same cell and you can see that is now representing not only the hand, but also extending to the tool. So the tool has kind of become a part of the monkey's hand from the brain's point of view, but not when the monkey is only passively holding the tool. So in that case, it doesn't become represented in his brain. And the same happens for place cells that are not representing body parts, but they are representing areas around the body. So in the figure F, you can see how one cell is representing that area where the monkey can reach with his hand. So maybe there is some treats there and he can pick them up, and this cell is representing that area. But after the monkey has learned to use this tool, so the representational area becomes larger, obviously because the monkey can reach to a longer distance with this new tool. So this is interaction with the world and becoming skillful in using some tools. And if we think about how typical it is also for us humans to learn to use different kinds of tools, for example, our mobile phones are in our hands quite often, and those are not only interaction with the physical world, but also a bridge from our mind, storing information, keeping it safe in the memory, for example, extending our cognitive capabilities that way. There is a very strong connection between physical activity and cognitive activity. Here you can see Miriam Nokia. She's a research leader in University of Jyväskylä, and her group is studying neurogenesis in hippocampus. And her studies have shown that new cells are born in the hippocampus in the training situations with the rat models. So this means that the memory capability is tightly connected with the physical activity. Now, why would that be? What would be an explanation why the memory should be active when the body is active? Well, from the animal's point of view, the reason is obvious. That's when you need your memory. That's when you do something. When you are physically active, you move around, you run in the maze, or you try to locate some things, or you try to find food or something like that. That's when you need your memory. When you are resting, when you are sedentary, when you don't do anything, that's when you don't need your memory. If you think about human life today, so we don't really utilize this connection. We actually do it the other way around. When we are going to learn something difficult, like for example in the Mind and Matter conference, what do? Well, obviously we sit down first for the learning. We have actually learned to connect sitting down and learning, sitting down and good memory, sitting down and good attentive skills, sitting down and receiving a lot of information. And this connection is false, because this connection between physical activity and cognitive activity is true not only in the rat brain, but also in the human brain. It's quite difficult for us to figure out how to utilize this information. If we talk about small kids, if we talk about children who are maybe 3 years old or something like that, so it's quite natural for us to think about learning in connection with movement. So we could have, for example, marching and talking about the days or something like that. It would be very simple and natural way to do. But what about learning neuroscience and doing physical activity at the same time? It's not at all obvious how to do that. How would we benefit from this information? I think that we are still very far from understanding what this would actually mean to adult learning. We have been studying the physiological states. Very often these are presented in a two-dimensional model. There are several models, and this is one that I've developed myself, which is a kind of a simplification of the most typical physiological states. On the left side, you can see states where the person is somehow threatened. These are negative physiological states. These are states where the person is trying to find an escape route or a way out or some kind of solution how to deal with this situation. On the right side, you can see states where the person is active, feeling in control of his own life, directing his own learning, maybe excited, maybe curious, and also sometimes very peaceful, letting his own mind wander and go to different thoughts and safely and peacefully recovering. And I think that understanding these physiological states, recording them from the autonomous nervous system activity, understanding how our surroundings are affecting these physiological states, is actually a very important part of organizing learning. Understanding how learning can actually proceed only in those cases when the physiological state is good for learning. Because if you think about the left side of this figure, all those red areas, there the person is only searching for a way out, searching for some kind of solution for a difficult situation. Not with open mind, not with ready to learn new things, just to try to solve this present issue somehow. If you try to teach a person in those physiological states, I don't think it's very useful, because this person is still thinking of how to find a way out from this situation. I'm also very interested in how we can outsource our memory and cognition. And I think that humans have started this outsourcing or transferring information out from our own memory systems to some other systems already quite a long time ago. If we think about writing systems, they are several thousand years old, and we have been developing those systems in order to actually extend our memory. So we know how poor our memory is, and we don't want to trust it, and we don't need to trust it, because we have invented the systems for extending our cognitive capacity. Writing is not the only way to store information outside of the human mind. We are using calendars, we are using drawing, we are using arts, we are using music for this purpose. And recently also we have been starting extensive use of video and audio in extending our memory capacities. And I'm very much interested in how is that affecting the way that we are able to search for the information and find it again and find it useful and keep it safe, and how to index that kind of information. It's not straightforward at all. But I believe that this is a turning point in human information systems to actually start storing information heavily also in the form of video and audio. So this is my final slide, learning brain in the material world. We have lots of hardwired skills that we have already since birth, and obviously those are going to develop more and more when we act in the material world. We have lots of capabilities of using our skills. For example, gaze direction is automatic ever since birth, and we have automatic attention towards human faces, human voices, and so on. So our brain has already selected some materials for us to be extremely important. But then after that happens a lot of learning. And please remember that this learning occurs already very, very early in life, already before we are born. And some of this learning requires a lot of effort. So if you try to learn German vocabulary, it takes a lot of time. But some of the learning happens automatically or almost automatically, like, for example, the statistical learning of words and language. And then, of course, our curious mind, our own effort of directing our own learning. And this is really nicely evidenced in the studies of the children playing with the toys and learning to connect their visual information and the somatosensory and motor information together. So children are actually testing hypotheses. They are actually having this kind of experimental approach. The parents may be a little bit annoyed when the child wants to know what happens if I toss over this jar of water or something like that, but that is experimental testing, and it should be allowed, I guess. So I would say that the human brain is specialized into non-specialization, meaning that whichever kinds of environments you put this person into. Whichever kinds of languages this person has to learn, there are these capabilities. So there is specialization for some things, for example, to be a part of the human community. But then otherwise, there are so wide open possibilities for learning to survive in almost whatever environment or whatever language background, for example. Thank you.
Thank you, Minna. And now time for a couple of questions. Over back.
Some physical activity for one person.
I was just thinking the very same thing.
Thank you for this presentation. My question is about the slide with the fight and flight response. So my question from that slide, if I understood you correctly, it seems that you're suggesting that the learning is happening best when you're not in the fight, flight, and if I may also add freeze state, right? So this doesn't make sense to me in the sense that we know that human mind is very biased when it comes to negative life events. So how would you explain this? If we are better learning in a state where we are comfortable and safe, how is it then the traumatic memories or negative events are keeping a larger space in our minds?
Yes, thank you for this question, and sorry for being so unclear. So I was talking about organized learning, like for example happening in schools or workplaces when you try to make people learn some things. But it's really true that when you encounter some negative life events, which would occur then on the right side of this on the red side of this U-curve, so then those memory traces, they become extremely strong, not in that moment, but later when it's ruminated, when it's gone through again in the next night's sleep and so on. And those really are the ones that are the strongest ones, unfortunately, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, very interesting. I want to ask you about your last statement.
Yes.
What about then the educational system when it is so centered about disciplines?
Sorry, can you repeat?
What about or in general, the educational system when, as often it is centered about disciplines?
Yes, yeah. Well,
it is a rhetoric question, of course.
Yes, very, very hard to answer that question. You know, in Finland we have a lot of discussion about the different school subjects and how they are kind of fighting against each other. If you add 1 hour per week mathematics, then you have to lose 1 hour of English or something like that. And all of that feels really ridiculous from the point of view of how the brain works. And that's the world that we live in. That's the society that we have built. So there is a lot of room for different kind of thinking than what we are used to.
Okay, and now we have time one more very quick question. Perhaps back over there.
Thank you, Ms. Huotilainen, for your presentation. I also have a question following up on the educational aspect. So in the discussion of our educational systems, I would like to hear your opinion. How do you see we can utilize this knowledge about brain, about our cognitive abilities, about what you've mentioned, the interrelation between physical activity and cognitive activity, how we can put this knowledge to good use in our current educational systems?
Oh, thank you. That's a big question. Maybe you can see some of that if you have the possibility of visiting a Finnish primary school. You see a lot of physical activity possibilities in the classroom. So it's very typical that children don't have chairs, but they have these bouncing balls that they are sitting on, and they are very used to these types of advice that if you don't know how to finish your math task, you can go to the boxing corner and box for a while and come back and try again. So these kind of things are already there for children who are aged 7, 8, 9 years old, something like that. But then after that, it's so much more difficult. So I don't know what to say about it. I also think that the highest level of combining physical activity and learning is learning by doing. And that is easy if you are teaching somebody to bake. So, okay, we bake together. That is physical activity, that is learning by doing. But what if you are teaching somebody to do statistics, for example? Okay, you can come up with some kinds of ways of teaching statistics, like physically doing something, moving some bricks from one part to another or something like that. But it's not anymore so straightforward. So the more theoretical the learning content becomes, the more difficult it really is to learn by doing and really physically doing something. So that's a challenge for all of us to figure out how to do that. But at least to have breaks and at least to have physical activity breaks between the learning, that's the obvious answer, of course.
Okay, now it is time to thank Minna and all the speakers of the session, and time to get a cup of coffee right.
Yeah. Okay, so we are a little bit late, but let's say we are back here at 25 past. There should be coffee and cake outside. I hope there is. announcement here that there was a telephone found in a lady's toilet, and it's now with the porter's office. Not necessarily from this conference, but we thought we'd let you know anyway, so if anybody's missing their mobile phone. Presumably female or naisoletettu, kun sanotaan suomeksi. Yes.
Okay, I guess it's quite 3:25, so it's time to start the next session. And I'm happy to introduce the keynote speaker, Sabrina Maniscalco at this university. And she will talk about the quantum walk on complex networks from the internet to biological systems. So please.
Can you hear me? Yes, I think you can. Very good, great. It's really a pleasure and an honor to be here and to talk about... Someone is telling me that I should move this. Is this okay? Better? Okay. Maybe it's put the other way around. Okay. Hopefully, also I'm usually... mic issue solved, so ready to begin. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here and talk about my research that is at the fundamental quantum information theory level, but I will try to discuss something that combines with the complex networks and so complex system side, and eventually got all the way till some speculations related to biology and medicine. And first of all, I want to begin by saying that the work I'm presenting is a joint effort, but it is mostly the effort of Jonas Malmi, now a PhD student at the University of Helsinki, and together with me, Guille and Matteo, postdocs at the University of Helsinki and Aalto University, respectively, and also part of Algorithmic, our startup, have contributed to this work. Now, the scientific publication, which contains most of the result, can be found in this archive here, and there's a title that is slightly more complex, that is Spatial Search by Continuous Time Quantum Walks on Renormalized Internet Networks. So it's a bit scary, and that's why I will divide it step by step, and I will say what we mean with spatial search. Specifically, we are talking about an algorithm, but it's an algorithm that has the aim of finding a marked element in a database which has some structure. So it's one of the most well-known algorithms. And then I will talk about continuous time quantum walks. These are basically, quantum walks are the analog of random quantum walks, but in the context of quantum systems, they are really dynamics, if you want, of single excitation or a single walker, and describes the propagation. You can imagine them as describing simply the propagation of a particle over a set of positions, and in this case, this propagation is connected really, as we will see soon, to the topology of the underlying network. And I will have to say a few words about the use of the word renormalized, and I will not anticipate much here, we will describe it later on. And finally, I will begin by presenting the results on internet networks. This specifically is the autonomous systems network of the internet. It's a snapshot of 2009, but as the properties of real networks are basically the same, or there are some properties that are common to any type of complex networks, including biological networks, the things I'm saying apply also to these categories of networks. Now, Why is this interesting? Well, very broadly speaking, this has to do with the question, what are quantum computers good for? Because this, I will talk about a quantum algorithm. So, of course, it enters into the very general questions of quantum advantage, or if you want, if there is some properties related to quantum mechanics that allows to speed up an algorithm, or in general provide advantage with respect to the classical corresponding algorithms. These categories of algorithms, spatial search in particular, are known in the quantum case to provide advantage with respect to a number of graph topologies. But they've not been studied for so-called real-world networks. So this will be what I will be aiming at doing here. And if spatial search is a topic that may seem maybe too algorithmic or too distant, you can also think in terms of transport, okay? Because actually, very often, what you do is to initialize your excitation in one of the nodes, one of the locations of the network, and then just observe the dynamics. And this is very similar, a very similar idea, just specialized to the goal of finding a marked element while you observe the dynamics. Now, a few words about networks. Network found in real systems, like biological system, communication system, social networks, they all share this some underlying non-trivial topological features, and in this sense, they are common. They have some common statistical properties. And of course, that's the reason why, for us, it's interesting to understand whether this quantum advantage, and actually what is known as optimality, in fact, is also something that one can prove on real networks. And so, in particular, we will see that this is connected to this question for spatial search, whether these quantum properties allow to prove a quadratic speed up. So very broadly speaking, on the one hand, we have this quantum side and the ideas of speed up or of advantage. And on the other hand, we have the concept of emergence, which is typical of complex systems, because actually complex systems acquired these specific properties as they grew. So it seems to be really something connected to the concept or the idea of emergence. And one can ask a number of speculative questions, and I will not answer to any of these here, and I will not specifically address any of these, but you will see, I hope, at the end of my talk, that how this can be related to the topic I'm talking here about. And they are more, they are actually typical questions of the framework of so-called quantum biology. Are quantum properties of relevance in the emergence of certain complex topologies? Can they be useful? And in the realm of biology, have they played a functional role in the growth of biological complex systems? So in order to talk about an algorithm like spatial search, I will need necessarily to introduce the concept of scaling, okay? So scaling for spatial search, again, is something which characterizes actually the property of the algorithm. And in particular, this means simply in the quantum case, that I will start reviewing soon, that the total time, so what I'm interested in is to know the total time or runtime of the algorithm versus the size of the graph in our case. So in this case, the number of items, which in our case is number of nodes in the graph. And what I call as optimality would be, in the quantum case of this algorithm, behavior that scales as the square root of n. In the classical case, the scaling is proportional to n, order n, and that's why I talk about quadratic speed up in this case, in the quantum case, with respect to the classical one. Now, the first thing you face when you want to study such type of behaviors on real networks, this is just a snapshot of one of the real networks, is that examples of them are protein-protein interaction networks, protein-DNA. These all come from some biological or systems biology related subfield, but you can have many other examples. But in any case, the first thing that you will notice once you are given a real network is that they are single instances. They're not ensembles. You have one network with a fixed number of nodes n. Okay, so how do I study scaling if I have a single instance of the algorithm? Well, this will be the answer I will be trying to, that's the question I will be trying to answer during the talk. And the talk journey starts by describing what I already mentioned but didn't give any properties, that is spatial search by continuous time quantum walk. Then I will introduce a concept that is known network geometry, and this will allow me to identify so-called replicas of the real networks that will allow me to study the scaling, replicas of with different numbers n of nodes. And finally, I will present results on the quantum search of the internet. And the very, very final part, I will speculate about connections with systems biology and even medicine. But I start by recalling few important properties of spatial search. So for those of you who have some background in quantum information theory, probably you will know one of the most famous algorithms in quantum information, that is Grover's search algorithm. In Grover's search, you are searching through an unstructured database, while spatial search generalizes it to databases which have structure. In this case, the structure is the topology of the network. Also, I will talk about an implementation, if you want, of spatial search, which uses continuous time quantum walks. And these are, as I mentioned before, analogs of the classical corresponding walks. And they describe a propagation of a particle. It is known, this is a very, very important paper and theorem, which proves that spatial search on certain graph topologies solves, so in the quantum case, solves the, so it's optimal. It provides a quadratic speed up with respect to the classical algorithms, and it's also optimal for this type of problem. So you can't, optimal meaning you can't do better than that, okay, so in any case. And finally, a large number of papers extended these initial results to many other types of graphs. So from star graphs to broken lines, fractal graphs, random graphs, 1D graphs. So there's a large literature that extends these initial results to many different topologies. However, general conditions for a graph to be efficiently searchable are not known. So in the notation that I will use here, I will indicate with n the number of nodes and with e the edges, and I will introduce a matrix that is the adjacency matrix. This is very important quantity when one wants to analyze topological properties of networks. And I will assign the value 1 in case of the presence of a link between the two nodes and 0 otherwise. In particular, I have to introduce another concept that is the degree of the node. The degree of the node is the number of incident links on a node. Okay, so it tells how, for a given node, how many neighbors are connected to it. And finally, I introduce the Laplacian, which is defined as the difference between D, this is a matrix where the having only, is a diagonal matrix. In the diagonal, there are the degrees of each node, okay? Minus the adjacency matrix, which is basically defined above. So these are the main mathematical quantities I have to introduce. And now I focus on one of the target's nodes, W, and I generate a vectorial space, the Hilbert space, where the state will live and where the dynamics will take place. And remember, 1 and n are really the number of nodes in this case. So this Hilbert space has as many vectors in the basis as the number of nodes in the system. And then I define the Hamiltonian is not just me, this is what is generally done when studying spatial search in this framework of continuous time quantum walks as the sum of two terms. One term is the Laplacian Hamiltonian, which I defined before, okay, in terms of the diagonal elements and the adjacency matrix. And then this other term that is known as the oracle, which is just, in technical terms, a projection on the target state. And this is just briefly the key ingredients that I will need in order to study dynamics. So this constant here is a parameter that I will need to optimize, and in particular represents the flow of probability amplitude per unit time. But these are details. So how does the algorithm goes? You start initializing a superposition, a quantum superposition of all the initial nodes. Again, this is standard spatial search algorithm. And then you evolve. So this is the famous Schrödinger equation. I'm assuming there is no noise in the system. I prepare, as it is usually done for search algorithm, an equally weighted superposition, and I let it evolve using the Schrödinger equation. And it is everything, then I wait, okay? And then what do I wait? I wait that there is, or I ask myself whether at some point the probability of the system to be in the target node will be close to 1, okay? Obviously, this object, this so-called probability, well, I will introduce in a second the probability of success. So this object depends on time, because the dynamics will progress, and depends on the node that I've chosen. I have to, in order to study optimality, I will actually, by definition, define the spatial search successful if, when measuring the position of the quantum walker, or the excitation, if you want, at a certain time t, I will find that the walker is in the target state with almost 1 probability, order 1 probability. So this defines whether I have a successful spatial search. And obviously this means that I have to optimize this quantity, and I want to have the smallest time at which I have the walker arrive in the target state. So this was what I just said. The search is optimal if, when I look at the scaling, as I increase the size, this time increases only as square root of n. In that case, I have quantum advantage and I have optimality. Okay, now, shift of topic, okay? I'm going to for a moment, to go into complex network science. So we talked about quantum dynamics before. Now we move briefly into quantum network science. And of course, I will not have time to go into the mathematical details of any of the things I'm talking about, and probably, or maybe 50% of the audience will be happy about skipping this. But here are the main points I want to introduce. So I talked before about so-called real-world networks, and I said that they have certain common trace. And examples of these properties are degree heterogeneity. Do you remember I introduced the degree before? And it turns out that all of these diverse networks, they all are characterized by the majority of the nodes having very low connectivity. So they are the largest majority has low connectivity. And there are very few nodes which are highly connected. Then they are characterized by clustering. This means the presence of triangles in the network. And of the small world process property, which just tells that if I'm in one of the nodes, I can reach most of the other nodes by few hops in a shortest path. However, so there are many models that have been introduced to reproduce these properties. So because people started to wonder how can we explain in terms of models the presence of these properties across a diverse set of networks. And all the models were unsuccessful in understanding all the three. So a majority of the property of the models clearly can reproduce heterogeneity, degree heterogeneity and small world, but clustering remain elusive until the introduction of so-called geometric models. So this is a theoretical framework which allows to understand clustering, and it is a reflection of similarity between nodes. What does it mean, similarities? In particular, I'm focusing here on the internet, but this is more general than the internet. similarity space is found to be congruent with geographic distance. Now, the interesting point is that in order to do this observation, you really need to, as we will mention in a moment, create an embedding of the network into a specific geometry. So you have to introduce an underlying metric space, which incredibly fits all of the different types of networks. Here I mentioned the embedding of the networks, and what one can do is that find the coordinates of the nodes of a real network in this abstract similarity space, and it has been proven that these embeddings are very useful for many things, in particular for navigating the network and so on and so forth. And the final concept to be mentioned is that these graphs are found to be self-similar. So once one creates an embedding in a metric space, which is very often hyperbolic, so I will describe it. You can have it in many dimensions, actually, but the one I will describe is a planar embedding in hyperbolic space. So one finds that the networks are, one discovers really a self-similarity. And this allows to produce smaller scale replicas of real networks which have very similar topological properties. And now, because we have similar replicas, we can study scaling, okay? Because now we can build from a single instance of the network, we can build a flow, really, it's a renormalization flow, so replicas that are based on renormalization, which are equivalent to different numbers, so for which we take the number changes in particular, both in smaller and higher dimension. And the main results of the geometric normalization is in this paper. And here you see how one introduces different layers and one creates these super nodes just by combining two of the nodes in a certain manner. Again, the math is, in fact, not so trivial for doing these geometric embeddings and the rest, but I will, again, skip it. The most important things to remember is that geometric embedding in hyperbolic space are what we will be doing. So first thing we do is we take the network of the internet network, and we embed it in hyperbolic space, following this method. And then we create this replica, which have the same topological properties and are shown to have, therefore, the same dynamical properties. Okay? So that's our initial building block. Now, finally, we apply this to the internet, and we study scaling. So as I said, the system, the network we start from is this snapshot of the internet at the level of autonomous systems in 2009. And then we use, by using these replicas, by building these replicas, we consider 5 layers in particular. These are the corresponding number, these are the renormalized layers. Number of nodes are here, and number of edges are there. So these are the typical sizes we are handling are of this order. And then we run a quantum walk on this thing with the topologies that are underlying. So that's the whole. And then we study, is the search by continuous time quantum walk optimal? Now, before telling you what are these colors, I want to show you how these networks look like, okay? Embedded in hyperbolic state. So they look like this. This is the largest replica corresponding to L equal to 1. And then I have 2 other sizes, L equal to 3 and L equal to 5. And in these plots, you see that the radial coordinate is indicating or is connected to the logarithm of the degree. So there is a connection really that is coming out from the embedding. This is not a discovery, it's just the way in which the embedding is done is such that you will find all the nodes of low degree in the periphery. Okay, and here in these plots, the degree is also represented by the size of the network. So you see, these are very small size, and these are all the low degree nodes. And in the center, you find all the hubs of the system. And now, this is also, of course, consistent as you renormalize. So the same happens in all the layers. As I said before, the statistical properties are preserved. Now, let's study the continuous time quantum walk and the scaling in this case. We begin by preparing the initial state. It's an equally weighted superposition. We calculate the Schrödinger equation, we evolve the dynamics, and finally we have this object that is the probability of reaching the target node W. Then we have to optimize, in particular, we have to optimize over the parameter gamma. If you remember the Hamiltonian, which drives the dynamics, is the sum of two terms, and this gamma regulates them. So gamma is one of the parameters I have to optimize upon. And then, of course, I have to find the minimum time where the highest probability is reached for the target W. So optimization is done over these parameters, and I will indicate with gamma opt the optimal value of gamma that leads to the highest probability, and with t, of course, the time of the algorithm, okay? the time to reach the target state. And in general, I will also introduce another quantity, which is TW. This is a little bit more technical. It's the ratio between the time t and the probability of success, because it could happen that the probability of success is not so close to 1, and then I will have to repeat the experiment many times in order to obtain something which is statistically significant. And actually, the real quantity for the algorithm, optimality in the algorithm, is this one, which is actually a little bit worse with respect to that. You see, this quantity is obviously larger than this one, because the probability of success is small than 1. And now the first finding is that there is remarkably a correlation between the value of this parameter and the degree, okay? So actually, it is possible beforehand for real graphs to guess what is the optimal value of gamma for each node. So the quantity I'm plotting here is, you see, all the dots correspond to different layers. They are all collapsing on this line, which is 1 over k. So I'm plotting the value, the optimal value, as a function of gamma, as a function of the degree. So all of the nodes have different degrees. So you see all the potential targets here, and they all show this property. So actually, we do know in advance which is the optimal value that we should use when running a search on real networks. And this is given by the inverse of the degree of the node. And then we can also see what is the behavior of this quantity TW with the degree, when changing the degree. And here it's correlations are really not strong for the low degree nodes, the low connectivity nodes, and then you start having a correlation appearing only for the nodes having high degree. But overall, now I'm ready to show you the next two plots are the next two results. The first one is the probability of success in the different layers, and the second one will be the scaling. So I'm ready for the final two results to be presenting. So the first thing is that now I'm revealing what is this color here, okay? So the color represents the probability of success, with yellow being close to 0 and 1 being close to 1. Okay, so the probability of success of reaching the target node is represented visually here. So you see immediately that there is a difference. You can categorize really two classes of nodes, right? If your target is a hub, the probability of success will be very low. If your target is a low degree node, the probability of success is higher. So for real networks, the probability of reaching a target state by continuous time quantum walk for spatial search, it makes a difference, really. You distinguish two classes. It's much harder to reach a state which is a hub with respect to, and it's non-trivial. We don't know exactly why, okay? It's non-trivial to understand why. Obviously here, the probability amplitudes are propagate, so there are a number of interference effects that take place, and eventually these interferences lead to low success probability in the hubs. And now I conclude the part of the results by showing you the scaling. So the first difference with the previous plots is the fact that now I don't have the individual target nodes anymore. I don't have the single dots. So I'm averaging over all the target nodes. So I'm studying T, the time it takes to find nodes on average, as a function of n, the size of the networks, in this case, size of the replicas. And then comparing different examples. Basically, this is the case of the internet networks or the replicas of the internet. And I'm comparing it with the random networks, Erdos-Renyi network, and with Barabasi-Albert, another model as a reference. And then with some approximated analytical results that are known from the literature. And here you see the classical scaling is in green. It's here, linear scaling, and the quantum scaling is here. So if I look at the average time, it seems actually that the behavior, the scaling for the continuous time quantum walk on the graph is really square root of n. So it goes the square root of n. So you would have a quadratic enhancement. But if I look at this quantity, which takes into account the fact that the probability of success is not always 1, the situation is actually worse, okay? So this is what we are looking at when we look at the internet. The scaling is certainly better than the classical one, but not close to square root of, or not exactly square root of n, for sure. So overall, we don't reach optimality for this case. However, if we would remove, if we are not interested in the hubs, so if we look at the case in which the targets are not the hubs, then we obtain again optimality. Okay, so in general, what causes the bad scaling is really this small amount of nodes that are the hubs, the highly connected ones. So some takeaway messages of this part before going to and asking about the time. It's 15 minutes. 15 minutes. It's good because then I will have time to go towards the biology side. Okay, and this was a part that is I didn't want to skip. So 3 takeaway messages on the spatial search part. The first one is that introducing these renormalized replicas that can be obtained from the discovery of self-similarity when real networks are embedded in geometric space, in particular in this case hyperbolic geometry, allows to study scaling, which is crucial both for algorithmic implementation and for studying transport, actually, and in general, many condensed matter properties. And this is an issue when you have instances, single instances of a network, because you have a fixed value of n. Incidentally, it's important to notice, I didn't cite the paper, but it is important to notice that the same authors of the the geometric embedding with renormalization that I mentioned before. The same authors published a second follow-up paper in which they studied the inverse renormalization, so the inverse process, which is, of course, much more complicated, but they demonstrate that diffusion, so dynamical properties on replicas of growing size, okay, when you do the inverse process, are substantially the same. So you can predict the dynamics in the inverse renormalization process. So you can build replicas of higher and higher size, and you can study dynamics. So you can predict dynamics by looking at the smaller one, which is also very relevant in general to predict the dynamics of the network, in the sense of the growth of the networks in this case. Now, the second takeaway message is that, well, for spatial search on real networks, we have a behavior or a scaling which is better than classical, but not provides quadratic speed up. But it is, so it's almost optimal. Would be optimal if we remove actually 10%, less than 10% of the nodes, which are the hubs. And of course, it appears that there is a large difference in the dynamics depending on whether the target node is a low connectivity node or a high connectivity node. Now, there are some future questions that are almost immediate as a necessary continuation of this type of research. The first one is, why have we chosen an equally balanced superposition of node states? So this is what is generally done when one studies continuous state quantum walk, but also spatial search on regular networks, lattices or complete networks. And this is linked really to what I would say is a symmetry property. But in this case, the choice of an initial equally balanced superposition may not lead to optimality, may not be the optimal, may not be the best choice, and therefore there could be ways of optimizing the initial state in order to improve the probability of success and the time to reach the target state. This is always possible. Then the other important question is, what is the effect of noise? Here we are studying a completely unitary dynamics, but of course, in general, noise is always present in different forms. And when one studies generally complex networks, this is often in terms of missing links or links which are broken, for example. In databases like the protein-protein interaction networks, one of the main problems is, for example, the absence of experimental data that are necessary really to complete this type of networks. And therefore, yes, and therefore understanding the effects of noise on this type of dynamics would be important. Another, let's say, important fact to be reminded when thinking in terms of node is that in biological systems like the FMO complex is one of the most studied examples of quantum biology. It is known that efficient transport is due to the interplay between quantum coherence, sound quantum coherence, and noise. So it's not said that noise is always deleterious when one studies transport in quantum systems or in general in systems which presents quantum effect. Very often it's the interplay between these two quantities that is that can be beneficial in efficiency. And then, of course, one can argue whether one could use this method to study transport in biological networks. And of course, here we can argue, there are many points that one can argue. The first thing one can say is that, well, are biological network quantum? I mean, why are you considering a quantum superposition or a quantum, to create a quantum superposition of what? I mean, biological networks, are they really described by real quantum objects? I mean, how can there be quantumness in objects which are actually not that microscopic, made by many molecules, noisy in wet environments? Are they actually, is this actually a very good starting assumption? And there are two answers for this, and I will before before finishing, I will answer to both of them. First of all, in some there have been examples, even experimental examples, of biological networks where it seems that quantum properties play a role. And secondly, there is one can look at this type of studies in a different, completely different manner, or from completely different framework, which is the following. This type of dynamics, this type of, so to say, algorithm or for spatial search may not be necessarily to be run on real quantum systems. It could also be useful as a quantum-inspired algorithm, which means as a quantum algorithm, but to be run on classical machines and to describe classical systems. For example, in some of the important networks for system biologists, like the protein-protein interaction network, one of the main open problems is to complete the interactome experimentally, and in particular therefore to study techniques like link prediction techniques that could give some indications on what could be the links which are missing. The general way of, one of the most famous actually algorithms for link prediction is an algorithm which uses diffusive properties, in particular algorithm based on random walk with restart. These are just a classical algorithm that are based on classical random walks. If you use on the same system a quantum algorithms with a continuous time quantum walk, you run it on your classical computer, you have more advantage link prediction power. It's just an algorithm, okay? It just uses different laws, but it just works better. So as a matter of fact, there can be, even without thinking on whether or not, let's forget for a moment the fact that it might be interesting to speculate what is the level of quantumness in some of these devices, but nonetheless, there can be algorithms that follow quantum rules, which are successful in completely classical problems as well. Okay. So it's just a different type of algorithm. As such, it can be considered. And then, again, to go more and to conclude, I think I probably have 5 more minutes, I guess, yes. To conclude and go more in the direction of something that could have to do with the network, so with systems biology and medicine. This is something that we have been recently discussed in the framework of my company, that is Algorithmic, and recently presented a few days ago with a symposium on so-called quantum network medicine. Quantum network medicine, or specifically network medicine, is a subfield on complex network theory, which applies complex network techniques to medicine, in particular drug development and discovery, and biology, systems biology. There it is very successful, but it can be boosted by quantum systems because they are having some of the properties that they are, problems that they are facing are due to some computational inefficiencies. And we believe that it might be very valuable to introduce a real multi-scale analysis, which starts from data-driven identification of relevant system biology processes, starting from networks of relevant biological systems. And here, one can use, in the quantum-inspired manner, algorithms that use, for example, quantum walks or certain quantum search algorithms, or in some cases, even classical machine learning and quantum machine learning could be used. And then a second layer is the layer of the modelization of proteins and protein folding. That normally is done either using crystallographic data or using machine learning. Of course, AlphaFold has amazing results in predicting folding of molecules. However, we know that there exist the first publications showing that quantum algorithms for protein solving can be, in fault-tolerant quantum computers, could be implemented. And finally, one should remember that eventually, at the microscopic level, when one wants to describe the binding process of proteins to ligand, one would need to, in many circumstances, use quantum physics because it is really a quantum problem per se. Very often effective models work, but there are several cases in which it is not possible to describe with classical quantum chemistry simulations the properties of these systems. Okay, and I would like to conclude in this way, and I thank you for listening.
Questions, please. There's one question over there. Okay, sorry.
Hi, Sabrina. Thank you for a very nice talk. I would like to ask you a little bit about what you said about the use of these quantum algorithms as classical algorithms. Mm-hmm. Because we know that classical random walks can be implemented very efficiently as a particle scheme, a diffusion scheme. But the particular feature of the quantum walk, of course, is that you don't have a particle implementation. And so in that case, these algorithms are, as far as I know, always exponential. So how can they ever be efficient?
Yes, so there are, I can refer to at least a couple of papers which have studied one of the most efficient methods for link prediction. Link prediction itself is a very complex problem because you need to guess or to gauge the presence of links between nodes of enormous systems, like the protein-protein interaction system contains, I don't know how many, probably 60,000 or more nodes, 60 million. I don't, they are huge anyway. And the problem is that the most successful method is called L3. It's a paper that was presented by Barabasi's group. And it uses, it's called L3 because it uses, let's say, the presence of triangles, actually, as an indicator of the potential presence of a missing link. And then, however, this is the best to known, the best to now, best known algorithm. The comparison, so why it would be ideal to have, and there are also examples of random walks with the start in particular to study link prediction. This would be ideal because you know, why L3 is sort of partly local. The random walk with the start would be a global algorithm, so because it's a diffusion process, it would cover globally the topological properties of the system. However, there are no successful implementation on networks of the size of the human proteome, and therefore they are computationally very demanding. And if you compare with parts of the proteome, of course, not all of them, and something that you can actually run with the quantum algorithm, you can see that the quantum algorithm actually has a better performance in validating some of the nodes. So why it has a better performance? So first of all, you have to understand these are obviously sparse networks, the matrices are sparse, and on top of that, the understanding of whether or not, or what is the factor which provides the speed up is very heuristic, is very difficult to know. And it's not true also that it is providing speed up with respect to all the networks that you look at. So there is a trade-off. But you can create a toolbox which contain both the quantum and the classical ones, and you can use the one which gives the better performance. And so, I mean, I don't have an answer with respect to why it is better with respect to the classical one, but in general, in several examples it is. So we can discuss later because I can show you the results of preliminary investigation. But yes. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sabrina, for the beautiful talk. I have one question that maybe already you answered, but just to check and the comment. The question is about the gamma, whether it depends on, so the limiting value, I mean, in 1/k, whether it depends on the initial state that you, okay.
The answer to this question is that all the results are only for the equally balanced superposition. In general, it may depend on the initial state.
Okay. And the comment is about the probability. It's not that it is larger it's smaller for the hub, for the hubs, just because you have a denser, in your hyperbolic space, you have in your hyperbolic space, you have a denser system at the edges, and maybe if you fall back into the original network, different things happen.
No, this is thank you. No, this is important. Actually, the properties of the embedded network.
Sorry if I interrupt you, and whether this is can be connected somehow with some reasoning about entropy.
Yes,
and edge entropy.
But it's a good point because it allows me to clarify this. So the embedding, when you create the embedding in hyperbolic space, all the results which have to do with the statistics of the system are exactly the same as those in the non-embedded state. So there is so you would find exactly the same. It's just a way of visualizing them, and it's a toolbox that then allowed to bring to light this self-similarity. But all the properties are the same as in the non-embedded network. So you would find the same, yes.
Any other questions? I have one myself, and that is, to what extent do you think this has any relevance to the information transfer in neural networks?
In neural networks. We haven't studied neural networks, but I mean, our impression is that, or our first guess would be that similar behavior would be found, because I don't think that these, let's say, we believe that the properties, the dynamics of the main properties of the continuous time quantum box are generally related to the topology of real graphs. So they're not specific to the internet. And because neural networks, so as long as you have neural networks that are reflecting real-world properties, then you would observe similar behavior. But it is an interesting question, and we are interested also in across discipline studies, let's say, for sure. But it's just the very first. So if you want the very first message or the main message of this work is a combination. You can work by combining approaches of complex network theory, such as the renormalization and properties of, to study systems in the quantum realm. So you can, and very often you can access quantum, so you can access the studying of many, because these are many. So quantum systems with many degrees of freedom, of course, in the sense that the number n of nodes is large. So you can hope to study certain dynamical properties in the large n limit, so for large sizes, by using the smaller renormalized replicas. Okay, so and then you infer what is the behavior. So this would be the idea of studying in the smaller replica, where you can access the dynamics through a walk or just a full solution, if you want, of the Schrödinger equation, and then infer what happens by the inverse renormalization process on a larger quantum system.
Thank you very much. I think we have to end here. So let's thank Sabrina once again for a wonderful talk.
Thank you.
So the next speaker is Christopher Fuchs from University of Massachusetts, and he will talk about cubism and William James's world of pure experience in a couple of minutes or seconds.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Okay, at least we have sound.
Why is this happening? Yeah, I got plenty of battery. Well, I wish I had some good jokes to tell you guys.
We have technical problems.
Or I could do a little dance while we're waiting. Hugh Price is in the audience. He often has a good joke. Hugh, do you have a good joke? Not today. Yes. So I think it's from the settings, the screen settings. You should have the same picture here and there. So, yeah, well, we did.
Yeah. And then something happened.
And then something happened. Okay, hold on. Let me just dig up the file now. Helsinki. Yeah. No. So what I think. Yes. What do you need? Try to put it from the presentation. Let's see. Yes. Let's see if it. No. Oh, then.
No.
Okay.
Oh, so finally, Christopher Fuchs.
Finally. Okay. Well, I should start by thanking Paavo for inviting me as a representative of Cubism. And that's not just about selling some artwork to you. Rather, Cubism is a point of view of quantum theory, or a point of view for understanding quantum theory. Whenever I give a talk, I try to start with a Cubist painting of the other style. And I'm grateful for this audience that's not my usual audience, because it gives me a certain latitude for saying things that maybe I wouldn't say in front of the standard Cubists. So I chose to start this talk with Marcel Duchamp's Nude Descending a Staircase, because I discovered that in the Wikipedia article on it, it said, before its first presentation at the 1912 Salon des Indépendants in Paris, it was rejected by the Cubists as being too futurist. And hopefully I don't have that pressure here. What is Cubism? Well, the Q stands for quantum, and most people think that the B stands for Bayesian. And the reason for that is the little movement that it is started in a 2002 paper by Carlton Caves, Rudiger Schock, and myself, where we introduced the idea that quantum probabilities should be understood not as objective probabilities or as objective chances, but as Bayesian probabilities, in the sense that, for instance, economists use probabilities. And so then we became known as the quantum Bayesians. But there was a difficulty. After that paper, Rudiger Schock, the man on the right here, and myself
turned to basically the most radical end of Bayesianism that one can imagine, the point of view of Bruno De Finetti. And many Bayesians said that, look, that is not Bayesianism, that's something else, that's subjectivism. So we were rejected by the vast majority of the Bayesian community, and it seemed like trouble to call ourselves Bayesian, which left us lonely for a B. We had the Q, and now we needed a meaning for the B. A few years ago, I ran across a quote by the US Supreme Court Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes from a different era. You can tell from his mustache. In a letter to a friend, he wrote, Chauncey Wright, a nearly forgotten philosopher of real merit, taught me when young that I must not say necessary about the universe, that we don't know whether anything is necessary or not. So I describe myself as a betabilitarian. I believe that we can bet on the behavior of the universe in its contact with us. This was a crucial idea for me. We can bet on the universe, the behavior of the universe, in its contact with us. Not bet on what it's doing just out there in a way that makes no difference to us, but in its contact to us. I thought that fit the point of view of cubism perfectly, and I would have loved to adopt the name quantum betabilitarianism, but you should all agree, is an ugly, ugly term. So cubism really just stands for cubism, nothing else. The way to think of it is like Picasso here with his gun. It's meant to be a magic pistol for shooting the various conundra in quantum foundations, but also it's meant to be a basis for new physical questions and ultimately new physics. So it is a mathematical program and a philosophical program with the intention of ultimately contributing something to the workaday physicist life. I was at a meeting, and Hugh Price was at a meeting on April 1st. We both gave a talk, April Fool's Day, 2022. And I gave a talk titled Cubism for Buddhism. It was a meeting on Buddhism and quantum physics. And it was a legitimate meeting on Buddhism and quantum physics. There were a number of people of some reputation there. And because I was at a meeting for Buddhism, I thought that I should outline Cubism's eightfold path. That a quantum state, and I'll tell you a little bit about this in the talk, a quantum state is an agent's personal judgment, a quantum measurement is an agent's action upon the external world, and so forth. These are 8 conceptions in Cubism. But just like the eightfold path in Buddhism, this part of Cubism should be understood as a prescription to relieve the suffering. For any of you who have been to quantum foundations meetings, you'll know that there is a lot of suffering at those places, and this is meant to be an analgesic, something to get rid of it. But also, like in Buddhism, we have bigger aspirations, not only to relieve the suffering, but to also understand the cause of the suffering. The second noble truth is a statement of the cause of the suffering, and this is where Cubism hasn't really gone yet, but intends to go. Particularly, I'd like to address, by the very end of this talk, what is the kind of ontology that would underlie this point of view of quantum theory that Cubism represents. What does Cubism represent? I think the best metaphor that I can give you is for how to think of Cubism is to show you this book by Leonard Savage. It was one of the very first books on formalizing the notion of decision theories. It's a book on how to gamble if you must, and it lays out the various things that one needs for making better decisions. I say it's a good metaphor for Cubism because of things like this. When I go into a Quantum Foundations meeting and I present what Cubism is about, very often someone in the audience will say, but this is just solipsism. So I'm talking about a way of viewing quantum theory, and somebody will say, but this is just solipsism. Or somebody will say, this is instrumentalism. It doesn't tell us anything about the world. And reporters, science journalists, will say things like, oh, major flaw with cubism is that it requires that there be an observer for there to be any reality at all. And I think, well, if we imagine that this is that book, it's not really. I think, well, no, you have the metaphor wrong. The metaphor is more like this. I find this book on a shelf. It tells me how to make better decisions. It tells me how to gamble if I must. And I offer it to a friend of mine in the foundation, in the philosophy of physics. And I say, here, read this book. It's great. It'll help you live a better life, make better decisions. And the philosopher of physics says, no. If I believe that, I'll become a solipsist. I'll believe that there is no world. Look, no, you won't. It's a book on how to make decisions. But then it's just instrumentalist. It doesn't tell me anything. Well, what was it meant to tell you? It was meant to tell you how to make better decisions. Well, if I believed the mathematics in this book, it would imply that the universe can't exist without me. No, again, it's a book about making decisions. Well, Cubism wants to view quantum theory, the formal rules of quantum theory, as an addition to this very book. But the subject matter of it is how to gamble, if you must, in a participatory universe, in a universe where what you do actually makes a difference to the universe. How to gamble, if you must, in a participatory universe, and you must. So that's the point of view of Cubism, that imagine this book. It's as it was written by Leonard Savage in the 1950s, but maybe there is an appendix. How to make better decisions in love and marriage, Appendix 1. Well, there are extra assumptions that you might need for making better decisions in love and marriage. Appendix 2, how to make decisions in a world that has the characteristics of quantum theory. So that's the idea. We start with De Finetti's paradigm for probability. De Finetti's paradigm is egocentric. So it's about probabilities, but it takes the point of view of a single agent. It's a tale of a single person contemplating the world and not wanting to be stupid. De Finetti realized that to do this, his statements of uncertainties must satisfy the laws of probability. So this is the starting point and the point of view, and the way it's formalized is this. We define probabilities from this point of view in the following way. We imagine that there is a bookie, and the bookie has some published numbers. These published numbers concern prices at which the bookie will buy or sell a lottery ticket that's worth $1 if the event E eventually occurs. So the bookie actually will buy the ticket for anything less, any epsilon less than the piece of E, and he will sell it for any epsilon more than the piece of E. So this number on the board represents how much he's willing to buy or sell this ticket for, worth $1 if E, and he'll buy or sell it for that much. So this is about pricing. You might say, well, what does pricing have to do with probability theory? This is where the genius of De Finetti and Frank Ramsey, who I think Hugh will mention in his talk, will come in later. Ramsey and De Finetti had the idea that if you add a normative rule, a simple rule that says never declare numbers such that they will lead to a sure loss. So if on the board there are certain numbers, so this represents, for instance, the price of a ticket that's worth $1 if E. This is the price of a ticket that is worth $1 if not E. This is the price of a ticket that's worth $1 if E or F occurs, so forth. These are prices. If the numbers don't satisfy the laws of probability theory, then a buyer can come up and sell some tickets, buy some others, sell some others, etc., in such a way that the bookie will have a sure loss once the events occur. So, for instance, if E and F are mutually exclusive, we have to have this relation with them, or somebody can run the counter. Now, why do I call this a normative reading? The reason I call it a normative reading is in any real-world situation where we make probability assignments, it's really tricky business. It's not like in a textbook where the textbook says, assume this and prove that. Instead, one generally has a number of considerations that go into one's various probability assignments, and it may be the case that the various pieces that appear in here come from various sources of thinking. They come from, for instance, maybe this number comes from studying the New York Times very closely. Maybe this number comes from studying Fox News very closely. Maybe this one comes from whatever your local newspaper is called. Thank you. As well, when you make a probability assignment, you should embed it in the largest mesh possible of considerations to make sure that this isolated probability assignment is consistent with some faraway probability assignment that's not even represented in a single equation here. So this is why cubism goes toward a normative reading. Because of all of the various sources of thinking and perhaps even personal biases, etc., that go into it, we would say that each of the terms in this equation is subjective. Subjective, but they have to fit together, or we can end up with a sure loss. On the other hand, not everything is subjective, particularly the relation that's demanded between all of the probabilities is an objective state of affairs. It is as good for me, this relation, as it is for this gentleman over here who knew the name of the Helsinki newspaper. We both adopt it. It's invariant between us. In that sense, the relation is objective, whereas the probabilities that we each put into the relation are personal to us. Cubism views quantum theory as supplying extra normative rules to probability theory. So we take all the ones that we've had before, all the ones that appear in Savage's book, and the idea is to supplement them. And that gives us the equations of quantum mechanics, or at least that is the hope. This gives us the motivation to understand the Born rule, the main equation in quantum theory for calculating probabilities in purely probabilistic terms. So the way it is normally expressed is the probability for a measurement outcome is determined by a quantum state and a measurement operator. These things are operators that live on complex vector spaces, and they don't look like probabilities. In fact, they look like something logically prior to probabilities. These objects are not probabilities, yet we put them together and we get a probability out. If we're going to think of this equation as a normative relation in the sense of probability theory, then we had better find a way of translating all of the terms so that they're probabilities themselves. And the same has to be the case for the Schrödinger equation. Well, luckily there is a way to do it, it's just not normally presented. And the key idea comes from Richard Feynman in a 1951 paper titled The Concept of Probability in Quantum Mechanics. The new theory asserts that there are experiments for which the exact outcome is fundamentally unpredictable, and that in these cases one has to be satisfied with computing probabilities of various outcomes. But far more fundamental was the discovery that in nature the laws of combining probabilities were not those of the classical probability theory of Laplace. You have to use probabilities in all walks of life. What's unique about quantum mechanics is it seems to demand a new way of putting probabilities together. And of course, he was thinking about the famous double slit experiment that Paavo gave us an introduction to this morning. The story there is that if we have an electron gun and we let the electrons go through 2 slits and we wait for a while, we'll find that the accumulated number of electrons on the backside of this wall, on the screen, will have a wavy pattern. On the other hand, if we were to put detectors at each of the 2 slits and count whether a particle went through slit 1 or whether it went through slit 2, then we find that the interference pattern doesn't show up anymore. We get a different histogram. Well, if we think of these as representative of probabilities, then the thing to note is we don't get the classical relation between P12 and P1 and P2. They don't just add like we would expect in a classical use of probability theory. Now, there's a fix for it in the normal formalism of quantum theory, and that is to back off from probabilities and introduce complex numbers, to introduce complex amplitudes. And then one gets a way of expressing quantum theory by adding amplitudes and then taking the absolute value squared of them. And that is represented in the operator formalism that I showed you earlier, just a different way of thinking about it. Feynman said this in reality contains the only mystery. Paavo was just a little shy when he presented this. He said, Feynman said it contains one of the main mysteries. But he said it contains the only mystery. But there's a little clash between this exposition and the one that was just on the previous quote, because he introduced complex amplitudes, and they really distract from the key point, which is that it's the rules of probability theory that get shuffled around. I want to show you a way to fix that, and what it requires is knowledge of quantum information theory, like our last speaker was mentioning. I don't expect you to understand the details of quantum information theory, but it does help explain why this point of view wasn't taken many years ago. Quantum information theory is a relatively new addition to the repertoire of the quantum physicist, only having been around since the mid-1990s. Here's a generalization of what Feynman was talking about that I'm going to tongue-in-cheek call the d-squared non-orthogonal slits experiment. There really aren't any slits here, and my student made that clever name, and I like to advertise it. So the scenario is I've got a quantum system with some quantum state, and I feed it into a measuring device. This quantum state, by the way, is living on a d-dimensional space, so that's like an atom with d levels of energy. It goes into this measuring device. This measuring device performs some quantum measurement. Out comes the quantum system in a new quantum state, and then it proceeds to a second measuring device. This is like in the Feynman picture. This is like having a detector at checking which slit the particle went through, and this is like the final screen at the back end. I've got various probabilities written here. This represents the probabilities of the outcomes of this measuring device. This represents the probabilities for the outcomes of this measuring device. And these are the conditional probabilities for getting a click EJ given that there was a click RI there. So that's the kind of scene. It's like a double slit experiment, but a generalization, a far generalization of it. Now, this is where quantum information comes in. You have to very carefully choose this thing that I'm going to call a reference measurement. It's got to have certain properties, one called informational completeness. But this one over here can be any quantum measurement whatsoever. Here's a conceptual game that I want to play. So the way I've shown it, I've got a quantum state, I've got measurement operators, and then I've got the probabilities for the outcomes occurring. But imagine that I erase all the details of the quantum origins of these probabilities. So I wipe out up here that, that I've got that this is really a quantum device. I wipe out that. I wipe out the quantum states here. The only things that I leave in the picture are the probabilities that were so generated. So I just present these to someone who doesn't know the origins of the probabilities, and I ask them, can you say how these probabilities must be related if a gambler is not going to have a sure loss? And the answer is, of course. They have to satisfy the regular laws of probability, like always. If a gambler doesn't have these probabilities satisfying this one law of probability theory, then they can have a sure loss by buying and selling the appropriate lottery tickets. This is written in terms of the probabilities themselves. I'm going to create, just so that it looks nicer, a kind of vector notation for expressing the same thing. I think of these numbers as the components in a vector, and I think of these numbers as the entries in a matrix, and so I get this little matrix equation. Vector equals matrix times vector. This is called the law of total probability, and it's a familiar equation, I think, to many of you. It just looks kind of like, essentially, Bayes' rule in this vector notation. All right. Notice something that I've left out of my description. Here, there is a switch that is turned on. Having this on means this measuring device is working. If I turn off the switch, then the quantum system just goes right through it with no measurement occurring. So what if I turn off the switch? Now, if I turn off the switch, then what we see is the quantum system goes in, just proceeds through, and it goes to the final measuring device. What are the probabilities for the outcomes over here? They're given by the Born rule. So before I had the regular rules of probability theory, but with the measuring device turned off, then I have the Born rule as the guidance for my gambles. But this is not a relation between the probabilities, seemingly. In fact, it is. And with a simple little bit of mathematics, you can show that the probabilities on the left here that would normally be given by the Born rule can be re-expressed in terms of the probabilities for the switch-on experiment. Here, the probabilities on the left are about the switch-off experiment. Here, they're about the experiment with the switch on. And there's some little mathematical piece that goes in the middle. Let me emphasize this. This is a completely general expression of the Born rule. There's nothing lost here. It's not a different theory. It's quantum mechanics with the Born rule, but with the Born rule expressed purely in terms of probabilities. There's no operators, there's no state vectors, there's no complex numbers anywhere in this story. So let me just emphasize that again. What we get is this equation where this matrix phi in the middle is not the identity. If phi were the identity, then that would be the law of total probability. I showed you that on an earlier slide. What's going on is that the left-hand side refers to the switch-off experiment. The elements in the right-hand side refer to the switch-on experiment. So this is an addition to probability theory. It connects two distinct experiments. If you look in L.J. Savage's original book, there's no connection between distinct experiments. It's all about one continuous, effectively, a continuous set of things. So Feynman modernized. He said, in reality, it contains the only mystery. And I would say, when we have put it in this form, in fact, it does contain the only mystery. This is the Born rule, expressed in its most general fashion. And I don't have enough time to talk about it here, but we can also write the Schrödinger equation in exactly the same terms. Nothing actually gets changed. Now, the old Born rule is still visible in this. We have the quantum probability over here. This term represents measurement operators, even though it's in terms of probabilities. This represents the quantum state, even though it's in terms of probabilities. But a cubist, having bought into De Finetti's notion of probability, would say that in this equation, in the Born equation, all of the various terms are subjective. What does that entail? Well, among other things, it entails this. This thing that represents the measurement is a subjective state of belief. It's a probability distribution. Niels Bohr liked to draw measuring devices like this. They were big, bulky things that were bolted to the tables so he could represent the idea that they're classical and anyone can walk into a laboratory and say, oh, I know what that is. That is a complicated beam splitter, or that is a quantum teleportation device. You can just look at it and see it because a measuring device is something that's bolted to the laboratory table. If you follow this formalism, it says, no, no, no. Whatever this thing is that Niels Bohr drew in a figure in one of his papers, it represents a subjective probability assignment. So whereas things looked solid before, from this point of view, they look diaphanous and diffuse. So that's one implication of it. Here's another implication. I told you each of the terms are subjective. But of course, the relation, just like in probability theory, is something that should be considered objective or third personal or invariant. If we're looking for a piece of quantum theory, some aspect of quantum theory that's telling us something more than just how to do better gambles, it's got to be in the objective relation. And why this relation? Well, because we live in a world of a certain character. If the world were of a different character than we usually describe by saying that it's quantum, if the world were of a different character, then we would adopt a different calculus. But we adopt this calculus. So the idea is, in cubism, is to look at this calculus and try to reverse engineer to something about an ontology. Now, let me go down just a little bit of a different path. We've been talking about probabilities, but what are these probabilities about? Are they about things that are pre-existent but unknown? In other words, are they just about ignorance? Or are the probabilities about something like experiences, pure and standalone? This is the positive contribution of the various no-go theorems that some of you have heard about, Bell's theorem, and so forth. Let me tell you how cubism thinks of that and where it takes us. There's the famous EPR criterion of reality. These guys formalized what they wanted to call an element of reality. They said, if without it in any way disturbing a system, we can predict with certainty, i.e. with probability equal to unity, the value of a physical quantity, then there exists an element of reality corresponding to that quantity. Let's think about how our framework would view that notion, that if we have probability 1, then we must have an element of reality. In De Finetti's point of view, the meaning of probability 1 is that a ticket that's worth $1 if E should be sold for exactly $1, full stop. And that's all it means. Probability 1 doesn't imply the truth value of a proposition. It doesn't imply the existence of a physical property. It just means that you have normatively made various gambles on lots of things, and if you want them to all fit together, then for a particular thing, you had better bet your life on it. That's what that corresponds to. Richard Jeffrey said it very nicely. The Bayesian framework replaces affirmation and denial by a continuum of judgmental probabilities in the interval 0 to 1, endpoints included. 0 and 1 are probabilities no less than 1/2 and 99 1/100ths are. Probability 1 corresponds to infinite odds. That's a reason for thinking in terms of odds, to remember how momentous it may be to assign probability 1 to a hypothesis. It means you'd stake your all on it. You'd bet your house, you'd bet your life, but that doesn't make it true. I often think of these terrorists who hit the two towers way back, who were promised that in heaven they would each be gifted with 72 virgins, or if I'm not mistaken. Well, they bet their life on that, and guess what? They lost their life on that. This goes against the grain of most philosophers of physics. Here's Tim Nordlund, who said, if I could make one change to the EPR paper, it would be to alter the characterization of this criterion. The criterion is, in the parlance of philosophers, analytic. It follows just from the very meanings of the words used in it. It's not so for cubism. It's not analytic. It really depended upon what you meant by the words to begin with. And there wasn't one single meaning for those. These things break the mystic hold of the EPR reality criterion, and now I would say then the quantum formalism does the rest in terms of the no-go theorems, and particularly this. Bell's theorem is usually stated as proving that nature is non-local, but that depends upon accepting the EPR criterion of reality first, as so many of those guys will emphasize. If you have rejected the EPR criterion of reality, then the import of the theorem is that it proves something completely different. And I would say that it proves that nature is creative, that when we perform a quantum measurement, something new comes into the world. And that leaves us with this statement that I put in one of my papers that I'll just read to you so that I can say it nicer than I can say it in person. It leaves us with an idea of a radical metaphysical autonomy. There is a sense in which this unhinging of the Born rule from being a law of nature makes the cubist notion of quantum indeterminism a far more radical variety than anything proposed in the quantum debates before. It says in the end that nature does what it wants without a mechanism underneath and without any hidden hand of the likes of von Mises' Kollektive, or Popper's propensities, or Lewis's objective chances, or indeed any conception that would diminish the autonomy of nature's events. Nature and its parts do what they want, and we as free-willed agents do what we can get away with. Quantum theory on this account is our best means yet for hitching a ride with the universe's pervasive creativity and doing what we can to contribute to it. This is what I mean by a participatory universe. Now, in my last couple of minutes, let me go back to the issue of the sought-for noble truth in the light of the things that we've seen, that cubism is a prescription for relieving the formal structure is a prescription for relieving the suffering. If we follow the logic of that formal structure, Basil Hiley is shaking his head violently. If you follow that with the Bayesian conception of probability 1, you throw away the EPR criterion of reality. And if you've thrown away the EPR criterion of reality, then the implications of Bell's theorem are that new stuff comes into the universe with each quantum measurement. So how to think of this new stuff? I'm going to borrow an image from John Wheeler, who famously drew the universe as a big U with an I, but I'm going to modify it in a way that the science journalist Amanda Gefter did, and use a little bit of her narrative because I think she expresses it better than any physicist has hitherto. So there is a tree out in the forest, and there is the observer and making up her U. It's not the Big Bang followed by the evolution of life and then sentient beings and ultimately physicists with PhDs making the observations. These are Amanda's slides and her words. So of this one, she says, you have a subject, and an object, and mostly they seem like separate things. But when you look closely enough, you find that they are conjoined, that there's this piece of connective tissue where they can't be pulled apart, because within that region, there's no way to say which is which. Within this little region, there's no way, if you just focus on it, what is subject and what is object. The discreteness we find in quantum mechanics is not a property of the object, it's a property of the subject-object relation. I think a useful way of thinking about this is to see Planck's quantum of action as a kind of coupling constant between subject and object, between observer and observed. As you turn the strength of that coupling down, the area of overlap gets smaller and smaller, and if you turn it all the way down to zero, observer and observed can be neatly separated. It recovers classical physics, and it frees the object from its subject. It frees the object from its subject so that it can be shared by other subjects. This kind of picture. But of course, H is not zero. Planck's constant is not zero, and so we have to contend with the irreducible coupling between subject and object that cubism says is the very essence of quantum physics. So I love this description of Amanda's, and I think it gets to the essential heart of what cubism would like in the ontology that goes underneath quantum mechanics. And I think there are a number of candidates. Any point of view that says that we can't decouple the subject and object, and particularly that subject and object are derived at a higher level from the underlying stuff. Good examples of this is William James's notion of pure experience. Sometimes people call this a neutral monism. Whitehead's actual occasions. Dewey called it experience for years and years and years, but in his last book, he decided that the word experience was too loaded with the human element, and he wanted to take it as an ontological element. So he and Bentley started calling it transaction with a dash in the middle. Merleau-Ponty, my group has been very big on phenomenology lately, and strangely, I just came to this meeting from a meeting on cubism and phenomenology in Sweden, and Merleau-Ponty was the big guy there. Karen Barad's interaction in her book, Meeting the Universe Halfway, and on some readings, Mach's World Elements. I've forgotten the author, a fellow who wrote a very nice book about Mach's worldview, who took Mach to be much more objectivist than one would have imagined. He died at a very young age, I believe. But none of these views, I suspect, and I'm pretty sure, depend upon the exact insights earned by quantum theory. You can read lots of poetry in the words of William James, like this is one I just love. Our acts, our turning places, where we seem to make ourselves and grow, are the parts of the world to which we are closest, the parts of which our knowledge is the most intimate and complete. Why should we not take them at their face value? Why may they not be the actual turning places and growing places which they seem to be, so that nowhere may the world grow in any other kind of way than this? So James had this sweeping vision that novelty was always seeping into the world all the time. And that's what he called his notion of pure experience. Where does cubism have to turn its attention? Well, I would say it really cannot deny this, that in the end, when we better understand all of the no-go theorems, using the tools of quantum information and the ways of reshuffling things, then some kind of pure experiency, fleshy, interactional world elements, some combination of all of these things, whose characteristics are informed by the deep details of quantum theory, has to be found. So I think there's lots of inspiration in the old papers from the pragmatists and Whitehead, and even from some accounts of phenomenology, but there's no quantum mechanics built into those. They're just inspirational. The task before us, task before we cubists, I think, is to find a notion that is along those lines, but depends upon the actual structure of quantum theory. Here's what I think is the biggest failing of the many worlds interpretation, just to take a dig at them. There is nothing about that point of view that depends upon any particular detail of quantum theory. You can have the religion and then you say, oh, quantum mechanics fulfills it perfectly. It would work if the vector spaces were real rather than complex. It would work whether the notion of producting was not the tensor product, but some antisymmetric product. It would work under any number of conditions. Cubism wants to go further, and that is the ontology has to depend upon what the equations looked like. I'm going to skip that stuff, and I'll just leave you with the fact that I can go on about the motivations, but it leads you to the end point, which is that Cubism is a project, and in front of you guys, I'm not afraid to say that it's probably going to move in that direction. If I were in front of my fellow Cubists, they might be throwing tomatoes at me. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a wonderful talk, Christopher. We have time for one very short question.
We've got 3 minutes.
I don't think so. Okay, we have one question there, please.
I can't say I understood your talk, but it's fine, I hope. But what do you think about algorithms of quantum computers?
Could you repeat it very slowly for my ears?
What do you think about algorithms of quantum computers?
What do I think about algorithms of quantum computers? If you pushed me on it, I would say, well, from this little insight, what's going on with quantum computers, the reason we can have some speed up in some of the algorithms is because the inferential chain that one uses in analyzing the algorithms is not the same that one would use with classical algorithms. So here I just depict it metaphorically with this equation. You don't use the analysis of regular probability theory, but rather the analysis of this modified calculus. That would be a cubist explanation for why we get a speed up if you could put some flesh on it, and not Merleau-Ponty's flesh, but calculational flesh.
Just one more run.
You know those impossible diagrams? It looks like 2 prongs on the left-hand side and like 3 prongs on the right-hand side. Well, if you haven't, anyway, that's how I felt with your talk, because I felt like at the beginning when you were scoffing at those science reporters for thinking that your view implied solipsism, I thought you were scoffing at them. I thought, and you convinced me. You said, look, it's just an addition to the statistics manual. It's just a decision theory. Don't read into it any solipsism or anything. And I thought that your view was that they were making the mistake of thinking that it had any metaphysical implications, not just that it had those metaphysical implications. And yet by the end of the talk, you're drawing lots of metaphysical implications from it, and from this thing that I thought was just an addition to the statistics decision-making manuals. What happened? What did I miss? Did I fall asleep? How did you transmute lead into gold or gold into lead or whatever?
Well, I started speaking very quickly. But the transition comes in, I skirted over all of the no-go theorems. So the no-go theorems, okay, so you've got this addition to decision-making, fine. But then you can ask, does that addition to decision-making mesh well with an idea that measurement outcomes pre-exist? You can ask that question, and then you can check out the mechanics of the decision theory and you see, oh, it doesn't fit this other vision. It's inconsistent with it. And that's where you learn something, I think, about how the world is. So when I say the no-go theorems, there's Bell's theorem, there's something called Cauchy-Specker theorem, there's some new additions. Frauchiger and Renner have a wonderful no-go theorem that I think taught us a whole lot about Wigner's friend. All of those things are saying, oh, well, would you apply this calculus to making decisions in a world where your measurement outcomes pre-exist, but you don't know them. And basically their statements, no, you would not apply this calculus, you would apply the other one. And that's where you learn something from the work.
Okay, let's thank Christopher once more, please. And in order to save time.
Yeah, I think we continue straight away without the break, because we got Larissa on waiting, and she's ready to go live directly from Wisconsin. So I think we, and this way we can then also go to our poster session, but yeah.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, fantastic. Are you ready to start, or should we wait a minute or two?
Yeah, we can start. Please
Okay,
go ahead.
perfect.
Welcome.
And you see my slides, right?
Welcome in Helsinki.
Thank you so much. And yes, so the first thing I want to say is thank you very much for making this possible, that I could speak without actually having the opportunity to be in Helsinki. I wish I could be there, but it's a long trip. So I want to present to you a few observations from our latest work on the relationship between consciousness, the quantum, and integrated information theory. And I cannot do that without giving you at least a bit of a primer on what integrated information theory is, but I will try to keep that quite short so that I get to the part that I actually want to tell you about. Okay, so what is integrated information theory? It's a theory of consciousness that tries to account for experience itself. So phenomenology, experience, consciousness, I will use those words equivalently, right? We want to account for what it is, why it feels the way it does, and why it has to do with some parts of the brain rather than others. By contrast to most other theories of consciousness, we're not starting by asking how the physical world or some parts of it give rise to the experience. Instead, IT asks how experience, its presence and its properties can be accounted for in physical operational terms. So what that means is that we first want to identify the essential, the defining properties of every conceivable experience. And because they should be true indubitably and true of every experience in the sense that denying them would lead to a contradiction, we call those axioms. Right? These axioms of phenomenal experience are then translated into the essential physical properties that must be satisfied by a physical substrate of consciousness. And those postulates are expressed in terms of cause-effect power. And the reason for that is that our starting point is that experience exists. So there's something rather than nothing. And the existence of our experience is actually the only existence that we can be sure of that is immediately given and indubitable, as worked out by Descartes, for example. So that there is a physical world outside of our experience is merely an inference. It's what we call an inference to a good explanation. We postulate that there's a world out there in order to explain the regularities within our experience. And based on these regularities, so I infer that there exists a world independent of me. I call this world physical because I can operationally observe and I can manipulate substrates. So for example, the brain and its neurons with elements that can take and make a difference. So physical existence means having cause-effect power. And to exist, physically, something must be able to take a difference and make a difference. So it must be able to be influenced and also to influence something else. And just to show you how that looks like, this is a small causal diagram of interacting nodes, and I can also express that in terms of conditional probabilities with the transition probability matrix. And for IIT, this is what it means to be physical. There's nothing else. So there's nothing like intrinsic properties in addition to how the elements mutually influence each other. So everything and every property, physical property, can be characterized in relational terms. Now, what is special about consciousness is that its experience is subjective. So consciousness exists for itself, not for something else. It exists from the intrinsic perspective from within. And the way we translate that is that a physical substrate of consciousness must also have cause-effect power for itself. It must have causes and effects within itself, so intrinsic causes and effects. And mathematically, starting from this transition probability matrix, what we do is we condition on the present state of all elements outside of the system. So all possible sensory inputs or everything are just frozen in their current state. And what we evaluate to understand consciousness according to IIT is just the ways that the elements within the system constrain each other. The next axiom is the composition axiom, and it just says that experience is structured. It has content, it's not contentless. It has parts. These parts are bound together in various ways. So there's a left side and the right side of my visual field, let's say. There's a book that is blue. And so all these phenomenal distinctions compose a phenomenal structure. And in that structure, it's also captured how they relate to each other. So in order to account for a physical substrate to account for that, it means that the substrate must also have cause-effect power that is structured. It must have subsets that can pick out its causes and effects, and these causes and effects have overlap in various ways that I can describe via relations between those distinctions. So a distinction is a subset within the system that specifies a cause and an effect of itself within the system. And critically here is that we don't just look at the elementary units within the system or the system as a whole, but we evaluate the causal constraints of each subset within the system. So each subset within the system may specify its own cause and its own effects. Here you can see all the different subsets of this 4-node system. And in that way, we get a causal structure. So this is not just reductionist causation. It's also not just a holistic perspective of the global constraints of the system. We try to find the causal structure of all the subsets within the system. The next axiom is the axiom of information, which simply says, almost tautologically, but not quite, that experiences are specific, not generic. So that any experience is what it is, and it is what it is because of the distinctions and relations that compose it. And from there, I can infer that, for example, out of the parts of my present experience, I could scramble them, I would get a different experience, right? Like imagine switching the left and right of your visual field, that would be a different experience. And so I can infer that every experience is very, very informative, right? And that translates into a requirement for the physical substrate to also have cause-effect power that is specific. It must select specific causes and effects. So we don't just, say that some subset must be in a particular distribution, but it should pick out a particular state for each, for the next state or the previous state of a subset of the system. So a specific cause and a specific effect. And if we put all those causes and effects specified by all the different subsets of the system together, we get a compositional state and an associated cause-effect structure. And you can see this here. So these shapes are there to illustrate what it looks like, but I should say that they're actually computed from a particular system, and so the edges and the shapes that connect the edges have some meaning. Those are the relations and the distinctions of that system. So this is the compositional causal structure of the system. And what it also means is that the IIT analysis is state dependent. So in a different state, indicated here by lowercase or uppercase letters, in a different state, a system will have a different cause-effect structure, and that would then correspond to different experiences in a state-dependent manner. The next axiom is that of integration, which says that experience is unitary, which just means whole, so this has nothing to do yet with quantum unitary evolution or anything like that. Every experience is one, not multiple. So it's one whole that cannot be subdivided into parts that exist separately. This means that also the physical substrate must have cause-effect power that is unitary. It must be irreducible to subsets that do not specify causes and effects over each other. So in practice, we test that by partitioning the system and evaluating how many distinctions and relations are affected by this partition. So what causes and effects are lost from the information that the system specifies over itself if I partition the system into two parts at least. And this can be quantified with what we call the phi measure, the integrated information measure, which is the measure of the irreducibility of the system as a whole. And we also have the small phi measure, which measures the irreducibility of every mechanism within the system. So while we evaluate all the subsets of the system for their causes and effects, a subset only counts as a mechanism within the system if it specifies irreducible information about the past and prior states of the system. And the final axiom is that of exclusion, which says that every experience is definite, not indefinite. So it has the parts it has, and it has the grain it has. For example, I am not aware of what happens behind my head. Of my visual field has a certain size, and my experience has the contents it has, right? And that means that it has borders. So that translates into the physical substrate also having to have cause-effect power that is definite. It must have a cause-effect structure that is specified by a definite set of units with a definite grain. So if you look at the small example system again, ABCD, a lot of subsets of that system may have some positive integrated information. So if you think about the brain, for example, there is the substrate, the set of neurons, let's say neurons, that form the substrate of my experiences. But if I just subtract 10 neurons out of that, I will still have quite high integrated information. It's not that the integrated information will go to zero. So how do I find the borders of this substrate? And what IIT postulates here is a principle of maximal existence. So what exists is what exists the most, right? So out of all these possible sets, the way that the system exists for itself is as the system with the highest amount of integrated information. And I have to, in principle, perform the same maximization in order to identify the spatial grain of the system, the temporal grain of the system, and its state grain. So which states for which elements actually maximize the amount of integrated information when I look at it at this particular spatial temporal scale. Having set that up, what the theory actually says then is that an experience is identical to the cause-effect structure that I can unfold from some operational substrate. And I think the most important takeaway here is that the experience is not in any way identical to the substrate, so what we can manipulate or observe, but it's equivalent to this unfolded cause-effect structure. And for IIT, the cause-effect structure is what is actually the physical thing. So the cause-effect structure is what exists in physical terms. This here is just the operational substrate that we interact with when we perform experiments. So for IIT, an experience is a phi structure. A phi structure unfolds the causal powers of a physical substrate in a state at the optimal unit grain for maximum phi over space, time, and the states of a system. It should account for the essential properties that are true of every experience. And so that's sort of how I set up the theory, right? But it should also account then, based on these fulfilling these essential properties, I get this cause-effect structure. And that structure should then account for the specific properties of specific experiences. And this is a way in which I can actually test theory then to show that it can really account for contents of the experience. So for example, spatial extendedness, temporal flow, objects, colors, and sounds. And we have started to try to account for that based on simple substrates. So we're trying to propose substrates like particular architectures of neural network, let's say, that when we unfold their causal structure have particular properties that could explain certain types of experiences. So for example, there's work by Andrew Hahn that is already published that shows how grid-like architectures might give rise to something like the experience of spatial extendedness. IIT also has some explanatory power of difficult questions about consciousness and the brain. So for example, why the cortex and not the cerebellum seem to be the substrate of my conscious experiences, or why the cortex during deep sleep stops being a good substrate. And just a hand-waving explanation here is that certain substrates, but not others, satisfy the essential properties of consciousness. So an awake person, their posterior cerebral cortex, the interactions are sort of organized in a topological manner and in the back of the brain. And so topological networks give rise to quite complex phi structures that are integrated to a high degree. On the other hand, the cerebellum is organized in a much more modular way, and modular structures, even if there's a little bit of interaction between the modules, will sort of parcel it into these very minuscule cause-effect structures, but there's no additional cause-effect structure of the whole because of exclusion, right? And a similar thing happens through neuromodulation during non-REM sleep, where we find a breakdown of effective cortical connectivity that can also explain why sort of our awake conscious experience literally fractures into these tiny, we call them like dust, conscious dust, that then and the whole cortex is not a substrate anymore, right? What is most relevant for the second part of my talk about that connects to quantum theory is this prediction of integrated information. So there's this principle of maximum existence that says that, so IIT does not take it for granted that consciousness requires brains or neurons. Instead, the prediction is that if we evaluate the integrated information of a system, so for example, the brain, across all sorts of spatio-temporal scales, starting with the most microscopic, which might be at the quantum level, up to neurons interacting or whole brain regions interacting, we should find a maximum of integrated information at the level that corresponds to the spatial-temporal scale of our experiences, which is macroscopic. So that means that in principle, IIT should be applicable from the so the causal framework of IIT should be applicable from the microphysical to the macroscopic. And it is for that reason that we have attempted to extend the classical IIT formalism to quantum mechanisms. And so I should say that in no way does that imply that quantum effects play any role for our cognition. That is not the reason we're doing this. Instead, it is the motivation to show that if we describe something as a quantum system and then translate it into a more macroscopic formulation, we could actually have some causal emergence, because as I said, the prediction is that we should find the highest amount of integrated information at a more macroscopic level than the quantum level. So here is finally the a few observations from our work in preparation that I did together with Robert Prentner and Ian Durham, who know a bit more about quantum mechanics than I do, but I tried. And what we did is try to translate the algorithm for identifying the integrated information of a mechanism from using probability distributions and information theoretical measures to evaluate causes and effects into quantum formalism. And the first step for doing so is that probability distributions now correspond to density matrices, whereas most of you will probably know that, so as long as I stay classical, the diagonal of the density matrix pretty much my probability distribution. I can express uncertainty here in mixed states, but I also can express things that are purely quantum. For example, something like this spell state. And the important point is that there's a difference between these two matrices, right? That can be observed somehow. But I also want to say that obviously this superposition is not a state of uncertainty. Actually, it's a perfectly pure state, and with a basis transformation, I can show that it is in fact a deterministic state like that, right? So this becomes important later. The next step is to translate the difference measures, so that we use to compare the constraints that a mechanism within the system specifies and the constraints of a partition of that mechanism. So that is the difference between the two is used to compute the integrated information of a mechanism. So we have to translate the classical difference measures into a quantum difference measure. And that would have been difficult for the 3.0, so the latest published formulation of integrated information theory, because it used the Earth mover's distance, which does not have an equivalence in quantum information theory. But we have recently put a lot of work into developing a difference measure that captures the information of a mechanism within the system, as opposed to information of that can be derived by observers of the system, right? And this difference measure is based on 3 desired properties and is shown to be unique for those properties. So that would be what we call causality, intrinsicality, and specificity. And these properties are also in line with the IIT postulates. So the formalism to compute the integrated information of a mechanism within the system is based on this intrinsic difference measure. And this is how it looks like. And for those who know a little bit about information theory, maybe it becomes clearer by comparing it to the Kullback-Leibler divergence, which is the standard way of comparing 2 probability distributions in information theory. And whereas the Kullback-Leibler divergence is sort of can be expressed as an average over the pointwise mutual information between the states of P and the states of Q, the intrinsic difference measure is specific for a particular state within the distribution, and it's evaluated over the state that maximizes the difference between P and Q. So luckily, there is a quantum formulation of the Kullback-Leibler divergence or relative entropy, the quantum relative entropy that's based on the Feynman entropy of a density matrix. And there's a formulation of that that requires diagonalizing the density matrices, and then it can be computed quite straightforwardly. And all density matrices of quantum states can be diagonalized in this manner. And so then based upon this formulation, it's quite easy to translate the quantum relative entropy into a quantum intrinsic difference measure by just replacing again the average with the maximum. So what it gets evaluated is the difference between two quantum states, rho and sigma, in the eigenstate that of rho that is the most different in Q. And this measure will coincide quantitatively with the classical case if rho and sigma commute, right? So if they're in the same basis. Now, there has been prior work and prior attempts to translate the IIT formalism into a quantum mechanical formalism. And what we did on top of that is that, first of all, well, we now have the updated formalism. So we tried to translate the latest version of how to compute mechanism integrated information in a way that the quantum integrated information converges to the classical formulation for classical systems. And this is very important because our goal in the end is the comparison, the quantitative comparison between the microsystem and the macro system. So it doesn't work to just have a separate formalism applicable to quantum systems. We have to have a way to a continuum from going to from quantum to the classical, not two implementations. And part of that work was also to extend the notion of conditional independence to accommodate entanglement. And I want to spend just 2 minutes on that because it's quite relevant for what it means to be causal in a quantum system. So in classical systems, IIT requires conditional independence between mechanisms. And that means that I can take each unit within the system as its own mechanisms that I can manipulate and observe independently of the other mechanisms. So it depends maybe on the past state of the entire system, but it does not depend on the current state of the other units. And this is precisely what gets violated by entanglement. However, this product distribution becomes essential when we're trying to identify the causal constraints of subsets within a system. And here I have a small example of a classical system, a copy, and an XOR of 2 bits. And the important, so if we want to analyze the effects of subsets of that system onto the output state, I would argue what we should find is that B has no effect on the next state of the system by itself, because as a single input to the XOR, what the XOR is going to be depends on what the rest of the system is doing. However, we will not find that result if we just marginalize A, as is done in typical information theoretical analyses of these systems, because A has common inputs to C and D, and so A introduces a correlation between the two And so there is information, but we do not actually want to attribute this information to B. So the only way around that is to what we call causally marginalize, which means that we give independent marginal inputs to the two mechanisms. And formally, we can do that by maintaining this. So instead of conditional probabilities, we're dealing with product probabilities. Now, as I said, we want to have a quantum formalism that corresponds to the classical case for classical inputs. And this copy XOR case just corresponds to a CNOT quantum operator, right? And if I give the same classical input as for the classical state, I want to get the same outputs, meaning that B here should not have any effect by itself. To get that, or what that means is that causal marginalization is also required in the causal analysis of the quantum system to discount extraneous classical correlations from outside this subset. Right? However, I can't just take the product distribution in all cases, because taking the product would destroy entanglement. And I want to be able to also evaluate here the CNOT gate. If I input this mixed spaces state, I can get an entangled output, which is exactly what it is used for most of the time. And so entanglement should be maintained. So our solution here is that there's an additional step in the quantum algorithm that requires identifying the entanglement structure of a quantum state, which is easy for pure states, but it's computationally intense, but in principle easy, but it can be very tricky for mixed states. However, in principle, it should be doable. And then once we have a partition of the state into those subsets that are entangled within, but not with the rest of the state, we can treat all entangled subsets as indivisible units and enforce conditional independence otherwise. And in that way, we can express even a quantum say computational mechanism as a causal network. Doing that has there's some nice results. So for example, we can use the integrated information formalism to show the differences in maximally entangled states and the intrinsic structure of maximally entangled states for 3 qubits. So there's 2 different types, at least of maximum entanglement. One, this GHZ state has no internal structure, and we find that sort of the whole thing constrains itself as a whole, right? But there's no substructures, whereas this W state has structure at all levels of subsets. So even the individual qubits in here have some information about themselves and also pairs and the whole thing, right? So the positive takeaways of our endeavor to translate the classical IIT formulation into a quantum formalism is that we have a way, we have a formalism now that converges to the classical formulation for classical systems. We developed this quantum intrinsic difference measure that seems to work fine and might even be relevant outside of IIT applications, and we extended this notion of conditional independence. What has been especially nice for me is that some of the details of the classical IIT formalism that sometimes seem to be a little bit weird just resolve in the quantum case. So in a way, you could say that the quantum formulation is a bit cleaner even. So as just an example, the intrinsicality means that we fix all the background. So all the elements that aren't in the system are just fixed to their actual state. But in the classical case, that sometimes leads to sort of strange results because the environment would interact still with the system. However, in quantum mechanics, we have this no communication theorem that basically says that a local operator won't change the environment state. So fixing the background is the natural thing to do, actually. And I want to end maybe 5 more minutes with a few more speculative observations that also came out of this attempt of having a quantum IIT. The first is what I already mentioned, is that a superposition is just a quantum state with its own intrinsic structure. So if we have this quantum state and the unitary operator, we will get a cause-effect structure of that state plus this operator, and that will not, in general, correspond to the hypothetical cause-effect structure of the two states that make up the superposition. Also, of course, I can express that same superposition in different matrix, in a different basis, and will again get, so I could get a cause-effect structure for this state or that state, but the superposition is just its own state, it has its own cause-effect structure. So now a question that arises is when I have something like a measurement or action that turns this system into one of those two, or this state into one of those two states, what is actually going on, right? And here's a problem, because a measurement is obviously is not a unitary operation. What we found is that if we try to evaluate the integrated information for a measurement operator, the phi value will always be 0 for the state just post measurement. And the reason is that with a random assignment of the post measurement state, I actually end up with no cause information. So the post measurement state gives me no information about the quantum state that I came from. And there are a couple of solutions to this problem, right? One is the sort of many worlds interpretation that say, well, there just isn't any measurement in the first place. All is unitary, and so all seems good, right? The second possibility is that there is a collapse that is a physical process and that allows for retrodiction. So that could be hidden variables or any kind of collapse theory that that allows me to say something about the cause state. So no purely random collapse here. And the third option is that it's actually totally fine that I have phi 0 post measurement, because I didn't expect quantum systems to have very good phi in the first place. And then I just have to look at macroscopic processes based on these measurements, and I will get higher values of integrated information. And because you should find the highest integrated information at levels of neurons in the brain, let's say. Right? So one thing that I'm just going to throw out there, and I can ask me later provocatively here, I know, is that I don't think that many worlds is in itself coherent with consciousness if you start from the starting point of IIT, that consciousness is what truly exists. And I don't think that the problems identified can be solved by decoherence. Yes. And I didn't, there's a fourth option that I didn't put in here, and that is the option of a conscious collapse of the wave function, right? And I didn't put it here because another observation is that such a conscious collapse is not something that comes out of applying IIT to the wave function. So with that superposition state I showed you, the superposition state just has a perfectly fine quantum cause-effect structure, right? So this is just to say that causal closure is in principle perfectly fine with IIT, and yet, and this is my last point, IIT does not imply that consciousness is epiphenomenal. And the reason is that we have to get our ontology straight, right? And we have to think about what actually exists in this picture, right? And this is the identity again of IIT, and a few things that are important in this picture is one, it's critical to realize that the ontological primacy of the phenomenal existence. So I know this exists. I don't actually know that this exists or this, right? However, then the theory says that physical existence means being a cause-effect structure, right? What does that, where does that leave the substrate? So the substrate is what we can manipulate and observe. It is not what truly exists, even physically, because that's the cause-effect structure. It's just an operational, useful description. And we can contrast this view. So what that means, again, here, this intrinsic powers view of existence of IIT says that what really exists is just these cause-effect structures. And the substrate remains operational. Whereas the typical view is that we have stuff that's interacting that somehow determines this functional state, and then consciousness corresponds to some sort of functional state. And this view is problematic because it immediately means that this functional state seems apophenomenal, at least in ontological terms. But what I tried to convey probably failed. You should look at that paper that we just put up on the archive to learn more about what I'm saying. But the message is that if you take the existence of consciousness seriously, then this functional view cannot be the right picture. Consciousness is not just some emergent functional pattern. It is what exists. Right? And with that, I will close, and I'm very happy to take questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Larissa. I think we have about 10 minutes.
Yeah, we have time, and we could people might even come here.
You can. Oh, it doesn't work.
Hello?
Hello? Yes.
Thank you for the presentation. I happen to be writing my master's thesis on IIT, so it's very fascinating. Actually, it is, I hope, very soon finished. I will propose that the experiential counterpart of a cause-effect structure itself is the subjective model of reality. But I don't know what you think about this.
I'm very happy to see what you have to say about that. It doesn't ring wrong with me in any way, so I think that sounds right. It depends a bit what you actually mean, right? So I should say, so there's always this question, is IIT idealist or not, or whatever, but so obviously the assumption is one of realism, that there is a world out there, right? We just have to always keep in mind that that's an assumption, whereas the existence of consciousness is a fact, right? Or is immediately given. And yes, so the only thing we ever have access to is what appears within our experiences. So everything you see and hear, your hopes and dreams and your problems, your choices, are what they are in the end is a substructure within your conscious experience, right? So if that goes a bit in the direction that you were thinking, then I think that sounds good to me.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Larissa. It's Pylkkänen.
Hello.
Hi. Thank you for a very nice talk. I wanted to ask you something about this quantum mechanical version of IIT in relation to the classical version of IIT. So if we take the analogy with the development of physics, we had 19th century classical physics, and then we had 20th century quantum physics. And the reason that we had that, because there was something wrong with classical physics. Certain experiments did not work according to theory, and so there was a fix. So should I think of this development of IIT from a classical theory to a quantum version also in this way, that there are certain flaws in the classical theory that you're aiming to fix in the quantum theory, and if so, which are these flaws?
Yeah, no, I don't actually think that is a right analogy. It's a good point, though, so I will have to think about that more. But it's more of an extension, right? So it's and I think the one thing to say is that I pretty much bracketed any sort of measurement completely out. So just formally, the classical IIT works for classical systems. It can be extended to include quantum systems. That's what we did. But it gives sort of self-consistent, I would say, results if applied to unitary operations. However, now there is a bit of, so what happens with measurement, which, like, for physics, obviously the measurements were what introduced the issues, right?
Well, in the quantum,
so you have to do,
right? And the quantum features, right? I mean, you got
so you observe them through measurements, right? So you never actually observe the true quantum states that evolve according to a unitary evolution, if that's actually how it is, right? So what I would say is that there is still, so IIT in a way is an analysis of whatever is our best current picture of the microphysical. So that's the goal. So if the Schrödinger equation by itself is insufficient, right? And we learn from physics that there is something like a collapse, then that should be incorporated into what our model of physics is that we should apply IIT to, right? But still, the nice thing is that I think that there are some constraints onto physics from applying IIT, and one of them that I didn't have much time to go into my wild speculations is that the many worlds actually doesn't work. Just hand-wavingly, the reason is that what IIT does, and part of its predictive power, is that it tries to identify entities, so conscious entities, but also sort of extrinsic entities, so just things, right? So that is what the formalism does. It finds things that causally hang together well. And so that could be brains and something. And so with the many worlds, the also sort of, so far at least as I heard, more hand-waving justification as well. We know we're in the branches, right? So consciousnesses are within the branches, not across branches. And the reason for that is somehow this decoherence. But that's not precise. So starting to just apply IIT to these quantum states, the result is that you can find entities for a superposition quantum state. You find that in that quantum state. So there's just no reason to ever go into a particular basis and do the IIT analysis there. And that's not just true for IIT, that would be true for evaluating information theoretical properties. It's even true for entanglement, right? I can measure entanglement of the superposition state that has nothing to do with the entanglement of the states that in a certain basis make up the superposition. There's something missing that makes you take that step to move from the wave function as a whole into one of the branches, right? And if there really is physical collapse, then we have an explanation, right? So then it gives you this, and then IIT works just fine, right? So you apply it to the dynamics, so every state there. Then if that collapse is random, we have this problem that a lot of times at the microphysical level, we get phi zeros. So IIT is in trouble if we cannot, if there is a physical collapse and we cannot tell the story of how conscious entities emerge from the microphysical, right? So there are ways to do things, but yeah, I'm not sure I answered your question well, but I will stop here.
My curiosity is whether your move from IIT to a quantum IIT is actually, should I conclude from that you think that a quantum description is necessary to describe consciousness, or are you neutral about that?
IIT should be applied to our best. So there is an assumption of atomism in IIT, so it should be applied to our best microphysical model, and we should be able to get our results. But there is no, I'm basically agnostic, right? So it's not that IIT implies that there have to be quantum things going on. It doesn't, right? And you don't get any advantages from doing things in a quantum way that
what would then be the reason? How would I just then choose between the classical version of IIT and the quantum version?
Based on physics. There is no, so the way we set it up is that there shouldn't be a difference. So the quantum version is just an extension, right? Because I recover the classical version if I go to classical.
But it's either different or it's the same, right? So we have these two options. So either we have, so what is it? Is it the same or is it different?
Yeah, I would say it's the same. It's the same.
So what is then, but then why would I then it's the same, so.
But it's not like you need, so it's the same, it means it works formally. It doesn't, I think there's a bit of a, so it's not that IIT in that case sort of implies that consciousness has anything to do with quantum, like the brain, for example, right? So it's not like I'm saying there has to be quantum effects in the brain to explain anything, right? I'm perfectly happy with, at the macroscopic level, being basically classical, but still, at the microscopic level, it's a quantum system, right? And so just for that reason, because consciousness is fundamental in my view, right? I have to be able to measure integrated information for the microphysical model.
Okay, thank you. So maybe we are probably quite good with time and Marilu, do you want to answer? Okay, we are. Yes. So we thank you, Larissa, very much. Thanks very much. For us, it's been a yes. Thank you.
Thank you. I also should say I apologize, Bernd. I would have loved to see your talk. It's just very early here, so I will have to do that afterwards at some point.
We're going to have some salad and wine now, so unfortunately you can't join us, but hopefully we'll see each other soon in a also sort of in, how do you say, in vivo? No. Yeah.
I'll see you next
Not
month,
in silico. Yeah. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Oh, great.
Bye.
Yeah, that's great. Looking forward. Bye-bye.
Bye. Kiitoksia teille.